Sata kipinää. Sata kipinää. Sata kipinää. Amorin nolle sä ammuit mun peffaan. Enää halu viedä sua pelkästään leffaan. Rakkauden haukat meille taivaalla kirkkuun. Mun päästä putoruit lanteet seksiä tihkuu. Seksiä tihkuu. Sä veit mun tuohi sydämen pensalla kastoin sen. Sä likin roihahtaa tervas kantona tuhkats palaa. Kuin sata kipinää. Rälläkää mun rakkauden sulle suihkua. Ja vaena kun runtataan. Poika sinne pesään kasvamaan. Ja rakkauden maito kermaksi vatkataan. Vatkataan. Sä veit mun tuohi sydämen pensalla kastoin sen. Sä likin roihahtaa tervas kantona tuhkats palaa. Kuin sata kipinää. Rälläkää mun rakkauden sulle suihkua.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this Pokey STEM Streams launch coverage of the CFT-1 Starliner mission launching on an Atlas V N22. I am the only guy running this, the only guy running this, keeping this piss boat afloat, as Peg would say. EJ, how are you? How are you? It's almost time. NASA should be picking up the coverage pretty much now. And we will switch over to that and go from there. Oh, I already started. Let's go.
We have a great vantage point.
Here we go.
All of the operations that are going on here.
Here we go. Hi, Sleepyhead.
All of the launch control team down here behind us. We also
Yeah, I'm good. You guys good?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
It is. What's going on, buddy? 27-month reset. You got a buzz on your mic? No. Ain't no buzz. That's them.
has been wrapping up.
Oh, hey, you're finally awake. Finally awake. Finally awake. Chief, how you doing? All right.
Launchpad 41.
There we go.
All that work wrapped up.
We get the audio balanced out.
And with the launch vehicle ready, we started cryogenic tanking at 6:25 a.m. after completion of our pre-cryo built-in hold. Cryogenic tanking takes just under 2 hours to complete. That just wrapped up here in the past few minutes, and the teams are now polling downstairs to initiate re-entry of pad 41 so that we can bring the team out and start loading crew into Starliner.
I'm good, Chief.
As you know, last time we got together, we had an issue with a liquid oxygen self-regulating valve on our Centaur upper stage. Once we get the launch vehicle fueled, one of our critical ground operation rules is that we did not change the status of the launch vehicle with any of the folks out on the pad or crew on board the spacecraft. So with the fueled rocket and a stable replenish configuration for the safety of the crew, we did not or would not change the state of the rocket. So significant troubleshooting of that valve really wasn't possible with people at the pad. So that's what led us to that scrub decision of our first launch attempt. Not working any issues today, and that valve was removed and replaced and retested during our downtime here. So that is the status of the rocket, Lauren.
Yeah, and Dylan, Starliner really had a very clean countdown during the last launch attempt, but it wasn't until after that scrub that we started safing the propulsion system and closing the valves and observed a small helium leak in the port side manifold. So we decided to take a pause and investigate further, as we do in this business. And after testing all 8 of Starliner's helium manifolds, our team found the leak was isolated to one flange in one of the spacecraft's 28 reaction control system, or RCS thrusters as we call them, which makes small adjustments on orbit. And even more specifically, to a tiny seal about the size of a button on a men's dress shirt. So that gives you a real perspective on how small we're talking. It's important to note that helium is not combustible or toxic. Thorough data analysis showed us this condition is acceptable for flight, and that Starliner could handle actually 4 more leaks, or this leak growing by 100 times its current size before actually needing to be managed in space. In fact, other spacecraft like the shuttle have launched with similar leaks in the past, and our teams will be checking the leak here soon, and we'll keep you posted on that. While investigating the cause of the leak, engineers also discovered that in an unlikely scenario of an adjacent helium manifolds failing, our deorbit burn during the spacecraft's return to Earth could be impacted. And because having layers of redundancy is imperative, our teams developed yet another way to perform that burn. If that option were needed, Starliner could do 2 burns about 10 minutes each and 80 minutes apart with only 4 RCS thrusters.
Yep.
In the last few weeks, the crew ran these scenarios
T-minus
in
4
simulator,
hours.
and they feel confident with the plan.
Okay. I think the most important thing so they're talking about the helium leak. I think the most important thing is that the astronauts who had Butch and Sonny and Mike, who's flying on Starliner 1, have the most they have, I mean, considering their hides are on the line here, they had input on the original design of this vehicle. They've helped develop it with Boeing and NASA. If they say it's not a big deal, it's not a big deal. And they got a lot riding on this. So they say it's not a problem. It ain't a problem. I believe that. These two are very, very, very talented. Very, very talented test pilots. Yeah, I believe what they say. You should value their input. That it means a lot, considering their hides on the line.
About. Let's talk about the weather. Well, it is June 1st, and it's the beginning of summer, meteorologically speaking, on this day. It's also the beginning of hurricane season. But I can tell you, neither one of those is a concern as we look outside.
Haulage pressurization in the service module, Roger.
And the sea. Here, now, the sky. You can see a few puffy cumulus clouds off in the distance. Overall, not a problem.
I don't think so, Ollie.
Concern for today. We are 90% go, according to the launch weather officer, for today, which is great. Conditions are fantastic. One thing they are watching, though, and we know our host desk knows this well, they're watching the ground winds, which are really they're stronger than normally we would have expected. But we've got strong onshore flow from a high-pressure system that's just off the coast of North Carolina, and so that's creating a lot of that strong flow, which is coming in directly from the east. So you can see those cumulus clouds as they go kind of whipping by the pad. They'll be watching that. That is the only concern, and that is the 10% possibility for violation. Overall, though, we couldn't be in a better position. We were in a similar position during our last launch attempt, and come to find out, even though it's the beginning of meteorological summer, we're not having summer conditions here at the pad yet, and that's a good thing. So we'll send it now back to the host desk with Megan, Mike, and Dee.
Daryl is absolutely right. We know these winds very well as they are whipping around us right now. And Mike, talk to us about why these winds
you can go into the pad. You see that?
Well, here at NASA, it's safety first. And so if there were a problem with the rocket, the capsule can pull off and abort and fly over the shore and land in the water. And that's called an abort, right? And we could do that to keep the crew safe. However, the capsules will be coming down under parachutes, and if the winds are too strong, it'll make it land on the beach. And it sounds like it would be safe, but actually we're not sure that structurally it would work, and we're set up to land on the water. So the winds can't be too strong or they'll push us in for an abort. So if we start to get into where the winds pushing would push the capsule too much, then we'll wait till another day.
Right, Ninja.
Landing in water for the abort scenario, but Starliner is designed to land on land nominally, right?
Oh, nominally, and with airbags. I landed on the land in the Soyuz and the shuttle, and I'll say that these airbags are going to be good. And I think that's probably the first thing I'm going to ask Butch and Sunny after they land. It's like, how are the airbags?
Well, speaking of Butch and Sunny, let's head back inside to the suit-up room to check out how things are going there. Again, they began suiting up a few minutes ago.
Pressurization
and right
tests.
Now we see Butch. He is unzipping his helmet, it looks like.
Yep.
And that's really neat about these suits is that instead of having a solid metal ring, we're keeping the suits lightweight and kind of going back to the future with the Gemini program where they had zippered helmets like this. We call it a visor in this case. And since it's a very lightweight visor and helmet, it doesn't have a lot of head protection. So Butch's ear cups is also...
That's correct. Mike Fink did a long duration Soyuz mission, Chief. And he flew on the shuttle, dude. God, that's what I mean about believing your test pilots. All three of these are all three of these astronauts, Barry, that guy, Sonny, who's to his right, and Mike Fink, who's the guy that's talking. They're all shuttle vets, and some of them Soyuz as well.
That's because he's a veteran.
And she's from my neck of the woods, which is pretty cool.
In 2004. Also, Expedition 18 in 2009.
See what I mean?
As well as STS-134 in 2011. We're cycling through some pictures of those previous flights now. In total, he spent more than a year in space and has conducted 9 spacewalks. He then worked with NASA's Commercial Crew Program to help bring SpaceX's Dragon and now Boeing Starliner online and ready for today's flight tests. He trained alongside Butch and Sunny as their backup pilot and was with them for CFT's first launch attempt. We actually actually saw him in the suit-up room here snapping pictures, and then he rode out to the launch pad with them where he snapped a few more pictures before handing off some of Butch and Sunny's belongings to the pad team.
It was a big honor to ride out on the Astrovan with Butch and Sunny, and of course we like sharing our stories here at NASA, and Butch and Sunny are very much about that too, because we all can't ride in the Astrovan, we all can't get on that rocket, but we do our very best to bring everybody with us as much as possible.
And I'm just letting people into some of the behind the scenes that's happening here. You forgot your cell phone, and that's very upsetting to all of us here because you can't take your famous ussies.
Did you say Ussie? Okay. Coder, why is the upper stage designed the way it is? Looks like a curve-less fairing cut off at the midpoint. Believe it or not, this is going to sound very counterintuitive. A hammerhead design in rocketry is actually very aerodynamically stable. Yeah, you wouldn't think, but it is. Yeah, weird, right? So Starliner has a boat tail on the back of it. That's there for a couple of different reasons. But the biggest reason is... Sorry, I'm still waking up. The biggest reason is to, well, take the relatively turbulent flow coming off of Starliner and steer it, basically steer that air completely around the Centaur, for the most part. Yeah, that's the gist of it. Yeah, it looks a little funky, but yeah, you know, like. In Kerbal, right, if it was KSP, we'd just put the entire stage in a fairing. You don't need to do that. You could just leave it. You just need a little bit of fairing up at the top because of how aerodynamics work, right? Yeah, you don't need the whole thing. It'll steer the air around it. Don't need the whole fairing. Pretty cool, huh? Yep. It's weird. Yeah, that's the short story. It gets a little more complicated than that. Just a smidge. But yeah, that's a good question, dude. That was a good one. Because it does look a little funky. But yeah, that, believe it or not, is super aerodynamic. That hammerhead design. Think about Falcon 9. Same idea. Falcon 9 has that big fairing at the top, and then it's a skinny straight line after that. Same thing. It's the same exact thing, dude. Weird, huh? Atlas just does a little bit... Atlas is a little more overt in its hammerhead design than Falcon 9 is, but it's the same idea.
Orbital spacecraft. Her first trip to the ISS
yeah,
launched
baby.
in 2006. She served as flight engineer for Expedition 1415. She then returned to the orbiting lab in 2012 and was commander of Expedition 33. Sunny has more than 50 hours of spacewalk time, the second most cumulative time by a female astronaut. So far, she has spent 322 days in space. Before NASA, Sunny was a former naval test pilot and instructor, logging more than 3,000 flight hours in more than 30 different aircraft.
Yeah,
Williams grew up in Enid, Massachusetts, and is married to Michael Williams. Mikey. She enjoys hanging out with their dogs, working out, hiking, and camping, as well as working on cars and houses.
Both very experienced space flyers.
We like Sunny.
Really why they were selected for this test flight,
that's
right,
pretty rad,
yes,
man.
They work really well together, and it's been really fun training with them. I think that they're a great team, and they're going to get a lot of, like we said, good flight test data. They're going to go back to
that question,
back to the mothership, the International Space Station.
I don't know.
They'll be able to experience space.
Yes. Why do astronauts all have huge chins? I don't know. Maybe, is my chin good enough? I don't think so. I don't have a strong enough cleft.
Make mission success.
Is there a limit for how old you can be to go to the ISS? No, it's about straight physical health, Rafa.
On fueling, the cryo load was completed successfully, all as well.
That has something to do with it,
arguably. The prop system, again, we were talking about that helium leak that Boeing was able to resolve. They did a check of that system, they pressurized it, and so far, all is looking good.
Let's walk you through what you'll see over the next almost 5 hours on this broadcast.
After suiting up, Butch and Sunny will walk out of the ONC building to say their goodbyes to family and friends before their ride out to the launch pad in an Astrovan. And then once at the pad, the crew will ascend ULA's crew access tower to board Starliner in a process we call ingress. Once ingress is complete, the pad team will close Starliner's hatch And then they will make sure the spacecraft is sealed properly by conducting a cabin leak check. About 11 minutes before launch, the crew access arm, which is that long suspended walkway the astronauts use to get to Starliner, that will retract to the tower, and different teams will then pull to confirm they are ready and configured for terminal count before liftoff. Around 15 minutes after launch, Starliner will separate from the Centaur upper stage. And
yeah, there you go,
31 minutes into launch, the orbital insertion burn begins to get Starliner into a
69-month resub. Nice.
Now, if you have any questions about this mission over the next 5 hours, as we said, just send those questions our way using the hashtag Ask.
Nah, drummer, I'll bet you everything in that room. Lou asked about the carpet and static electricity. Everything in the operations and checkout building is grounded. Everything. You don't want that with any sensitive electronics. You don't want to short out that headset or something, right? Like, everything's grounded. There's probably grounding straps all over the place. If I had to guess. I don't know for sure. But, yeah. Probably, like that table, this table that they're messing with, the seat, it's probably all grounded out.
You still have to check. We saw that Sonny was fully inflated and looked kind of almost a little small inside the suit, and that's exactly how it's supposed to work. We even test the spacecraft that the crew could still push the buttons and do what they need to do to fly the spacecraft, even in an inflated condition. But you can see them there sitting in these Astro loungers, and you can see the excitement on their face and the joy that there is to getting ready for a space flight. This is the last time that they're going to be able to sit and quote-unquote chillax, and they're going to get ready and leave the suit room in a little bit, and then it's game day.
Yeah, when you were here with them for the first launch attempt inside the suit-up room, this was kind of some downtime. They took some pictures with folks, right? Because really there's a strict timeline that they're keeping to, and if they're a little bit ahead, they have some pad here, right?
Yeah, our timelines are built for the whole day in case for the case when we have 4
coffee.
people. That's something we're checking out to see if the 4-person timeline is workable. But we only have 2 people, so it does give us a little bit of extra time. And Butch and Sonny have really focused on the team because we realize as astronauts that we're part of a really big team, and that's really cool. It's like the biggest sports, bigger than regular sports teams, and we all work together. And it's the greatest team sport. So Butch and Sonny did want to spend time.
Mika. 27-month resub. Let's go. So that's Joe Akaba right there. He's the chief of the astronaut office. He's head honcho. He's the astronaut of all time right now. It's an assignment that you can get rotated out of. There should be a flight surgeon around here somewhere. Somebody else wearing dress blues. Anybody that's wearing these blue jumpsuits with the wings on them right there, NASA astronaut. See, Sonny has her wings right there. If you notice, hers has an anchor on it. Actually, yeah, I think so. You can actually see what different branches of the military are depending on the color of the wings. Martin, greetings from Austria. Are we really sitting through 4 hours of preparation? Dude, this is... Look, don't get me wrong. Launch is amazing, right? Like, that's obviously the best part. This is the coolest stuff to me. This is stuff you don't get to see all the time. So, are we sitting through 4 hours? You're dang right we are. This is the coolest part. Seeing the astronauts suit up, man, that's like... It's my favorite, dude. You can't... Like, look. This is freaking rad, man.
Discovery, go at
Josh, 86 months. I love this stuff, dude. Seeing the astronauts get into the capsule. It's also, dude, it is a great time to learn. You get kind of a glimpse into the inner workings of how this stuff all comes together. It's really, really fascinating to watch. That's ISS mission control right there. Who's on Capcom? Looks like Joshua Kutrick is on Capcom right there. He's another astronaut, the guy with the white dress shirt and tie.
Flight Director Mike Lammers, with Flight Director Rick Kempfling working alongside him to assist with keeping an eye on the weather. And on Lammers' other side, we have Canadian Space Agency astronaut Joshua Kutrick, who's acting as today's Capcom.
Told you.
He'll be speaking with Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams on the team's behalf. And he has even more than the usual level of Capcom interest in the flight, since he plans to be on board Starliner next time it launches as mission specialist on the Starliner 1 crew.
This team has been on console since around 5:30 a.m. Central this morning.
What's going on?
Working closely with the teams in Florida. Just under 4 hours before launch, once everything was activated and ready for them,
we get to watch it again, but hopefully they don't.
The team handed over control to these folks here, and they'll be the ones sending any commands to Starliner from now on.
And that said, although they'll be busy, you won't actually hear too much from them as they move through the countdown with their colleagues in Florida. Some of the key calls they'll make include switching Starliner from ground power to battery power, and with the crew's help, activating the launch abort system. And of course, Lammers will speak on behalf of his team when he gives his go or no-go to the launch conductor during the final poll 7 minutes before launch.
And at liftoff, they'll work hand in hand with the ULA team, who will be controlling the Atlas rocket, which is lifting Starliner into orbit. For the first minute and a half of flight, we'll have Atlas and its solid rocket boosters.
AOD,
the initial lift
it's pretty rad.
Starliner going. And then the final stretch of launch, we'll see the second stage Centaur engines finish the job of getting Starliner into orbit.
So what's this mission? This is crew flight test 1, CFT-1. This is the first flight for Boeing's Starliner capsule. The flight test is basically launching these two test pilots. That's Barry Wilmore and Sonny Williams. Launching them up to the ISS for a week-long stay to test out systems on the capsule, make sure everything works. And yep, there's actually good timing. There's a good shot of the capsule right there. A 3D render of the capsule, I should say. And yeah, they're gonna go up. They're gonna go up to the space station for a week, test out Starliner in preparation for full crew manifested missions to the ISS. This is a big deal. It's a big deal because one, it's not very often that you get to see the first crew test flight of a spacecraft. So we've actually seen 2 in the past 5 years, including this one. So there was this and there was Dragon, right? Dragon was in May of 2020, right? And now we're in June of 2024. You know, hey, whatever. Take some time. I get it. But the only spacecraft tested for the first time previously was 30 years prior, STS-1 on April 12th, 1981. So it's not every day you get to see stuff like this. It's a treat, and it's a freaking privilege to watch. Yeah, really, really good stuff. How far behind schedule is the Starliner, like the overall program? Yeah, Goalie, first of all, give me 1 second. Goalie, you asked how to Starliner abort. There's 4 abort engines in the service module. How far behind schedule, Typhoon? Yeah, they're a little bit behind. Yeah, see the abort motors right there? Those 4? They will not use those for flight, but they'll use the maneuvering and control thrusters right there. Do you think you could fit in Starliner? I don't know. Maybe. Typhoon, I don't know. It's hard to say, dude. I mean, I think Boeing originally said they wanted to fly this thing in like 2017, 2018. The first flight for it, uncrewed, albeit uncrewed, ended up being in 2019. And I kind of firmly believe that, you know, had COVID... Oh, Rob Navius is talking. Hold on. I need to shut up. Had COVID not happened, it probably would have been earlier. But this stuff does take time. You don't screw around with a spacecraft that people are riding on. They tried that once in the 80s. It didn't work very well.
5 launch and keeping tabs on the Expedition 71 crew aboard the orbital outpost. The 7 station crew members are awake at this hour on a Saturday, having just watched the unpiloted Progress 88 cargo craft dock to the hoist module of the International Space Station. That flawless docking occurred at 6:43 a.m. Central Time, 7:43 a.m. Eastern Time. With that milestone having been completed, the crew's full attention can now turn to the expected arrival of the Boeing Starliner on Sunday afternoon. Early Sunday morning, there'll be a pair of mission management meetings, first by Boeing management to assess Starliner's systems following launch, and the initial series of OCCs. Those are the operational checkout capabilities the Starliner crew will conduct to ensure that the vehicle is ready for docking. Following that meeting, the International Space Station partners will gather to give final approval for Starliner to press ahead with the critical phase of the rendezvous that will begin Sunday morning with the terminal phase initiation burn. By the way, at the time of launch today at 12:25 and 40 seconds p.m. Eastern Time, the International Space Station will be flying 260 miles over Western Germany. A busy 24 hours lies ahead.
405 kilometers.
Every minute to keep
You're
you
welcome.
posted. With that, and with the Atlas V countdown proceeding smoothly, let's go back to the Cape.
Oh, that guy is such a good commentator,
over the
dude.
Next 24 hours to get Butch
He's
and
the
Sunny
best.
to the space station. So let's head back now to the ASOC to hear another update from ULA's Dylan Rice and Boeing's Lauren Brennicke.
Megan, we want to let viewers at home know that we are now going to be bringing up those public operational communications. You might hear us call them loops or nets. That's kind of our lingo here in this business. But it's our job to wear these headsets,
Major, yep.
listen to the chatter in the background, and translate that to you at home. So we'll be doing that at this point in the countdown. We've been listening to the Starliner control team shift control of the spacecraft over to mission control in Houston.
We can talk more about that later,
The team's working to get the pad team back up to the White Room to get the spacecraft prepped for crew. And our teams have also been cycling the thruster valves, and they are now in the open position. This is the third time for Starliner to launch, but of course the first time with crew on board. So if you've watched our launches in the past, the prep for this one will be a little bit different. That's why we're coming to you a lot earlier before launch today. It is important to remember this is a test flight, so we are going to learn a lot to be more efficient in the future. Dylan, how are things progressing with the rocket?
Get our launch on. It's 47-month resub from Ox. Have you ever seen a launch in person? Yes, there's our. What launches have I seen? Big ones off the top of my head. STS-116, STS-117, and then a big dry spell until December 22nd, 2015. I saw the first Falcon 9 landing. Yeah, that was pretty cool. Then I saw CRS-9 launch. What else? Atlas OA-5. So Atlas launching a Cygnus. This is a fun fact. The Cygnus capsule, it's an uncrewed resupply vehicle for the ISS. It's basically a tin can with a service module attached to the back. I say that like that's some simple thing to do. It's absolutely not. So I just said I've seen Atlas V launch the OA-5 mission, Cygnus. I've also seen the NG-11 mission, so I've seen Antares launch Cygnus. And then on top of a couple of other Starlink launches and stuff, I was down in January this year for Falcon 9 launching Cygnus. I've seen Cygnus launch on 3 different rockets, which is actually super cool in person. I think that's just random coincidence, but it's just freaking Cygnus. It's the capsule that doesn't quit. Oh, anyway, time for card games.
Screen here. This is the card game.
LC, SMD.
So yeah, I've seen a good amount, dude.
I have you loud and clear on channel 1. I have you the same LC.
Cygnus will outlive us all. It's the AK-47 of spacecraft. Actually, it's more Soyuz, but you get the idea.
I have you loud and clear on channel 1.
Copy, I have you loud and clear on CST, air to ground 1. This completes hold call authority comp check.
Roger.
Okay, so ground, some comm checks that you can hear there. But again, this is the traditional card game. You see Sonny and Butch there with Joe Acaba, the lead there for the mission today. And I see 2 camera angles here for the first time. So
he's got 2 10s and a jack.
But the point of this game, and of course, Mike Fink and Megan can talk more about this. But as we're looking at it, since we're watching it now, they're playing a card game. And they're going to play this game until the commander, Butch, loses.
Yep.
And
get all the bad luck out.
To take all that, any bad luck, and get rid of it on the card game, right? So they want.
Dude, they got an original Norman Rockwell back there.
And, they're playing the hand out.
Now minus 3 hours, 35 minutes.
Yep, this is a tradition that goes back a good while.
So they're going to play another hand because I think that they may have.
They got a real Norman Rockwell back there. That's impressive. That's cool, man.
So we'll see what's going on. Anyways, we also want to talk weather which is a factor. Not too much today, only 10% no-go. We are 90% go.
It's a NASA thing, Yost.
And so we're looking really good there outside. But we do want to continue to watch this tradition, which goes all the way back to the space shuttle program.
That's a real Norman Rockwell. Cool. Also, card games are cool too, but I never noticed that. I think they are playing Caravan, Z-Gogs, yeah.
Not sure what the card game is, but they're taking additional cards. You can see there Sunny with a smile on her face as she takes another card, and Butch observes.
So once again, the idea is that you play until the commander loses. The idea is that the commander of the mission gets all the bad luck. Get the bad luck out of your system. You play until you lose, right? Get the bad luck out. It's basically a fun way of saying good luck on this flight.
They have to do some extra checks, but there you go. Card game is complete.
He lost.
The bad luck, they've gotten rid of it.
Let's go.
Sonny gives two thumbs up.
Let's go. Hey, time to roll.
We've got the good luck on this one. We're going to have hopefully a good flight today. All right, as we look outside at the Atlas V rocket with the Starliner.
Oh, I love this stuff, dude. This is the best.
You can see there in the sky.
Look at
Just
that.
a few clouds, not a concern.
Beautiful
Offshore
day.
winds are driving some of them onshore, but the radar, there is no convective activity, no storm activity is basically the term there.
He's already field failures,
these clouds, so that's not an issue at all. We are 90% go and looking good there. Also tracking NASA's oversight of the mission today, and NASA Operations Manager Richard Jones just recently polled his team within the hour. They were all go.
Richard Jones,
so
man.
Good there.
Legendary flight controller.
If you're wondering whether or not
he's up there.
You can see this launch from an area of the southeastern.
So a little bit of a fun fact, all right? And I learned this in my travels over the years from a flight director that works at NASA. I won't say who, right? Richard Jones, I asked that flight director, because this was in 2019. I asked that flight director, I asked her about the OFT-1 mission and saving Starliner and getting Starliner back after they had that bad juju on that first launch. Richard Jones and his team, Richard Jones is a famous shuttle flight director, first of all. Like, he's overseen a lot of missions. They fixed Starliner and got it on a recovery trajectory when it was on suborbital trajectory, outgassing its thrusters like crazy on the OFT-1 mission. And they not only came up with a solution, off the cuff, they fixed it and put it on a proper trajectory and a proper orbital trajectory for recovery in 2 days in the span of about 5 minutes. It's not something that gets talked about very much. But NASA's showing their chops as flight directors there. They're the best in the business. No one even comes close. No one knows about that. I don't know why they don't talk about it, but yeah, Richard Jones, it looks like he's commanding, not commanding, Barry Wilmore's the commander of this mission, but Richard Jones actually and his team that was on console that day saved Starliner 1. The reason why I bring this up, this was the Starliner OFT-1 mission. The reason why I bring this up, you see that capsule that they're about to get into? It's that capsule. He saved that spaceship because nobody was on board. So it's up to the flight controllers to fix it. Houston. And they did. And the reason why it was time sensitive is because Starliner had a problem with the timing synchronization between Atlas V and Starliner. So Starliner thought it was further in the mission than it really was. So it started to do maneuvers that would have caused it to deorbit in a matter of minutes after second stage engine cutoff. So after the Centaur, you had main engine cutoff on Atlas, which is the Centaur stage, right? They only had about maybe a 6-7 minute window to fix this capsule before it just re-entered over the Indian Ocean, Starship style, and that would have been the end of that, but they fixed it. And not only did they fix it, they put it on a proper recovery trajectory too, which is nuts. It's, like I said, it's not something that's talked about very much, but it's really, really cool to mention. I think it's pertinent. There's still people at NASA that get stuff done. You know what I mean? It's pretty cool.
It's wrapped with pictures of Starliner.
That's some Apollo 13 stuff, and we saw it happen in real time.
When the door opens, steps
awesome.
fold out. The inside can seat up to 8 people with room for the astronauts' portable air ventilators that keep the crew cool. The Astrovan also includes a TV and sound system, so crew can watch or listen to whatever they want on their way to the pad.
It's a bus. All right. Anyway, NASA man, can you explain why? What are you saying? Can you explain why it's more stable to have a non-slick upper stage? The upper stage appears, the Centaur upper stage appears to have a rough texture on it because of the insulative materials that are on it. Centaurs are made out of stainless steel. They're made out of extremely thin stainless steel with spray-on foam insulation covering it. That's to thermally insulate the cryogenic propulsion. They got cell phone boosters on that thing. Cell signal boosters right there. That's really funny, actually. Sorry. It's still early. Yeah, the racing stripes make it go faster. So yeah, the spray-on foam insulation. It appears to have that rough texture because of the insulated materials. There we go. Roses, that's the tradition. It's not fixed, Kenwa. It's understood, and they're going to roll with it. They have the margins to roll with it. It's fine. At least 10 kilowatts per stripe. Yeah, sounds good to me. There you go. So the rough texture, honestly, it's rough because it's insulating the propellants. The gains from those propellants outweighs the drag that you would get from a rough surface like that. The other thing to take into account is on the missions with Centaur where it's exposed. So an Atlas V 400 series, which doesn't fly anymore, or an Atlas V N22, not 22 like this, where it has the open Centaur stage, that aero skirt that's on Starliner is actually pushing the boundary layer past the Centaur stage. That's why that aero skirt is so important on the bottom of Starliner. It's steering the air around the upper stage. So it's working like a full fairing around the upper stage without actually having a full fairing. It's some really trick aerodynamics. Actually, to be 100% honest with you, some of the aerodynamics behind Starliner is really, really impressive for what it is. Yeah, it's... I'll tell you guys a little bit more about it in a second. So the next time we see a shot of Starliner, the outside of it, you'll see that it looks like there's a cheese grater attached to the outside and a ring around the service module. It looks like a cheese grater. I don't have a better way to describe it. That ring is there to make sure that the angle of your boundary layer at super and hypersonic speeds stays exactly the same. So, long story short, what that ring around the service module on Starliner is doing is the vortices that come off the capsule because it's curved, right? See that ring right there? That thing. It looks like a cheese grater, right? The vortices that come off the end of the capsule actually get sucked up. It's time to wake up. Get sucked up through the back part of that ring, and it makes it so the aerodynamic wake that Starliner leaves is actually the same no matter what speed it's going. That's really, really smart because the super and hypersonic wakes that happen when you launch, right, that changes with velocity. It actually gets steeper as you go faster. Basically, when you're going really, really fast in the air, you start to make a wake, kind of like a ship sailing on the sea. Pneumatics and hydraulics are not the same thing. I understand that. But it starts to form what's called a boundary. And Starliner, that little cheese grater on it, is there to make sure that your angle from that boundary, so that the theta angle, that boundary stays the same throughout the entire flight regime. It is really trick stuff. That's really impressive. So what I'm trying to tell you is that Starliner aerodynamically flies the same going Mach 5 as it does to going Mach 2 or Mach 10. Pretty cool, huh? That's really, really interesting stuff. And part of that NASA, man, the reason why I bring that up is because that ring, the cheese grater, combined with the aero skirt, is designed to channel the aerodynamic flow around that upper stage. So it's acting like a fairing is there around that center stage, but there's no fairing around it. It's really, really smart. There's some really ingenious aerodynamic solutions here. Because you got to remember, Atlas V was never designed for this. It was never designed for that. It's never designed to do this. They retrofitted it. Oh, here we go. I'm shutting up.
They are.
Our CFT crew taking their first steps outside for their historic flight test to the International
Oh, I didn't turn it on,
Station.
Saltaker. I'm
Commander
sorry.
Butch Wilmore on your left and pilot Sonny Williams to
Here
your
we
right.
go. So,
Waving to the crowd there.
yeah, baby.
Their friend Mike here at the hostess applauding them from afar. Some roses still left in Butch's hand. I'm sure he'll hand them off to some of the crowd there that's outside of the ONC.
I think his wife and daughters are there, so he definitely wants to show appreciation for how patient his family has been.
Well, and you did say that Butch and Sonny have been in quarantine for a very long time now. April 22nd is when they went into quarantine.
Yeah, it's been a long time. They were allowed to see their family, but from a distance. So this is as close as they've been for a while.
Yeah, Nasserman, that's
but
a good.
we do really
yeah.
respect the health
Really smart
stabilization
stuff,
program.
dude.
We don't want our friends aboard the space station to get sick and impact the mission for sure.
Talk to us about the people.
Yeah, so what they did, and the reason why I unmuted for that one particular spot is because this is the Neil A. Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. NASA calls it ONC. ONC, there's a couple of different things that go on inside of this building. One, that's where they build the Orion capsule. The final assembly for Orion is in the ONC. But two, there's a basically a little astronaut hotel in there. And that astronaut hotel is there to keep the astronauts in quarantine before they go into space. Now, I know what people are going to say. Everybody's familiar with quarantine nowadays because of COVID, right? You see these guys are wearing masks and stuff, right? It's not because of COVID, even though that they were wearing masks during COVID. A lot more people were. But NASA has been doing this for about 50 years, wearing masks and quarantining astronauts. The reason why they do it is because one time in 1968, they didn't do it. And a crew of astronauts got a cold in space. Now, I say this every time we talk about this, but it is important to reiterate. Can you imagine how much that would suck getting a cold in microgravity? Just think about the postnasal drip. That would be awful. Dude, that would be terrible. Yeah, it happened on Apollo 7. That's right, Symbol. What? Yeah, and they've been quarantining ever since. You do not want to get a cold in space. That would be awful. That would be low pressure environment with sinuses. If you've ever flown on an airplane when hopefully when you're sick, it's like that. It's not a good feeling. You don't want that. Trust me. No one wants that. Yeah, exactly. So, I got asked that question a lot during COVID. Oh my God, why are they all wearing masks? I'm like, bro, you don't want to get a cold in space. Trust me on this one. NASA's been doing this for a half century. You do not want that. But, it's another poignant thing to bring up that they've been doing it for a century. The Neil A. Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building it's the same building that Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Michael Collins walked out of for Apollo 11. Every launch since that Apollo 7 mission has walked out. Every U.S. crewed launch has walked out of those doors. Those are the same doors that Neil Armstrong walked out of, John Young, Gene Cernan, Frank Borman, Tom Stafford, Jim Lovell, Fred Hayes. It's the same place. That suit-up room where that Norman Rockwell painting was that we were just looking at where they were playing cards, same checkout room. It's cool, man. That's really cool. This is the kind of stuff I love seeing because that's the same building. That's the same building the STS-1 crew walked out of on April 12th, 1981. John Young and Bob Crippen. It's the same one the last shuttle crew walked out on STS-135. Chris Ferguson, Doug Hurley, Sandy Mongus, and Rex Walheim walked out of that in July of 2011 for the last shuttle mission. Every shuttle mission walked out of that. Walked out those doors, down that ramp, and into a vehicle to go to their pads. It's really, really cool. There's a lot of heritage here in this building. That's really, really cool to me. Legendary, exactly. Do you know who Robert Lawrence is? Retired Air Force. I've heard the name before, Creepshow, yeah.
communications that are going on behind the scenes as, again, everything is readied for the astronauts to arrive at Launch Pad 41.
Your older cousin. That's cool, minutes. Man. Right on.
There will be a full security escort. And here they go. NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams now en route to Cape Canaveral Space Force Station's Launch Pad 41. And as both Butch and Sunny make their way out to the pad, there's only one way for those two to get amped up for launch. And I know
you'll see right there should be a big door right here. See that big door? That's where the capsules come out when the capsules are ready to go. Orion comes out of there. And Dream Chaser's actually in that building right now, too. Just on a side note.
And they should be doing that right now inside the Astrovan, right, Mike?
Oh boy, yeah, that's one way to certainly get excited for the mission and to remind Butch and Sunny that hey, they're on an important mission and they're test pilots. And
that's where I know that name from. That's where I know that name, Symbol One. Yeah, Robert Lawrence. Yeah, he was supposed to be part of the MOL. That's right, and he unfortunately left this Earth not in the way that we want, in a training flight. That sucks, man. But hey, a lot of these guys put their stones on the line in the 60s to learn stuff that makes things safer nowadays. Like, Robert Lawrence, he's not the only one. Elliot C., same deal. Training crash. Yuri Gagarin is another good example of that. He died in a training flight in 1966 testing a new MiG. It happens. On both sides. It happens all over the place. You have to be a special kind of nuts to be a test pilot. The good kind of nuts, though, right? Like, you're dangerous. But you could be my wingman anytime, which is really cool. These people you got to be really brave to have the stones, the proverbial testicular fortitude to strap into one of these things for the first time and go. That's very inspiring stuff.
In the Navy, but said she watched the first Top Gun movie and decided to go to flight school. And here's a picture of Butch. Fun fact, he was actually a real Top Gun pilot.
Yep.
So you see him there on the far left of the photo. To the far right, actually,
I knew they were going to do that.
We were talking a little bit about him, right, Mike and Dee?
Absolutely. And another fun fact is, these aren't the first Boeing products that Butch and Sunny have flown. In that picture, Sunny was standing in front of a CH-46 Sea Knight, and Butch was standing in front of an F-18 Hornet. And of course, today, they'll both be
3 hours, 17 minutes.
And of course, today they'll be the first to fly Boeing Starliner.
Now let's check back in with NASA's Brandy Dean and Boeing's Jim May, who are monitoring things at Mission Control at Johnson Space Center.
Herb. So.
Thanks.
They just turned off of NASA Causeway, and now they're on Kennedy Boulevard. Kennedy Boulevard is the stretch of road that connects the KSC, the Kennedy Space Center. I guess the right way to say it, industrial site, which is not really the right way. That's like KSC's main office where the ONC building is, and it's probably about a 3 to 4 mile stretch down Kennedy Boulevard to get to the NASA's Vehicle Assembly Building. And the Causeway, which is the NASA Causeway, which is where they're going to go. They're going to drive down the NASA Causeway, and then they're going to drive past 39A, and then take a right at the beach and go south a little ways down to Slick 41, Space Launch Complex 41, where Atlas N-22 is waiting for them with Starliner.
Starliner to internal power and working with the crew to activate the launch abort system.
This carefully choreographed pre-launch process has been practiced many times as a fully integrated team. We capped off our training with a mission dress rehearsal just a week before our May 6th attempt. And we got some bonus live training from that attempt as well as our final preparation for Butch and Sunny's mission today.
And of course, all of that aiming to get the crewed Starliner to the International Space Station for its crewed flight test. So let's check in with the destination, the International Space Station. Rob Navius is with the Space Station Flight Control Team standing by to give us an update. Rob?
Thank you, Brandy. Mission Control, a busy place today with the white flight control room down the hall where you are poised to take over Starliner mission operations at liftoff of the Atlas V rocket. And in this room, the International Space Station Flight Control Room, we are ready to collaborate with our colleagues once Starliner moves into integrated operations around 11 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. That's about 3 hours prior to Starliner's scheduled docking. Once the new spacecraft is docked to the station's Harmony module, there'll be a period of around 2 hours to conduct leak checks on both sides of the Starliner Harmony docking interface before the hatches will swing open, allowing Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams to enter the station, which has been home for both of them on previous missions. Wilmore and Williams will configure Starliner systems for docked operations, then will join the 7 Expedition 71 crew members for a typical safety briefing. That will be conducted by Station Commander Oleg Kononenko of Roscosmos. The Starliner crew will then begin to transfer equipment to the station from their spacecraft and begin to settle in for this historic visit. Among the cargo items being transported on Starliner to the station is a spare pump module for the station's urine processing assembly. That's the unit that converts urine into potable drinking water. So this is a timely delivery by Wilmore and Williams. Countdown clocks are ticking backward as we close in on the launch of this test flight, and we're ready here in Houston. So let's turn it back to the Cape for our continuing
They're
coverage.
carrying a piss pump in the capsule
3 hours, 13
because the
minutes
toilet
and
on the
30
ISS
seconds
broke.
From only the 6th time
not
NASA
kidding.
astronauts will launch on a new spacecraft designed for crew. And if you're curious about the first 5 crewed test flights, here they are.
So, oh yeah, there you go.
Alan Shepard, May 5th, 1961.
Next is Gemini 3 with Gus Grissom and John Young, which launched on March 23rd, 1965.
Great historical footage
Awesome.
there. Then we had Apollo 7, Wally Schirra, Don Isley, Walt Cunningham.
Shook Walt
October
Cunningham's
11th,
hand once.
1968.
Then we had STS-1 with astronauts John Young and Robert Crippen, which launched April 12, 1981.
The ballsiest mission of all time.
NASA's SpaceX Demo 2. You see Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken waving there. That launch was May 30th, 2020.
And then, of course, today you've got NASA's Boeing crew flight test with Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams.
And as Butch and Sonny's convoy passes the historic vehicle assembly building here at Kennedy Space
There you
Center,
go, Gibbons.
we should, of course, acknowledge
It's
what will be
my favorite
the 7th
mission, dude.
time.
A little bit before
NASA
my
will fly
time, but
crew on a new spacecraft off our planet. And that will be the Artemis 2 mission next year. You see the Astrovan now passing by where we are at the press site across the street from the vehicle assembly building. Again, the Artemis 2 mission next year, that'll be NASA astronauts Reed Weissman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. They will orbit the moon, and their Space Launch System rocket and Orion spacecraft will be assembled in the vehicle assembly building.
yeah, that's the KSC SWAT team.
Check out what's already in work for
them.
NASA's return to the moon.
They're on Crawler Way, right there, the Crawler Way.
Engineers inside the Neil A. Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building at Kennedy Space Center lowered the Orion spacecraft into a vacuum altitude chamber with the help of a 30-ton crane. The chamber simulates deep space to test for any electromagnetic energy that could damage Orion as it travels away from Earth. Meanwhile, the Artemis 2 crew completed an underway recovery test at sea. This exercise mimics Orion landing and recovery procedures when the crew splashes down in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of California. Navy divers and boats approached a mock-up Orion capsule and helped the astronauts into helicopters, which then flew them to a nearby naval ship, just like they'll do during the mission. Back at Kennedy and high above Launch Pad 39B, this 360-degree video takes you for a ride inside one of the Artemis emergency egress baskets. In the event of an emergency at the launch pad, astronauts and workers use this quick exit to get to safety. That's a look at your Artemis Moon Minute. It's really cool to see the progress that's being made with NASA's Artemis campaign, because really it's all interconnected, right? Like, so working with commercial partners like Boeing through the Commercial Crew Program allows NASA to focus on other goals like returning to the moon, Mike.
In fact, if you notice, the Artemis Orion spacecraft actually looks a lot like Starliner, and that's not a coincidence. I mean, the Boeing company took some ideas from NASA. We shared ideas, as well as the parachute system have a lot of commonality too. In fact, Sunny said, hey, if you were a young astronaut getting ready to go fly to the moon, maybe you want to fly Starliner first because of the commonality, including the display and control system inside. So what this allows us to do by having the Commercial Crew Program, it really allows, because Boeing is working hard, SpaceX is working hard to allow us to fly back and forth to the International Space Station, then NASA can focus, along with the Lockheed Martin company and the other partners, to fly Artemis and go to the moon and allow us to explore, and commercial American companies can establish some great business in low Earth orbit. This is great for new jobs, great for the country.
You guys remember when I said yesterday that Dragon, Starliner, and Orion probably have some commonality on some level yesterday? Well, there you go. Just saying. Just saying. I mean, there you go. That's good to hear. I actually didn't know that. Thanks, Mike. Mike, the tech lead. It's kind of weird that they have this police escort since the road is closed off anyway. Have it, not need it, not have it. That is all.
Only reason we're not 100%. I'm currently watching the 1-minute peak winds at the Slick 41 Tower, where they're headed right now, and the winds have come down a little bit. They were gusting between 20 and 25 knots, and they're down below 20 now. That was expected. Launch weather officer said that could be the case. The other item that the launch team is making sure they keep their eyes on, and the mission team
going by 39A right now,
are the winds along the ascent corridor. So if we take a graphic here, we've got basically the path that the Atlas V and the Starliner will take across the eastern seaboard. That's the direction to the northeast. And you can see all along that eastern seaboard, it's important for the mission team to keep their eyes on the weather all along there, because there are areas in which, if there was something to go wrong with the rocket or the spacecraft, they could abort off the top of the rocket and come back down into a splashdown into the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah, T-Man, it might be too sunny.
All the way along the eastern coast of Canada, where they do have some cool water temperatures. That's a factor when the rescue teams,
I'll answer in a second, Sonics.
Water. But as we understand it, the DET teams, military.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. For step 150, crew transport convoys clearing roadblock. 18 personnel are entering FHA at this time.
Roger.
Hazard area.
A good call out there. We know the roadblock's clear because we can see the crew traveling unencumbered on their way to the launch pad.
If they're going to the ISS for real, why is it called a test? Well, you got to test how this Starliner was specifically built with commercial crew missions to the ISS in mind. That's its mission right now. Now, you don't want to test the capsule that's designed to dock to the ISS without docking to the ISS. Now, Starliner has been up at the station before. It was there on the OFT-2 mission, or the the OFT-2 mission. I was right. But that didn't have crew on board. So test as you fly. That's an emergency helicopter pad right there, in case anybody was wondering what that 6 was in the road. Test as you fly, right? So because this is the first time they're flying with people on it, they're basically going to do a full test of, albeit a little bit condensed, right, of what operational Starliner missions would be like. And that includes going to the ISS and staying up there only for a week and then coming back down. In the future, on Starliner 1, Starliner will be up there for 6 months, tethered to the space station. So this test flight is a condensed version of basically what Starliner will be doing in the future. Yeah, it's important to get this data here. You don't want to send Starliner up there for a long duration mission on its first flight, right? and then have some problem and then have to bring it back down. That'll screw with your crew rotation on the ISS. You don't mess with that. So it's important to do a test flight like this to make sure that the capsule does everything you expect it to do, and it's well understood how it works, and then move to operational missions. So this is basically, think of this like the final exam. It's a final exam for the capsule. You just want to make sure everything's working good before you send it up there and have it sit up there for 6 months. That make sense, dude?
Transport vehicles entered pad.
Roger.
Okay, they're inside of the pad perimeter. Yeah, Roger. All good, man. Here we go.
Sunny says that this is a test pilot's dream to be on this flight. She says she feels like she won the golden ticket. We've also heard Butch talk about how much he loves this spacecraft for its agility. He has even joked at times saying that he could do barrel rolls around the ISS if he wanted to. Of course, we won't see that happen, but he likes to say that is just how nimble the spacecraft is. And of course, they have a lot of experience in different spacecraft.
Crew transport vehicle has arrived at CAD. Roger.
And Dylan, this crew feels very confident with the ride to space on the Atlas, which has a 100% mission success rate.
Yeah,
these
Lauren,
two gentlemen right there.
Atlas 5 Starliner.
Those two guys are part of what's called a pad closeout crew. Basically, these folks here are the last people that the astronauts are going to see. They basically help them get ingress into the capsule. It's a fancy way of saying get in it. And make sure that the hatch is sealed and stuff. Right now, the pad closeout crew and the two astronauts are basically the only people at the pad. You don't want anyone inside the perimeter of a fueled vehicle. That's why they have those roadblocks, just to make sure nobody goes wandering towards that rocket. Cannon fodder, tier 1, 6 month in advance. Holy crap, dude, that really helps me. Thank you very much. Welcome to Mission Control. You are go at throttle up. So right now, Butch and Sunny are going to get into the elevator. They're going to take the elevator up. Thankfully, taking the stairs would be kind of annoying. They're going to get in the elevator. The elevator is going to go up to the level that has the crew access arm on it, or CAA for short. And you see two more of the pad closeout crew there. Once again, they're all masked up, and they've probably been quarantining just as much as the astronauts, not because of COVID or anything, but like I said, you don't want to get a head cold going into space. That would be very bad. That would not be fun. So, the other thing is to prevent what's called FOD, F-O-D for short. You don't want any foreign object debris floating around inside of the capsule. So these guys, like I said, they got hair nets and stuff. Like it's food grade, like health standards here, because you don't want to kick up rocks into the capsule, dust, anything like that could potentially jam up a filter. And I know what people are going to say. Well, you mean the filter's that sensitive? It's not necessarily about it being sensitive, right? They are, because everything on the spaceship has to be really low mass, right? So it's all very delicate equipment, right? Because mass is such a huge constraint. Because remember, whatever you put on the spaceship, you got to accelerate to 27,000 or 17,500 miles an hour, 27,000 kilometers an hour. It takes a lot of energy to do that. So everything on the spaceship has to be light. So a lot of these systems are very precisely engineered. So you don't want FOD getting in there. You don't want nobody kick up sand and rocks from the ground and stuff. You got to be careful about this stuff. You could jam a life support system up. You jam a filter from a CO2 scrubber. Now, you could say, well, why don't they just design it to handle that? Well, it's a spacecraft. You don't design a boat to fly, do you? Oh, well, we got to take into account aerodynamics, hypersonic aerodynamics on this seagoing vessel. No, it's not designed for that. Capsule's designed to be up there, not down here. So they have this white room right here, which is basically a clean area that's a clean room that's maintaining positive pressure. They have an air conditioning system that's blowing air into that room to create a higher pressure inside and create a draft intentionally in the doors. So there's no dust or anything that builds up in there. Yeah, HVAC systems on rockets are super, super important. That's what the white room is for, Rizik, for the most part. Right now, what they're doing, in case anybody's wondering, like, why aren't they going down the crew access arm? Well, they're celebrating here, but they're also taking a piss. It's a long flight. You're gonna be on the capsule for a little while before they can use the toilet. There is onboard systems to be able to handle that. But the launch campaign, right? We still got a little bit of time. You probably want to get those nervous peas out of the way right now. Rick, thanks for the 5 subs, man. Appreciate it.
Roger. We can give go ahead for the PTV to clear the pad.
Roger that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
A nice moment here before
Your tiny baby Jesus.
the hard work of
5 pound, 6 ounce baby
ingressing
Jesus.
into the spacecraft and launching to the International Space Station.
What?
Well, they just cleared the crew transport vehicle to go away, so Butch and Sonny are stuck there now, so they might as well go launch.
Dane Drefke's there, Phil? That's cool. There we go. Yeah, peep the rocket, dude. Awesome. So here's a shot inside of the clean room. It's very clean. Engineers aren't good at coming up with names for things, I'm telling you. But see how the draft is keeping the door open? Bring it in.
Spacecraft and possibly into the space station. We do try to keep a very clean ship both up and down and aboard the space station. Looks like they're saying a quick prayer for a successful mission.
Yeah, these are other pad team members who are in the white room now.
It's a very sterile environment in there.
The white room, a literal name for this room from back in the Gemini era to quite literally describe this room that will
with black curtains
be the last stop before they get into
Let's
the
go.
Starliner spacecraft. It's environmentally controlled to keep out dust and dirt and humidity.
They're very, very actual names, very deliberate names, Ono, yeah.
So it has more pressure inside so that no air can come inside to the white room, and it all blows out. So even the door that goes to the white room was always cracked open a little bit to let the extra air out. And this is how to keep.
I'm getting pretty good at this, dudes. Your boy's getting pretty good. Getting pretty good at this.
So for the first launch attempt, to the left of the hatch.
So if you notice, they have HVAC going into the capsule right now. The reason why? Capsule isn't powered on. The environmental control systems aren't on in the capsule. Why would you have that on right now? You can use the white room, and you could save some consumables on the capsule. So until they close, obviously they're going to turn it on before they close the hatch. You don't want to suffocate in there, right? But right now, while they're ingressing, there's no point in using the consumables that are on the capsule. You don't want to use up all the air on that thing. So they're thermally conditioning the capsule right now and providing air in there. So, why would you use the capsule's onboard systems? You're on the ground. Use the white room, right? So that's what this is. It's also maintaining positive pressure inside of the capsule as well. It's pumping air in there. So there's a draft here, and then there's a draft going out the white room door as well, like what Mike just said. If you notice, the doors going into this white room at the end of the crew access arm, one of them is cracked.
Attempt.
Yeah, baby.
Looks like Butch's wrist light is working.
See the white room right there?
He has a good
with
sense
black
of humor,
curtains,
and so he showed it to us that his wrist light was working. It is a little bit dark sometimes in the capsule, so inside the spacecraft. So having an extra source of light, like we all do at home.
No, Panderific, no delay. Everything's good on the timelines right now.
We don't have cell phones, so of course we have an extra wrist light.
Yeah, off to the left side, off camera a bit, pad team members are going through what's called his helmet bag, right, Mike?
Yeah, the Boeing designed and manufactured this helmet bag that has everything that you need: the gloves, the head protection, the chippa, as well as any wristwatches, and wrist lights, and things like that, and
operating table levels of
that were needed, and
cleanliness here.
Boards. So everything that you need
for the
is
same
in one
reasons,
place,
dude. You don't,
and
like Reindeer, you said you use the same principle in the operating room, right? Like. When you're in the OR, you want to minimize foreign objects, right? Because of infection. So it's a very sterile environment. Same reasons, a little bit of a different outcome, right? But yeah, that's the idea. Here we go. Shot inside of the capsule. Here, Barry's getting in. I think it's cool, CVF. I think the soft helmet is a really cool idea.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. For step 160, 16 personnel have exited the FHA roadblock.
Roger.
The crew transport vehicle has left the pad.
That folks have left the pad as well as the flight hazard area. So the area that's designated as where we don't want people to
Rick,
be.
this is the best part, man.
So that's that call out there. And now we are watching Butch getting settled into Starliner. And Sunny is currently outside. What we'll see is Butch will fully ingress and get himself situated before Sunny ingresses. So to walk
little
us
flaps
through
above the door to
what we're
maintain
about
pressure,
to see with
keeps the
Butch,
dust
let's
down.
head back over to the ASOC with Lauren and Dylan.
Hey, Megan. Yeah, we just saw a Butch sort of slide across.
You can fit 5 people in there.
To get into his captain seat. That is what this first position is known here as.
SCP, what are those 4 towers around the pad? Good question. Lightning rods. There's a lot of thunderstorms in Florida. If you live there, or if you've been there, thunderstorms, a lot of lightning. You don't want that hitting the fully fueled rocket. NASA tried that once on Apollo 12, and yeah, that doesn't end very well. Actually, it's a fun fact. Apollo 12, right after it launched, right, got hit by lightning twice. And the lightning made a circuit, because electricity always finds the path of least resistance, right? So when they launched the Saturn V, they launched it in conditions where Saturn V turned into a gigantic lightning rod. And lightning hit it, it arced down the rocket, down the plume, and hit the launch tower, and created a circuit for a second, created a short circuit for a second. Can you imagine the pucker factor? Having your rocket short out right after liftoff? What happened was it shorted out a system on the Apollo command service module called the signal condition electronics. What signal condition electronics basically do is power the antennas on the vehicle. Yeah. And dude, the crew started freaking out. They were like, yep, we got a problem, because the console on the command service module turned into a freaking disco show, like a freaking nightclub. Like all the lights are going off, master caution, everything. It was like, like, can you imagine? You're in the biggest rocket. You got 7.5 million pounds of thrust behind you, hurling up into space, right? And dude, the thing's like, the computers on the vehicle are like, yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what just happened. Luckily, there was a flight controller in the position in the ECOM position in Houston. The ECOM position is the guy, so ECOM, E-E-C-O-M. It's basically usually an electrical engineer or something, somebody that's familiar with the power systems on the vehicle. The ECOM position still exists. There's an ECOM for Starliner in Houston right now in the flight in the flight control room, right? And the ECOM that was on console that day is a guy by the name of John Aaron. And because he'd done so much training and testing and helped develop the Apollo capsule, believe it or not, he saw this failure mode in training at some point and told them, the astronauts are freaking out, going, yep, main caution, master caution, oh crap, what's going on? I don't know what's happening, right? He said, he got on the comm loop, he got on the main loop, and signaled to him, he said, hey, ECOM, try SCE to auxiliary. This is the switch. I have a copy of the switch on my desk. Flip SCE to auxiliary power. They switched the signal condition electronics to auxiliary power, and it fixed it. And Saturn V flew perfectly fine into space on Apollo 12, and Al Bean and Pete Conrad walked on the moon. Third and fourth guy to walk on the moon behind Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin. Yep. It's pretty funny because after that, the crew got so ridiculously nervous that they were nervously laughing all the way up into space. Go look up the mission loops on that. It's pretty funny, actually. They were like, it worked. Holy crap. Oh, we almost died. Holy crap. All right, let's go to the moon now. Yeah. That's why those lightning rods are there. There's also a weather rule that NASA has abided by, and pretty much every country has abided by up until now. Not up until now. Pretty much every country just abides by this rule. It's called the surface electric field rule. It's a commit criteria condition for weather. The surface electric field rule basically says, don't do what Apollo 12 did. Do not do that. Don't launch the rocket in a condition where it becomes a lightning rod. And don't put the rocket in any condition where it becomes a lightning rod. So there you go. That's why the lightning rods are there. You do not want lightning hitting that thing. Like I said, they tried that once. It almost didn't end well. It was close. Very, very big pucker moment right there. It's just the suit. They're inflating the suits. Is it his suit or is he a little out of shape? The suits are a little chunky because they're designed to be pressurized. They inflate like a balloon. So yeah, it kind of looks like the Michelin Man there. Marrakesh had a 50-month resub. CBF had a 6-month resub. Yeah, that's the SC auxiliary guy. Yep. John Aaron. Steely-eyed missile man. If you've ever seen The Martian, yeah, they were referencing. That's what Rich Parnell was. He was referenced as a steely-eyed missile man. It's a reference to Apollo 12. Do we have an image of Starliner's console? It kind of looks like an airplane, dude. For the good. 5 a month. Or not 5 months. Sorry, I'm still waking up. I need more coffee. I don't usually stream this early. That was 5 subs gifted. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it, dude. Why don't all pads have them? Most of the pads down there do. Some of them have a singular lightning rod on top of the fixed service structure. 39A has 1 lightning rod. 39B has 3 lightning towers. Slick 40 and Slick 41 both have this lightning rod configuration. 40 and 41, despite launching 2 or 3 completely different rockets now at this point, have the same lightning rod setup because they were both Titan pads. These Slick 40, which is over here, and Slick 41 were both part of the Air Force's Titan ITL. So the Integrate Transfer and Launch Facility, which was a gigantic launch facility that was designed to launch Titan 3, so it was Titan 3A, Titan 3B, Titan Centaur, Titan Transstage, and Titan 4. I think there was probably more. Titan was the Air Force's champion from the 60s until the 2000s. And when Titan eventually got too expensive to operate, they shuttered the pads and leased one to ULA and leased the other to SpaceX. And now SpaceX and Falcon 9 use pad 40, and ULA uses 41 with Atlas V and Vulcan. Pretty cool. You can see the original Titan causeway is right there. It used to go down to a transfer building way back there called the SMARF, Solid Rocket Motor Assembly Facility. Guess what they did in there? Bet you can't guess. Kralani had a 106-month resub. Thank you. Thank you. SMARFed. Yeah. Solid Rocket Motor Assembly Facility. Yeah. So what they would do is they would stack. So Titan has big solid rocket boosters on the sides, right? Titan 3 does. And what they would do is they'd stack the Titan rocket and they'd move it on a gigantic mobile launcher that goes down that track, the railroad tracks. And they would move it to the Solid Rocket Motor Assembly Facility and they put the solid rocket boosters on it, and then they could roll it to 40 or 41. It's called the ITL complex. Integrate, Transfer, and Launch. It's pretty impressive. Pretty impressive integrated system. They basically made an assembly line for Titans. Now, if you've heard that name Titan before, Titan was originally derived as an ICBM. Titan 1 was designed as an early ICBM that the DoD helped develop. And then Titan 2, a little bit later, Titan 2 was a big deal at the time because it was using hypergolic propellants. Hypergolic propellants don't boil off. They're not super cold. They're not cryogenic. They can sit there in a silo, hint, for a very long period of time, and you don't have to worry about it. The problem with hypergolic propellants is that if you breathe the fumes from either one of the liquid fuel or oxidizer, which is monomethylhydrazine or nitrogen tetroxide, you die. So yeah, yeah, you don't want to just leave that in a silo. You have to wear a spacesuit if you want to get near the rocket. Actually, they're called scape suits if you really want to know. That's also part of the reason, tying this back into Starliner, why they didn't bother changing the helium flange, because you have to access the hydrazine systems you have to get into the hydrazine systems to start taking that apart. That's very risky. You don't want to do that. So it's easier to just live with the leak. But anyway, going back to Titan, after they figured out that you should probably use like a solid rocket booster for an ICBM, they started figuring that. The Air Force and the DoD started figuring that out in the 70s, right? They used Titan as a retaliatory strike ICBM, but Titan really found its feet when it became a Department of Defense satellite launch vehicle. So Titan 3, and then later Titan 4. And that's what the ITL complex was built for. Not for ICBMs. It was built for launching spy satellites and other Department of Defense payloads. But you get the idea. Pretty cool. A lot of history at these pads. A lot of history.
For NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test mission to the International Space Station. Life in Tennessee, God's country. That's where I grew up. Very fortunate, had loving parents, took us to church. When I was young, 7 years old, I believe, they bought a little land out in the country, 6 acres or so. We had horses and cows, and I raised chickens and ducks and just enjoyed life in the country. I went to Tennessee Tech, started working on an electrical engineering degree, and played football, which was a very difficult combination, I learned, because they're both full-time jobs. So it was a lot of effort over those years, but it molded me and it helped instill the work ethic my parents had instilled in me when I was younger. I entered the Navy and was fortunate to fly the A-7E. It was a single-seat attack aircraft. And I flew that for a couple of deployments. And then I transitioned to the F-18 Hornet, and through that process was selected in the test pilot program. You learn a lot about yourself as you go through test pilot school, where you're lacking in certain capabilities that are necessary to do a test pilot.
MiG-29, dude.
When it comes to flight tests, the minute details matter. When we're doing our runs, hey, well, let's run it this way. Let's do it that way. Let's add this in. Let's take that out. And let's look at it in that regime so we can see how the spacecraft responds. And that's what you do with aircraft, that's what you do with spacecraft, and that's what this test is all about. This crew flight test is a series of these various tests to ensure that the operational requirements and the design meets those requirements.
I'm a Delta guy.
I think everybody that does flight tests would agree. Focus, understanding, and also the team coming together to give you the overall understanding of the test and the capabilities of the spacecraft or aircraft that you're testing is vital. Sitting in this seat over here in the Starliner Sim and doing the things we've done and learning about the spacecraft, developing a lot of the capabilities of the spacecraft, it's very humbling when you see and you interact with some of these professionals, and our human spaceflight and our nation has a debt of gratitude to them. Every single training evolution we have is brand new. We're the first to do it. Whether it is checking the survival equipment in the pool with a mock-up of the spacecraft and how you egress, get out of the spacecraft, whether it's the side hatch or the upper hatch, while the seas are rough and all those type of things. There's a thought of how things should be, but then there's the reality of how things need to be. And that's what this test is all. Everything we do is test. It's been a process over years that is such a benefit in all aspects of the capabilities of this spacecraft. And we're excited to be a part of it.
Nice hot box. I think Barry's being a little humble there in that regard. He's a Top Gun pilot. Yeah. Or was a Top Gun pilot. Yes. That Top Gun. Yeah. Like the movie. Yeah. Top Gun pilot. Yeah. He's being a little humble there. Just saying.
With our team and
just putting it out there.
Are able to make changes, say if they don't like something or they want something to be different.
Wonder if he knows Topper Harley.
They really are the first two to pave the way.
I don't think so.
For their comrades in the astronaut office. So when they get up into space, they're going to put this spacecraft through the ringer. They are both test pilots at heart. It's what they did in the Navy, and they love this job. I think I mentioned earlier that, as Sunny said, she feels like...
Actually, funny enough, the guy that he flew with in Top Gun is also an astronaut, or a former astronaut, Chris Ferguson. Chris Ferguson commanded the last shuttle mission, STS-135. Yeah, and Barry's on Capcom for him. Fun fact. So yeah, no, his wingman's still around. He helped engineer Starliner, by the way. Yeah, Chris Ferguson works for Boeing. He was like chief designer and engineer for, well, chief test pilot, I guess, for Starliner. So there's a lot of heritage built into this thing.
Other times. He's the senior project engineer covering Boeing's Florida Space Coast. He's also a private pilot, so they have that in common. And in the past, he's worked on F-15s, F-18 Super Hornets.
That's
and
correct. Yep. He's going to command this, but he
Boeing.
Decided to step down because he wanted to.
Part of the build and development of Starliner.
Wanted to be there for his daughter's wedding.
So he's been waiting a long time for this day, just like many others on the program, and he could not be more excited. It's pretty cool to interview him because
after liftoff, how long? They're going to coast in low Earth in a parking low Earth orbit below the ISS for about a day. They'll be at the ISS before the end of the weekend. 24-hour coast period. It's just to make sure that all systems are good. You don't want to send this thing like immediately to the ISS when like a newer design. The reason why, if the thing has problems, you don't want it having problems near the multi-bajillion-dollar space station. Yeah, that probably not a good idea. Putting it out there. The other thing is that you don't want to potentially endanger more lives. That's probably the more important one here. There's a lot of, like if the capsule's having problems and it's near the space station, now the space station has problems. You don't want to do that. So what they're going to do is they're going to get up there. They're going to coast for about 24 hours. Do a couple, 24 hours should be 13 orbits, right? And then during those 13 orbits, they'll initiate what's called a transfer burn to the ISS, which is a very, very slow approach, right? It's a very slow approach, very slow, very deliberate approach towards the ISS just to make sure that nothing goes wrong with this thing before they get there. Now, don't get me wrong. It's not like they wouldn't do this with another capsule. Like, it's not like we got to be careful because it's Starliner and it's had problems before. No. Dragon was the same way. DM2, Bob and Doug did the same exact thing. They stayed up there for 24 hours before they started what's called, well, it wasn't 24 hours exactly, but it was about 24-hour trip to get to the ISS before they initiated rendezvous proximity operations. So RPO. There's a phase of the mission, Starliner and Dragon, called RPOD. The shuttle did the same thing. What that stands for is Rendezvous Proximity Operations and Docking, RPOD. RPOD, whatever, you call it whatever you want. There's acronyms all over the place here, man. Plain English way of saying that, capsule, station, now kiss. Make sense? So you don't want to do that right away because you want to make sure that the capsule's good to go. You want to make sure that Calypso, this capsule, and her crew on board, Barry and Sonny, are absolute 100% good to go to initiate RPOD. It's a huge part of the mission. Now, I know, if you've ever played Kerbal, it's like, just docking stuff together, whatever. There's a lot to consider when you put another capsule on the ISS. It doesn't matter if it's a Dragon, doesn't matter if it's a Progress, Soyuz, Starliner, whatever. Adding another capsule changes the configuration of the ISS. The docking systems that NASA uses right here, the International Docking System Standard, that's the docking system that both Starliner and Dragon use, have the capability for power, right? Their power and data signals are transferred through the docking port. There's basically plugs on the front of it. So when it docks, the two plugs plug into them, they plug into the station. And that means they can shut the capsule off, right? They can put the capsule in safe mode, basically, or standby mode, right? And because of this, you're changing power consumption needs on the ISS. Power is at a premium up there. That's the reason why the ISS has those big honking solar panels on it. Power is at a premium. You got to be very careful about this. That's not something that people think about. You don't want to undervolt something on the space station. That would be very bad. You don't want to undervolt the life support systems, right? So like if you draw too much power, right, you draw too much, like the capsule. If the capsule draws too much power, you could undervolt or underpower your life support systems, and then you can't breathe. Don't want to do that. So once again, you got to make sure that the capsule's in tip-top. RPOD is something that needs to be, you got to take that very seriously because you're changing the configuration of the ISS. It is a big deal putting another spaceship on that space station. It's already big enough. It already has a lot of crazy stuff going on. Can you believe that they did that with the shuttle like 35 times? The shuttle is gigantic. I'm telling you, that was some of the coolest things that I've ever witnessed personally. Like, not actually, I wasn't there. Like on TV, that's some of the coolest things I've ever seen. Seeing that big old shuttle dock to the space station, it was wild. It was wild. But, you know, hopefully we get to see another one dock here in the next couple of days. That'd be great. Always psyched for new spacecraft, man. Cosmic Hippo, wonderful community. I'm asking a lot of questions, and there's a wealth of knowledge here between EJ and chat. We try, dude. Creep Show, what'd you ask? I'm a new reviewer, so I'm just genuinely curious. How did you get so knowledgeable about this stuff? Just research and whatnot. Dude, I read. I read a lot, and I listen. That's the important part. That is one of the best things that learning about spaceflight and spaceflight in general has taught me. Sometimes it's best to shut up and listen. I watch all the press conferences that NASA goes through. I watch all the pressers, everything, as much as I possibly can when it comes to spacecraft, and I read as much as I possibly can about this stuff. I've been doing it for a decade. I know what I'm talking about. I'm confident in my abilities to be able to convey this information correctly, and that's not an easy thing to do. That did not happen overnight. It takes time. But this is my thing, dude. I love communicating. I love communicating engineering, like teaching people about how it works. And more importantly, my favorite thing to do is, like, you know, you see other people say, like, there are other communicators that say, like, oh, space is hard, but nobody ever delves into why. I like to explain that. That's my favorite part. And doing that requires more than just a superfluous level of what's going on here. You got to understand the engineering, and you got to understand the mentality behind the engineering. That has been the hardest thing to learn. Engineers don't think right. It's all super counterintuitive, right? But it's deeply rooted in cold logic and common sense, which some people can understand that, right? You know, if you have a problem with your capsule and you get near the space station, now you have a problem with your capsule and your space station. So they're going to coast for 24 hours and make sure they don't have a problem with the capsule, right? That's just cold logic. That makes perfect sense, right? But nobody ever explains it that way, right? Like that's what I like doing. I like putting it in a way that brings it kind of back, because this is all very, very common sense stuff, but this is a very uncommon thing to the average person, which I think is super cool. But yeah, how did I learn all this? A lot of research, a lot of time, a lot of perseverance. It's tough. This is difficult stuff to understand.
Starliner named Calypso as his ship was named Calypso. And speaking of Calypso, be on the lookout for a
try KTR
zero gravity indicator.
I also play video games on here because it's Twitch. Should probably play video games.
In the first launch attempt, very briefly.
Try to find ways to break stuff.
Indicator is usually a soft toy that a crew picks to fly with them.
Sunny's in the capsule now.
Once the toy begins to float, it's that visual indicator that they have reached the weightlessness of microgravity. Because again, they are buckled in, snug, safely in Starliner. So really the only thing that should be floating around is that zero-G indicator. And Sunny's niece
not at all,
and
Phil.
nephew helped her choose this zero gravity indicator.
So they're talking about the zero-G indicator. Phil, you asked a good question. Are you worried about the notion that it's a Boeing capsule? It feels like the helium leak falls in line with hundreds of insane issues plaguing their planes. No. I'll get more into that in a second. Hold on, I want to hear this.
Sunny wanted to choose an indicator that raised awareness for how space and ocean research go together. After all, you know, space gives us a unique vantage point of our oceans. This particular narwhal toy was coincidentally also named Calypso, which is part of the reason why they chose the toy.
That's not a coincidence.
And just so we get a better view for it, because it is kind of hard. So what we expect to see, right, is Sunny after she is buckled in.
Okay. Anyway, that's not what coincidence is. Anyway, the Uniwhale, that's right. So that's their zero-G indicator. You know, that's actually borrowed from NASA's Russian counterparts. That's what they did. They hang a zero-G indicator from the console here, and when the thing starts floating around, that's when you know you're in space. Yeah, that's a tradition from Roscosmos, believe it or not. They didn't do that on the shuttle. Where's the abort system located on this vehicle? It's integrated into the service module, Dead Scum. It uses an integrated launch escape system similar to Dragon, but obviously Starliner's service module separates. There's 4 what are called RS-88 hypergolic rocket engines built into the service module. You can't see them. They're covered by the aero shell. So if we're looking at the capsule kind of from the front view, there's 2 and 2 right here. But they're on the service module. And once again, the aero skirt on Starliner and Atlas V and the N22 configuration is covering them up. You'll see them during separation if we get to that point today. Anyway, Phil, am I worried about this being a Boeing cap? No. See these 3? 1, 2, and 3. So you got Mike Fink, Sonny Williams, Barry Wilmore. They're all test pilots. Barry being a Top Gun pilot. They helped design this capsule. Those 3 and Chris Ferguson, who, once again, another Top Gun pilot, and all had input on designing this capsule. Okay? Now, does that mean that it's the end-all, be-all? Would you let Jebediah Kerman design a capsule? I don't know. That depends. I think these guys have a little more chill than Jeb does, if you know what I'm saying, right? Now, I mean, look, he's sleeping. Barry's catching some Z's right now. No joke. He's just chilling. He's cool. Look, he's catching it. That man is sleeping. That man is playing Galaga. Thought we wouldn't know. No, he's catching some Z's right now. You got some downtime. Sleep. So, do I think this is a problem? No. You know why? Because those 4, so Mike, Sonny, Barry, Chris, they're willing to get into the damn thing. And they helped design it. They're familiar with all the systems. They were there during the entire development of this capsule. It's not like they put them in there cold turkey. You know what I mean? If they say it's good, it's good. I got to believe them. They know a lot more about this stuff than I do. That's my biggest indicator that it's fine. If they're confident that the leak is cool, it's fine.
We were the strange family who had pictures and diagrams of brains on our dining room table. My older brother went to the Naval Academy. I started researching a little bit and I thought, well, what the heck, I'll try this out. And when I went, I found that I really loved it. Teamwork, followership, leadership, those opportunities that we had right from the very beginning, and to accomplish something a little bit bigger than yourself. And I think that paved the way for the rest of my career. Got a basic engineering degree from the Naval Academy. I really didn't know what it was all about when I went through that course curriculum, but when I went to test pilot school, all of that stuff sort of gelled together. I was like, oh wow, this is why we do math modeling. This is how we try to predict how changing an engine is going to affect the way the helicopter flies. Time on the International Space Station is priceless. People always ask, do you get bored, or, is it terrible being up there for a long period of time? And for me, I loved every minute. There was always something to do. You wake up, you look at your timeline like, wow, I got to do this experiment today. I got to get ready for a spacewalk. Every day was different. And just life on the space station becomes routine, which is sort of crazy to think about it. At one point in time on my first mission, I was like, I don't even remember really what it's like to walk. I've been flying around for so long. I don't even know what it's like to sit down. I got assigned to the commercial crew cadre in 2015. We went to the companies, found out the shell of their programs, and then actually started working with them to make them what they are today to accommodate astronauts. For Starliner, we've been heavily involved in the last couple of years in the software with the folks doing the development to make sure its capability will allow us to come home. And we've been involved with all the suit development, making sure every different size of person could fit in all these suits and they could operate the spacecraft adequately. We've had our fingers on every single procedure that we work inside the cockpit, as well as operated it with our mission control team to make sure that everything that future crews will do will be right. We haven't had the classic training as we had for Shuttle and Soyuz. We've sort of helped develop the training as well as the hardware. And this is sort of the shape of things to come as we get ready to go back to the moon. All of that is going to be developmental, and we're going to have the same mindset. It's not already established. We all have to be part of this big team to help develop it and make sure that integration, as the astronauts use all this equipment, is going to be top-notch and ready to take us even further.
really cool to see both Sonny and Butch's background, and again, you know, how they've got to this moment.
Pretty cool.
And they're different backgrounds, right?
Yeah, I always feel a little bit inadequate when I hear astronauts talk about their life. I'm like, I stream on Twitch. That's cool, right? Oh, frick. But, you know, like, here's the other thing. Like, you know, you see that and they're like, damn, these people are on another level. You know what I'm saying? They're on another level. I don't see that and get discouraged. I see that and get motivated. You know what I mean? Like, it's very inspiring stuff. Like, dude, that guy is a Top Gun pilot. Sonny's a freaking Air Force test pilot. Like, that's awesome. That's so cool. It's very, very, very inspiring stuff. You know, I see that. I'm like, that's cool. I gotta work harder. You know what I mean? Sonny is from my neck of the woods. That's right. She grew up probably, I don't know, 3 or 4 miles away from where I grew up, something like that. Like pro athletes, not everybody can do it. Yeah, straight up. But Gotts, here's the thing. Wayne Gretzky, people didn't look at Wayne Gretzky and say, oh, I'm never going to be a hockey player. That guy's on another level. No. I contend to say that, you know, he made people want to play hockey more. And whenever I hear these guys talk, it just makes me want to learn about this stuff even more. It makes me want to be better at what I do, which is, it's cool, man. There's not a lot of things out there that give you that kind of like, yeah, feeling, you know what I mean? It's very, very inspiring stuff. Dude, freaking get some, man. I'm getting like hyped up just thinking about it. They didn't reach his level, though. Hey, man, if, you know, you saw Wayne Gretzky and decided to be a hockey player and you made it to the NHL, I'd say you're doing pretty good. Not everybody out there is going to be a Neil Armstrong, right? Or Buzz Aldrin or John Young, but dude, I'd be content with doing this. Like, that's fine. Like, I'll test your capsule for you. Let's go, you know?
Butch and Sonny for looking out for others.
Oh, that's really sweet. Yeah, it's been very thoughtful.
I'm trying, henchman.
The whole
Good, loves your space coverage, and if he becomes an astronaut, I owe a lot of it to you.
Call people, acknowledge people, hand out flowers, and now
get some. Yeah, right. Like, in order to keep it in perspective, right? Like, yeah, okay. They ain't Wayne Gretzky, but
that we might be running a little bit early.
You wouldn't want to do this.
Are built for 4 people.
I'm in, man. Let's go.
Getting ready for Starliner 1.
Let's do it, man.
Go check 5.
NPRV, unlocked, extended, and capture push station.
Are we the cheerleaders?
Copies all.
Yeah.
So that's the negative pressure relief valve right behind.
Give me the pom-poms. Let's do this.
Copy. 202 monitors being removed from the vehicle.
Right behind Sonny's
The
head,
valve is still leaking, Hazanku, but it's an acceptable risk.
And pretty soon close the hatch.
We're coming up on hatch closure here, so I'm going to try to get this done quick. The helium valve on the port side doghouse OMAC thruster is still leaking. It is not leaking a lot. The margins on the helium tanks, which are in double redundancy, might I add, are enough to be able to deal with the leak like this. And this is something that I wanted to finish, but we started talking about astronauts and how cool they are, which is, I mean, I could do that anytime, right? But something that's important to understand, like, not only are the astronauts cool with it, but the engineers are good with it too. Now, here's the thing, and here's the dirty little secret that they don't really mention, all right? They're not telling you this. One easy trick. NASA scientists hate him. No, this is the dirty little secret that they really don't tell you. Every spacecraft leaks helium. Every single one of them. There's no... Dragon does it all the time. Well, not all the time. SpaceX's high frequency of flight has probably awarded them a lot of data and a lot of telemetry to be able to address and fix these problems because they fly a lot, which has always been my argument. The more you fly the capsule, the more you fly the vehicle, the more you're going to understand it. And the more reliability, the less likely you are to have a problem, right? Look at Falcon 9. It's nuts. I want Starliner to fly more, to be honest with you. The more you fly it, the more you're going to understand, the better the vehicle gets, right? Now, with all that being said, right, helium helium always leaks, guys. Every single capsule. Steve Stitch, the director of the commercial crew program, so he oversees the NASA end of the Dragon 2 flights to the space station and Starliner flights to the space station. He said in a press interview, it was 2 weeks ago, there was the Starliner pre-flight press conference. This was actually it was the post-scrub press conference. The NASA does a lot of press conferences, and that's where you get the meat and potatoes about spacecraft design. If you guys want to learn about this stuff, listen to the press conferences. Listen to what NASA and Boeing and SpaceX and everybody has to say. That's where you learn the most. I'm dead serious about that. Press conferences happen all the time. It's good to hear that stuff about the capsules, right? So at the press conference, Steve Stitch basically said every spacecraft that he has been involved with, and Steve Stitch was a flight controller during the shuttle program. He basically said that the shuttle leaked helium, Starliner leaks helium, Dragons leaked helium before. It happens. It happens all the time. Now, I know what people are going to say. I know where your brain's going. Why the heck are they cool with a helium leak? Why would you be cool with a spacecraft leaking on, like, that's not good. You don't want it to leak anything, right? The only leak you want is the people peeing into the toilet, right? Like, that's the only one you want, right? What the heck? Why can't we do this? Well, okay, here's the thing. Helium is very, very good at what it does. Now, in Starliner's case, where it's leaking, it's being used as a pneumatic valve actuator, okay? So the reaction control system engines have basically two injectors, right? They're kind of like a fuel injector, right? But a fuel injector on like a car, for instance, right, uses an electronic solenoid to open and close a valve. These ones use a pneumatic solenoid. Now, why? Why would you use pneumatics over an electrical injector? Why would you do that? Well, long story short, you don't need electrical signal near your rocket fuel. That's bad. That's where helium comes in. Helium's inert gas, non-reactive, noble gas. It's inert. It's very, very, very light, quote unquote. It's very light. Lighter than air. No. Helium's atomic mass is extremely low. It is a very, very low mass module. It's very good for spacecraft. And it's also good for talking like this. Go figure. Don't ask me how I did that. I don't have helium near me, trust me. But I might, though. All right, anyway. So for valve actuation on thrusters, the thrusters are inside these nacelles here. They're called dog houses and there's 4 of them on the capsule. Now, why would you use it as a valve actuator? Because it's super light and it's inert. So because, once again, you don't want spark near your rocket fuel where it's not needed, right? You don't need a spark plug to use those thrusters on the service module. They're hypergolic. So basically, they're two very, very potent chemicals that when they touch each other, they explode. You ever seen Die Hard 3? Kind of like that. Same idea, right? Die Hard 3? Anybody? Yeah. It's a binary liquid like epoxy. Okay, if you don't understand the reference, you're probably confused. When they hit each other, they blow up. You don't need a source of ignition. When they chemically combine, combustion happens, right? So there's probably a reason why you don't want spark near any of that. Just putting it out there. They probably don't react well to heat or react well to bullets. Anyway, so they use helium as a pneumatic actuator. Now, once again, the benefits of helium, right, as an inert gas that's non-reactive, also superconductive of heat, but that's not really in the application of the service module. That's another story. Great for being used as a heat exchanger. It is on some other spacecraft designs, but not this one. But just a side note, log that one back there. It's really alluring to use, but there's a trade-off. There's always a trade-off with engineering. The trade-off is because it's so freaking small, it likes to leak right past flanges because it's so small. Helium is super tiny, like super tiny, right? And that's the allure of it. It's super low mass, so it's great for a pneumatic actuation system because that would be lighter than any other system, right? That's why they do it, right? It's also great as being used. Helium is also used in rocket applications in what's called tank ullage. Ullage, it's a fun word to say, ULLAGE, right? It's used to back pressurize the fuel tanks. and the hypergolic systems on the service module to on the service module, helium is used to back pressurize it so they get pressure to the thrusters, to those injectors that I was telling you about. Very smart system. But on rockets, on like a liquid fuel rocket, like the non-hypergolic bits down here, helium is used as a tankage to keep the pressure up in your fuel tank so the propellants feed at a constant rate into your rocket engine. That's probably something you want. You don't want your rocket to asphyxiate. That would be very bad for it. It's called a liquid fuel rocket engine for a reason. Yeah. If gas goes into it and not liquid goes into it, that usually results in something exploding, not in the way that you want. Remember, a rocket engine is a controlled explosion. It's an explosion that's being channeled out of a funnel. It's called convergent divergent rocket design, right? So it looks like a bell almost, right? Or like an hourglass. Yeah, all that does is just make the explosion go out the back. I always say if your rocket is exploding, that's good in one direction. If it's exploding in multiple directions, you got a problem. Probably should figure that one out. So the crews are on board, ARJ. Yep. Centaur top-off valve is not working. Team is investigating. Got it. Yeah. So, anyway, helium has a lot of allure. It has a lot of benefits, but there's also a downside to it. The downside to it is that it's so small it leaks. And the fact that there's 28 of those thrusters and one of them is going wrong tells me that it's not a design problem. So a technician probably torqued that and pinched the gasket a little bit. That happens. There's nothing you can do. That has nothing to do with the design, Phil. Right? That has nothing to do with it. Like, I mean, that's just a teething problem. This happens.
In the meantime, we are still proceeding towards launch. And again, are early in the countdown. They were expecting to be
so I'm not worried.
Closing the hatch around 1 hour
it's Boeing
and
design. Who cares?
To launch.
It's good.
But here we are at 2 hours and 13 minutes to launch. We see Butch and Sunny inside Starliner. And I don't see any pad team members because I believe they have, they're all outside there of the white room. So basically what's happening now are hatch closure preps. So the pad team has gone through the Starliner spacecraft to make sure anything that isn't supposed to be in there is taken out. And now, Mike, they are outside and making preparations to close the hatch.
Yes,
Centaur top-off valve.
One of the things that we have, or the
Mike,
seal
exactly.
around the hatch is really important.
If anything, it's a processing problem. Processing problems can be fixed. That has nothing to do with the design. I mean, the thrusters on Starliner are derived from the space shuttle. A lot of Starliner's parts are derived from the shuttle. It's basically the service module is basically a shuttle orbital maneuvering pod that's cylindrically shaped instead of the weird pods that were on the back of the shuttle. It's almost the exact same thing. All the systems are borrowed from the shuttle, which is cool. I think that's really neat. There's heritage in those designs. The reason why they would reuse something like that is because, dude, designing rocket engines is tough and very costly. It takes time. So reusing heritage systems like that in this particular case is totally cool. Totally, that's a great idea. And most of them work. Once again, that's an inexperience, a processing problem. That just comes from not launching this capsule a lot, right? But that should change in the future, which is great.
The really neat thing is that once they close that hatch, it will not open again.
What rear axle gear ratio is it using?
Southwestern desert of the U.S.
Atlas definitely got 410s. It's got a 410 out back. She boogies, man. Especially in this configuration. They got 2 solid rocket boosters down there. She boogies.
Of our space.
Centaurs and stop flow. Uh-oh.
You know, this is the first time I'm going to see a
Starliner
launch. I missed the first 2. I was in helping support.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with this read, and then
So I'm personally looking really forward. It's right behind us. And
why use this old crap? Because we got here we go. Why use this old stuff when we got SpaceX rockets? I'm going to leave the audio on in case there's anything else on the comm loops here. Okay. I'll try to keep the volume low, but. Yeah, in case I missed something, fellas, keep me in the loop. Sorry, there's a lot to explain here. Oh, some ice came off. That's normal. So, Payne, that's a good question. Why are we using this? We got Falcon 9 and Dragon, right? Well, okay, here's the thing. All right, you got to understand what the Commercial Crew program, the program that gave us Dragon 2 and Falcon 9. Well, not, yeah, you could say it didn't give us Falcon 9. That was more Commercial Orbital Transport Services, a program called Commercial Resupply, right? That's what really gave us Falcon 9, right? That was the seed money for SpaceX to develop that launch vehicle so they could pursue partial reuse, et cetera, et cetera. But the Dragon 2, the crewed Dragon capsule, is there because of Commercial Crew. So, Payne, you got to understand what Commercial Crew is trying to solve, all right? So, the biggest thing about Commercial Crew, the biggest thing that it's trying to solve is a way for NASA to get astronauts into low Earth orbit. Right now, it's primarily to the ISS, but in the future, it could be to other space stations, right? The whole idea is to bolster a low Earth orbit economy, basically open up low Earth orbit to commercial space flight. That's the whole idea, because NASA has been in low Earth orbit for the past 30 freaking years. Would I have liked the shuttle program to send people back to the moon like it was supposed to? Yeah, absolutely. But that didn't happen here. It's got positive traction. Can't do it without sorry. Anyway, NASA's been in low Earth orbit, dude. I'm not going to say there's nothing else to learn. There's always something to learn. That's the beauty of space flight. There's always something to learn. Yes, it's a manual checklist. Old school, baby. It's cool, man. Anyway, but they do have tablets. They do have redundant tablet checklists, just in case anybody was wondering. They talked about that before. But once again, you got to understand what it's trying to do. Now, obviously, right now, SpaceX is eating Boeing's lunch when it comes to launching people into space. Oh, yeah, no, I'm not doubting that. But Commercial Crew is aiming to solve a problem of basically getting some competition, relatively some competition in low Earth orbit when NASA is going to be busy going back to the moon or going back to Mars or whatever, right? That's the whole idea. Now, the other thing is that NASA, this is a hedge against putting all your eggs in one basket, right? Well, everybody's familiar with that phrase. How does that apply to spaceflight? I love that movie. Yes. The two youths. Two what? What is a youth? Oh, sorry, the two youths in the spacecraft. No, I'm saying it so you. No. Don't shake your head. I'm shaking it so you can understand. Anyway, so Commercial Crew employs a systems architecture called redundant dissimilar architecture. Okay, I just said a lot of words. If that made no sense, basically, two rockets. You need two rockets, right? One that's going to bolster competition in low Earth orbit, right? Because you don't want anybody to monopolize low Earth orbit. That would be a commercial company. That would be bad. We don't want monopolies. That would be bad in spaceflight. Now, monopolies doesn't grow the industry. It shrinks it, right? That's bad. We don't want that. So you want two capsules because the Commercial Crew is trying to kickstart a commercial low Earth orbit. You want to go to a hotel. You want to take a week vacation in low Earth orbit in the future. This is laying the rules for that, right? Now, like I said, the second thing, redundant dissimilar architecture. NASA doesn't want one vehicle to get to the ISS. Think about it for a second. If you have one vehicle, Jay Shelf, thanks for the 49 months. If you have one vehicle, valve update. All right, give me a second. You have one vehicle that can get to the ISS. And then say there's a problem with that vehicle. All right, say there's a problem with it. Now you can't get to the ISS at all. Now, I don't know about you, dude. I don't think it's a good idea stranding your multi-billion-dollar space station, without a viable way to get people up or down. If there's a problem with the rocket, it's going to take time to figure out what's wrong with it. Now, I'm not saying that Falcon 9 is going to have a problem. I think SpaceX proved that rocket is pretty damn reliable at this point. But what if they didn't know that when they started this program 10 years ago? They didn't know that. How are they supposed to know that Falcon 9 would be the powerhouse that it is? There was no way to be able to predict that future at that time. I don't think anybody here could predict the sub-2-day launch cadence from SpaceX, right? Don't get me wrong. I'm here for it. But I'm also here for this stuff, too. Because redundant dissimilar architecture affords you the security of, in case something goes wrong, another vehicle can pick up the slack. We already saw the benefits of this with Dragon. Starliner took some time. Boeing's never made a capsule before. And I'm not excusing this. This capsule should have been ready a long time ago, right? Like, it's not excusing the behavior. Like, I mean, I'm happy we're here. But Dragon we've already seen this. Dragon picking up the slack because Starliner needed some additional downtime. So having 2 ways to get to the space station is a great way to hedge your bets against stranding your multi-billion-dollar space station. It's a good idea. Where NASA learned this, unfortunately, is more of a morbid lesson in spaceflight here. Back in the late 70s, early 80s, everyone thought that the shuttle was going to replace all conventional rockets. Space shuttle. Once again, I'll say it once, I'll say it again. The space shuttle is an excellent design. I think the people running it at the time were not smart in that regard. I think the problems with the shuttle program was from a programmatic standpoint, not necessarily a design standpoint. I think the shuttle's an excellent design, but that's another story. Everybody thought the shuttle was going to replace all conventional rockets. So the U.S. started ramping down its conventional rocket manufacturing base, right? Started ramping it all down. They started retiring Titan III. They started retiring Atlas. They started retiring Deltas. Why are we going to need this? The shuttle is just going to be able to do everything. There's no point. Monopolization of low Earth orbit access. And then the shuttle program had a problem. And now you have no way to launch anything into space. Not smart. That's not very smart. That's not very wise doing that way. Hatch closure prep is underway. No, it was before that, AOD. Think about it, dude. We had Soyuz in 1986. I'm pretty sure Soyuz was not an option in 1986, dude. Pretty sure. Pretty sure, not a good idea. Oh yeah, Patton. I mean, you're not gonna. Yeah, an L72. Yeah, you're not. 427, 450 horse. All right. Yeah, we got 12 volt positive rear end. Let's go, bro. Right? It's always better to have 2 ways. NASA wants 2 ways to get to the space station. And keep in mind that these commercial providers have been doing it even Boeing have been doing it for way cheaper than what it would have been for NASA to develop a vehicle in-house. It's better for NASA to be developing in-house vehicles that are going to push the frontiers of spaceflight. Low Earth orbit ain't the frontier no more, man. It's not 1962, right? It's 2024, man. Leave it to the commercial partners. They'll figure it out and then start growing a low Earth orbit economy. If we can overcome, and this is something that Elon preaches about constantly, and I'm totally on board with this. If we can, he thinks we can do it through reusability, and I agree with that. I think that's right. I like reusable vehicles, right? Expendable is just a stopgap architecture to make up for the fact that the industry has been squandered over the years, right? But that has to do with the commercial markets for rocket, the commercial and economic decisions for commercial spaceflight over the years. Basically, long story short, demand for commercial launches goes up and down. It goes sinusoidally. If somebody can flatten that, which SpaceX has been doing with Starship, and maybe we'll eventually see from ULA with Vulcan. Vulcan's going to launch a lot in the next couple of years, right? And Vulcan is partially reusable as well. Then these things, it bolsters a low Earth orbit economy, right? And that basically gets good competition and gives us a good seed for developing, for NASA to, go out, bugger off and explore the moon, and the commercial guys to basically set up like hotels, big space stations, research facilities. You basically decentralize low Earth orbit access. If we can overcome that hurdle, right? And the only way it's going to happen is through competition to let the market do its thing, right? And that sometimes requires a kick in the pants, right, from Uncle Sam. The U.S. airplane industry did the same thing. And look at, we've made some pretty good airplanes over the years, just saying. Right? We decided to do that, and the airplane is the way it is because of that, right? So if we can do the same thing with space, man, well, heck, by the time we retire, you could take a week-long vacation to a space station or something in the future. I mean, I don't see, but there's no downside to this. Hey, Squishton, 71-month resub. Does the sheet under that capsule come off? Yes, it does. Delaying hatch closure until investigation on the valves are completed. Gotcha. In your opinion, do you think there's any hope for the return of the space shuttle? Starship will vindicate my space shuttle, Patton. Starship will do everything that the shuttle was supposed to do and then some. You know why? Because the people managing SpaceX and the guy running SpaceX doesn't have his head up his culo. You know what I mean? When it comes to space flight.
20 years, we've done thousands of experiments, but really in some cases we're limited by the amount of time the crew can spend. By having 4 crew members instead of 3, we're literally going to be able to double the amount of time that our astronauts can spend doing science. Also, our crew vehicles can carry more science. We also have a diversity of locations that we're landing, meaning that we're bringing science back faster to the ground. And of course, one of the most important aspects of this is as we have more astronauts in space,
that's my hat, but in visor form.
More human research, and that's really important.
Absolutely. Always having more is better for this. You know, as a former astronaut yourself, you have firsthand experience on the effects of spaceflight on the human body.
So just in case anybody's wondering who this lady is in the red shirt, that's Pam Melroy. She's the second in charge at NASA right now. She's NASA's deputy administrator. She's a multi-flight shuttle pilot. She commanded shuttle missions. Commanded, like ran the show. Yeah, she's flown the shuttle multiple times. She's pretty cool.
Now, Tracy, Mike, Jeanette, Matt, and join in some of the human research. So the larger of a pool of data we have, the better it is. So they'll be participating in those experiments.
Appreciate it, buddy.
But in addition to that, literally, this is a brand new trajectory. We're going to find out. I mean, the first question we're going to ask, how did it feel? You know, did it feel like the shuttle? Did it feel like the Soyuz? What's different? What's the same? And I think the other key aspect of this is we know eventually when we go to the moon and Mars, we're going to have astronauts get outside of the vehicle by themselves when they land. And so every piece of data that we can get on their experiences on these new vehicles is going to help us do that better.
Absolutely. I know we all definitely cannot wait to hear how this mission goes for them. You know, and you briefly touched on this, Deputy Administrator. How do flight tests mission like this help contribute, you know, to future crewed missions to the moon and eventually onto Mars?
We are going to be doing a lot of flight tests, and this is really core to what NASA does. If you're going to stay at the cutting edge of development, you're always going to be developing new technology and you have to test it. And so what that means is it's adding to our body of knowledge. So in this specific case, the Boeing Starliner vehicle has parachutes that have commonality with Orion. The docking system is similar to the one that will be used for exploration. So the more data we have on a system and the more experience with it, the safer we will be and the better operationally we'll be. But in addition to that, I think, again, you know, so much of the human research aspect is really important to try to understand and go forward. And there's so much happening on the space station that is supporting both the science and technology, whether it's water reclamation and other technologies that we are going to need to go to the moon and Mars.
Absolutely. Well, Deputy Administrator, thank you so much for joining us. Megan D. Mike, back over to you.
Thank you so much, Tony.
That visor's sweet.
Okay, so for the last 20 minutes, the ULA team has been tracking an issue with the rocket's upper stage. So let's head on over to the ASOC now, where we have
They recycle it, Patton.
Give us an update.
On the ISS, the life support systems have CO2 scrubbers, so they take the carbon out of it and recycle the O2. Yeah, as much as they can, until the scrubbers saturate, and then you got to change them. But anyway, I want to hear what Dylan says.
Getting some data from a couple pieces of instrumentation on the Centaur upper stage, and some automatic protections kicked in and stopped the propellant replenishment process to Centaur. So for the past few minutes, the engineering team has been talking through the process of switching to our redundant instrumentation data stream.
Been received as alarms as well. Roger, thank you.
And as we do that, you know, one of the things that that we do is communicate that full process with everybody, so that everybody understands what to expect when we take action like that. These contingencies are pre-planned, but when it comes to human spaceflight, we like to ensure that the broader team is really familiar with what to expect as we make changes to the
Adjust
the
the
data
IC
streams.
temperature to 145 degrees Fahrenheit. Roger.
Because those data streams will change during the switch to the redundant circuits. So the team now is finalizing that plan, and they're going to get the approval for that. And then here shortly, we'll hear the team switch that instrumentation to the backup data stream, and we expect that to resolve the issue.
Okay. So here's the thing. If the rocket's doing something that you don't want, you're going to notice it on console. The first thing that you have to do is verify that the data stream that you're getting, verify that the telemetry, what the sensors and the computers are telling you is real. That's what he was talking about there. They're going to switch to the secondary stream to verify that that valve is actually functioning or not functioning correctly.
I think it's going to be really
that's the first thing you do.
Actually,
make sure the problem actually exists before you try to go to solve it.
It's going
right.
So I think what I think I heard was they're going to switch to a different telemetry system.
I'll tell you in a second, Nuclear.
So then they can reopen the valves and monitor how the top-offs are going. Yeah. But we'll find out in just a few minutes as they go forward. But that's really what is important in aerospace engineering, and for all you future aerospace engineers out there, that's really what is to know that if you really want your things to work, you build them as best you can, and it's really good to have redundant systems. And as a backup, I totally support that. But I mean, it's really it's good to have other ways to do things, and that's why we are looking forward to it. NASA, as Pam Melroy said, is flight testing is what we do, and getting new spacecraft are really important. So we have redundant systems to go up to the International Space Station.
And even if you look at this in the larger view of the commercial crew program, I mean, the reason why we want at least 2 dissimilar spacecraft to be able to ferry astronauts to and from the International Space Station is, again, because of redundancy. Because if something were wrong with one of the vehicles or one of the spacecraft, there is another one to go to.
And we ran into that trouble in 2003 with the loss of Columbia and our friends. Thank goodness our Russian partners stepped up, and we started flying people up and down regularly on the Soyuz, where up to that point all of our crew members were being really launched on the space shuttle. So having a redundancy, or sometimes as we say dissimilar redundancy, really helps to keep the mission going forward.
Again, we are now 1 hour, 52 minutes, and 55 seconds to liftoff of NASA's Boeing crew flight test. The ULA team working to transfer to a redundant system to allow the countdown to continue, to allow a top...
It's a redundant data stream, guys, not a redundant system. I mean, you could call a data stream a secondary system, but basically what they're doing, Rizik, like you said, trust but verify, right? The first thing that you do is, so ULA has a position called a red line monitor. The red line monitor is watching all the telemetry streams from the vehicle, and if something goes out of its pre-programmed limits, it'll show up red, right? Instead of green, it'll show up on a UI as red. The first thing that you do, if the red line monitor catches something, the first thing that you do is verify that information, verify the signal is right. So they're switching to a secondary stream to make sure that the problem that they're seeing is actually happening. There's nobody out there looking at that particular Centaur top-off valve, right? They can't. They're all up in the capsule. The only people out there are the pad closeout crew and the 2 astronauts. That's it. Nobody can, get a ladder and go up next to Centaur and be like, oh, yep, there's your problem, right? You can't do that. So you have to use the telemetry, but you have to verify that telemetry is right.
There's mission controllers who have worked closely with the astronauts previously and have a good understanding of the information that they need. But for extremely dynamic situations like launch and landing,
I don't need to put lean a ladder up against the fully fueled rocket, Leggy. I don't want to do that. You can do that, man, if you want.
Voice a few times already today.
I don't want to do that. I don't think that's a good idea, man.
The crew. You also heard him giving them an update on the hatch closure being delayed while the ground teams work through this.
Dude, stop talking over the comm loop.
Issue on the Centaur valves. So you'll be hearing him a little bit.
Once we have that thumbs up from Sil, what we were planning to do is to disable her safety. We need to run option 354 to disable the fluid monitor testing. Then we need to switch from VRIC 3 to VRIC 1. That'll be a SYS function. Once that's complete, we can go ahead and reestablish fluid monitors and a burst safing capability, and that should put us into a position to proceed.
Roger. And do we have an estimate when the still test be complete?
I was told 5 minutes ago, about 5 minutes, so it should be imminent.
Roger.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Leggy?
This LD?
Welcome to Mission Control.
Roger.
Go with throttle up.
And AC, could we get an update on the still test?
AC is the anomaly chief.
I'll get that right now.
And SYS LC?
Get the 5, dude. Let's
Discovery,
go.
go at throttle
Let's
up.
go.
Go.
Roger. Do you have the steps as were outlined for executing this
That's affirmative.
switch? Okay.
I'll keep it open, Phil,
Go
just
at
in
throttle
case.
Let's see.
No, Jaded.
Okay. Let's see. Flight channel 1.
Shh.
Flight check.
Yeah, Roger. I understand we kind of want to give the broader team a little insight to what we're planning to do here. So if we want to merge the nets, we could do that at this time.
In work.
NLC, the pad team is on channel 1. We'll be listening in.
Roger. Thank you.
LC flight and Starliner flight, we merged channel 1 and air-to-ground 1. So LC, give the crew and the pad team an update.
Roger. And Starliner, can you copy me?
Catch it loud and clear, LC.
They brought the astronauts into the
Roger.
loop.
So at this time, what we have is a control issue going to the LOX and hydrogen topping valve. So they are both closed this time, so we're not topping Centaur at this time. So we put in a troubleshooting plan together, and we're going to switch the control logic from VRIC 3 to VRIC 1 because we have redundancy in our control system. And so we're going to switch to VRIC 1 and hopefully restore this topping control and get the vehicle back into topping mode.
Great, copy all. Standing by.
Roger.
Pad copies as well. Blue team lead copies.
Roger. And flight, let's go ahead and leave this, if you can, leave this merge till we're done. Should take about 5 minutes to complete this operation.
LC, you copy. Leave your merge.
Roger.
Okay. You guys let me know if they say anything else. All right, so if that was gibberish to you, here's what's going on. So see this thing right here? That's the upper stage. It's called the Centaur. Centaur upper stages have been flying since the 60s. It's a pretty well understood design. However, this seems to be a problem that's not necessarily hardware, okay? So the control, they said it was a controls issue, meaning the software governing the valves is not working right. So like I said, you got to verify what the problem is. That's what they figured out from that additional data stream. They said it was a controls issue. They have a backup control logic here that should restore topping to Centaur. Now, what is topping? What does that mean? Okay, what does that mean? So the Centaur upper stage is a hydrolox upper stage, meaning it's using liquid hydrogen as its fuel and liquid oxygen as its oxidizer. Now, I don't know how familiar anybody out there is with physics. Down here on Earth, hydrogen likes to exist as a gas. So does oxygen. In the climate of our Earth, they like to exist as gases. To get them to be liquids, right, you have to freeze them. And I'm talking really freaking cold. Like, I think hydrogen is like minus 300 F or something. It's actually, I think it's more than that. I always forget what it is off the top of my head. You have to get it super freaking cold. They're not called cryogenic propellants for no reason, right? Cryogenic propellants is a nice way of saying it's really freaking cold. Like colder than liquid nitrogen, way colder, right? So because of this, and you have these cryogenic propellants, which are super freaking cold, and at pressure, they boil off. All right, that's why you see a vent right there. That's coming from Atlas V's first stage oxidizer tank, which is using liquid oxygen. See the vent right there? Because the propellants are boiling, like if you had a pot of water on the stove, the water will boil. If you left it there, it would just eventually all turn into steam and you'd end up with no water in the pot, right? The propellants will do the same thing. That's why they have topping valves. So the propellants are constantly boiling off. Now, where do these gases go? Well, the oxidizer vent, the oxygen, you can vent oxygen gas into the atmosphere. I don't think anybody's going to complain about that. Hydrogen, though, is a little bit more tricky. Hydrogen goes to a purge flame. The purge flame is over there somewhere. Like relative to this picture, it's over there. Hydrogen will go to a source of ignition. The reason why you want a purge flame for it, it basically looks like a giant birthday candle, right? The reason why you'd want to do that is because if you don't give hydrogen a place to blow up, it'll find a place to blow up, and that place is probably not where you want it to blow up. Think Hindenburg. You don't want that. We don't want that happening right here. That would be bad. Don't think I need to explain that, and I know for the nerds out there, I know Hindenburg wasn't necessarily hydrogen gas. It was making the skin of it out of thermite probably wasn't the smartest decision, but we learned. But also, hydrogen gas likes to blow up. It likes to blow up real good, and it likes to leak everywhere. Now, that's another story here. So where are these top-off valves located? Well, right there and right there. They're inside of this umbilical. Well, actually, I'm not sure if they're inside of the umbilical. They're probably inside of this thing right here, this obelisk-looking thing, which is part of the mobile launcher. The valves are probably in here somewhere, if I had to guess. I don't know the design. I don't work for ULA, you know what I mean? So the top-off valves are in here. And once again, what they do is they constantly provide a stream of propellant into the Centaur because those propellants are constantly trying to boil off. They're constantly trying to become gas. Hydrogen and oxygen don't like being liquids down here. They don't like being liquids mostly anywhere, to be honest. They usually like to be gases. Because of this, they're trying to turn back into gas. So you have to have vents. There's one right there. Right? The Centaur LOX tank vent is up there somewhere. You can see it. It's up there, but it's kind of behind us. It's kind of behind the rocket in this picture. Once again, hydrogen goes to a purge flame that's over there. Right? The topping valves, you have to keep topping off Centaur, because if you don't, you run the risk of overpressurizing it, and if it overpressurizes Centaur, well, we don't want that when people are on board. That's for sure. Second part, the second part of that is, the vent valves are working fine. The second part of this is, well, it seems to be a control issue. So they're switching to redundant logic here, and to fix the valves. There, you can see it. There's the LOX vent on the Centaur. See it up there? See that little guy? But you have to constantly top off your cryogenic propellants until you're ready to go for launch. Yeah. And even when you're going up into space, you still have to deal with the a little bit of boil off. This is one of the bigger reasons why we haven't gone further in space. No one has not had the money. The money's definitely there. We haven't really had the resources to be able to deal with this. Managing cryogenic boil off in space is part of the reason why we don't go further. But first and foremost, we haven't decided we wanted to go further until the Artemis program rolled around, right? But yeah, solving boil off problems up in space, not necessarily down here, would be a big thing. That's a big technical challenge that we need to overcome if we do want to go further. And once again, I say if we do, very deliberately. But once again, in case anybody's wondering, it sounds like ULA is having some controls logic issues with their Centaur top-off valves. So once again, what does that mean? That doesn't necessarily mean that the fill lines right there in the valves have any problems hardware side. This sounds like a software issue.
That's right, Megan. NASA Operation Manager Richard Jones is listening in and talking to his team about the operation that's currently underway. You heard Dylan describe it. Going to that redundant control system in order to get data from the LH2 valve, topping valve, and the LOX topping valve in the Centaur.
Do you have a podcast? If not, I would totally listen to it. I don't have a podcast, Jaded. You can just, but I stream about 50 hours a week, usually Monday through Friday. But if there's a rocket launch on the weekend, well, here we are, dude. But the closest thing that I do to a podcast is with a spaceflight news organization that I work with called NASA Spaceflight, NSF. I do the Flame Trench, which is kind of like a off the rails podcast, if you will, about what's going on in the space industry. I do that every Friday. Other than that, dude, you can come in here anytime. I usually stream for about 10 hours a day, 5 days a week, Monday through Friday. Come in, doesn't matter what I'm doing. You ask me a question about spaceflight anytime. Now, this is a Twitch stream. We usually play games during the week, but I do cover space on here. I actually have permission from NASA, SpaceX, ULA to do all that here, and Twitch is obviously cool with it, right? Like, actually, Twitch people really, really dig science. They're really into that stuff, which is pretty cool. So, we play games. I play a lot of STEM games. I play games where I could teach people about this stuff using video games. I haven't been doing that much lately because my main game was Kerbal Space Program, and no, I don't want to talk about that. Cool. But, yeah, I do play a lot of games that I can use as an avenue to teach people about engineering or whatnot. Yeah, come in here, ask me a question about space anytime. Doesn't matter what game I'm playing, doesn't matter what I'm doing. I don't want to talk about it, Rabbit. I don't want to talk about it. I'm hurt. I'm hurt on a deep physical level. Please. Let's talk about Starliner, please. Sorry for bringing it up. Wouldn't the cold of space help mitigate boil-off? Novice here. Good question, Furball. Good question. Yeah. So, no. Space is not cold. All right, this is an important thing to understand. You need to have a little bit of you're novice, so it's all good. You need to have a little bit of fundamental understanding of physics here. So, okay, what is temperature, right? Let's think about this for a second. What is temperature? What does that mean? How hot it is, right? Operative word. Temperature is the measurement of the presence of heat in things, all right? That's important to understand. Now, everybody says that space is cold. Space has zero heat because there's zero matter up there, right? There's nothing. Space is not cold. Space is nothing. Cold is just the absence of heat, but not the absence of matter, right? Does that make sense? There's nothing up there. There's nothing. So it's not cold, but it appears to be cold. Why does it appear to be cold? Well, it's a vacuum. If you take gas that's at 14.7 psi or 1 bar, 101 kilopascals, and you vent that gas into the vacuum, per the ideal gas law, that gas will immediately solidify because all the heat is taken out of it instantly by the vacuum, right? Instantly. So it'll solidify for a fraction of a second, and then it'll just turn into ice. So space has the appearance of being very cold, when in reality it's not. It's nothing. There's nothing up there. There is stuff up there, but there's light, but just for I'm keeping it general on purpose. We could get into how light works in space and stuff. It's actually super cool, but this is the general explanation, right? There's nothing there. There's no temperature. It's the absence of heat. We're talking 0 Kelvin. So I'm sure you've heard of the temperature scale Kelvin, right? Kelvin takes into account at absolute zero that there's nothing, right? That's why scientists use Kelvin a lot, especially in the applications of space. You don't use Celsius, you don't use Fahrenheit. Those are not precise enough for scientific application. Kelvin is very precise for it, for this exact reason, right? So space is not anything. It's nothing, all right? So here's the thing. Now, here's where this really kind of gets the noggin jogging, right? This is a little weird. Space is nothing. But if you have a spacecraft up in space and it's in sunlight, well, guess what? Your spacecraft is matter, and guess what? That matter is going to absorb the sunlight, which is why I was saying a second ago, there's nothing up there. There's no gases up there or anything, but there's light. There's lots of it. And that light, if it finds something that will conduct it, like a planet or a spaceship, it'll heat it up a lot. Heat is actually the enemy in space, not cold. It's weird, right? Even though space appears very cold, space is nothing. So think about this for a second. If I had a piece of metal up there, right? What happens if you say you had a car and it's a nice sunny day out and your car is outside and you go and touch the hood of the car. You go and touch the metal on the car. It's freaking hot, right? Right? But at nighttime, it's going to cool down, right? Because the gases in our atmosphere get cooler, and basically the metal will convect the heat. The gas in our atmosphere will convect the heat. It'll pull the heat out of it, right? That's called convection. You can't do convection in space because there's no gas. So if you have a metal, if you have that same car, Tesla Roadster, am I right? If you have that same car up in space, right? And it's shining in the sun, it's going to absorb. The metal is conductive of heat. It'll absorb all of it. There's no way to get rid of that heat, which is why that Tesla Roadster is probably melted by now, but that's for other reasons, right? That has to do with solar radiation and stuff, but you'll melt. Heat is the enemy in space. Coolant systems are very, very overlooked in space flight. Everybody thinks, oh, you got to have solar panels, you got to have electrical power, you got to have oxygen. You have to have radiators up there. Now, here's the thing. So, I know what the next question is, dude. So how does spacecraft get rid of heat? So, get this. Some big shot at NASA figured this one out. This is really smart stuff. Like, this still blows my mind. So, how do they get rid of heat? How do they dissipate heat on these spaceships? How do they do it? Radiators. So, there's three types of ways to transfer heat. Three primary ways to transfer heat. It gets a little more complicated, but there's convection, which we can't do. There's no gas up there. There's conduction, which is touching something to absorb the heat. So like the heat sink on your computer, right, is conducting heat from your processor and then convecting it out with the cooling fans, right? Can't do that. There's nothing touching the spacecraft because there's nothing up there, right? Can't do that one. What's the third one? The third one's radiation. You want to hear something crazy? This is really going to melt your brain a little bit. Trust me. You're only scratching the surface here. Spaceflight is nuts like this. They use light because that's what's up there. There's nothing up there except light. Radiators on spacecraft actually radiate black body radiation. So the plain English way of saying this is infrared. They radiate heat through infrared light. Yeah, weird, huh? So, guys, if you've ever watched the stream or you watch a SpaceX launch, you see SpaceX's second stage, right? It glows, right? The whole engine glows. It's doing the same thing. It's using radiation to keep the nozzle from melting. Because think about firing a rocket engine in space. I don't know if you guys know, rocket engines generate a lot of heat. It's kind of hot. You probably shouldn't be near it. So how do they keep it cool in space? They radiate the heat out through light. Cool, huh? Yeah, a lot of the radiators are using infrared. So they're radiating out heat on a light spectrum that we can't see. So the ISS, for instance, has these huge white panels on the back of it. You can't really see them because you see the solar panels all the time. But those are radiators that are radiating black body radiation through infrared. That's how spacecraft get rid of heat. Because you got to use something to get rid of that heat, or else your spacecraft will melt from the inside out, and it'll melt people from the inside out too. You definitely don't want that. That's bad, right? So yeah, there's a little quick lesson about how spacecraft work. Heat is the enemy, not cold. Cold is what you want. But here, yeah, I'm gonna let Tori Bruno talk. This guy is cool. Real quick, we can talk more about it later.
But before we dive into that, we've been hearing a lot of discussion on the replenishment valve. Can you tell us a little bit more about what's going on?
Yeah, absolutely. These are ground valves that are topping off the propellants in the Centaur, so both the LOX and the liquid hydrogen. It's part of a triple redundant system, and so the fuel levels are being maintained, the crew is in no danger whatsoever, and we will still have enough propellant to go. But we like to have redundancy, and so they have a common controller, and what we've just done is come up with a plan to recycle that controller and see if we can get that third redundant valve pair working. It's come through the sill, it all looks good, there's no unintended consequences with that. Procedures are written up, and they're just being reviewed right now with the team out here at the Cape. And so once we're satisfied, those ground valves will be cycled, and we'll see where we are.
Sounds good, and we'll definitely keeping our
Controls
eyes
issue.
and ears tuned for that. You know, as we were mentioning, this is a really historic day for ULA, getting to launch humans to space, and also the 100th launch of an Atlas V rocket. Why is this such an important milestone for the company?
Oh, it's so exciting to be back and be part of the human spaceflight community. And as you said, it's a really cool event for Atlas, because Atlas's great-granddaddy was on Mercury Atlas. John Glenn, first American in space, and then of course ended that, you know, with Gus Grissom there with Mercury Atlas 9. So we're super excited about that. This is a very special configuration of Atlas and flight configuration. And of course, you know, we fly a lot of really critical payloads, but there's just nothing quite as precious as this crew. And it's just very, very different for us to be able to shake hands with our payload, if you will.
Absolutely. Tori, thank you so much for joining us here today. We're very much looking forward to this launch. Megan D. Mike, back over to you.
Yeah, that was.
In case you missed what he said, if he's speaking too much rocket engineer, because that's what that dude is. He runs ULA. ULA is the company that's providing the launch vehicle here, Atlas V. Tori Bruno, first and foremost, if he looks like another corporate bigwig, no. That guy's an engineer through and through. He was an engineer for Lockheed Martin for a long time, like skunk works stuff. Yeah, no. That guy's cool. Trust me on this one. If you didn't hear exactly what he said, long story short, they're shutting the software off to the control mechanism for those top-off valves. They're shutting it off and turning it back on and seeing if that fixes it. Yep. Yeah, that happens.
Team is able to continue topping off.
Since our helium bottles are venting.
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
Can you hit a stop flow on that? Or do you understand why they're venting?
Uh-oh.
Looks like I've got a valve failed to verify.
Uh-oh. That's not good.
And IFS LC channel 1.
That's on 1.
Right, is there an action we can take to stop venting?
Occur with a stop flow.
Roger, Peony 2, did you copy stop flow?
I copy inward.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, well, it sounds like the United Launch Alliance engineers.
LC, that's complete, and it did stop the vent.
Roger.
They re-enabled the
AC LC channel 1.
AC 1.
Roger. During the transfer, it appears that we did pick up Centaur helium bottle venting command, which looks like I don't know. We vented about 1,000 psi. If you would please convene the anomaly team and provide a recommendation.
We'll go.
And as they re-enabled comm with the valves, it looks like they had some startup transients, and they're looking into what happened, including the helium pressurization tanks. So they definitely are looking at it with the anomaly team, and they should have some recommendations soon.
So basically, they had transferred to that redundant data tracker. And when they did that, they felt confident to start topping off.
No. Okay, so they cycled the data stream, verified that it was a software controls issue, and then tried turning the software off and turning it back on. It looks like in doing that, one of the ullage tanks inside of Centaur started venting. That's extremely bad. It's not, don't get me wrong, it's not a, oh frick, we need to get out of here scenario, but that doesn't bode well for launching on time. Let me put it to you like that. Now, okay, what do those helium tanks do? What do they do? Inside of Centaur, so we're talking inside of here, there's these things called bottles, okay? They're composite overwrapped pressure vessels. So think like a propane tank or a scuba tank that's wrapped in carbon fiber. The idea with these COPVs is that you can store helium gas at extremely high pressure inside. What does this helium gas do? Well, as they said, it vents. Sorry, it's time to wake up. It vents into the tanks. These helium these helium tanks are used for what's called tank ullage. All right. So think about this, right? You have a fuel tank for a car. Fuel tanks have two things going in and out of them. Hardware things, right? You have a vent line and then you have your fuel line. That's why when you go to fill up your fuel tank, you see the vapors coming out. You could smell it, right? Because you're filling up the fuel tank with gas and that gasoline, and that gasoline, which is a liquid, is displacing the gas, like not gasoline, gas, the air inside of your fuel tank. It's displacing it and it vents out the vent valve, okay? Now it uses the atmosphere to vent, right? Now, Centaur can do that just fine when it's down here. We were talking about vent valves. That's the thing. It can do it just fine up here. Remember how I was talking about in space? In space, there's nothing up there. You can't rely on ambient pressure to displace this. So if you have a fuel tank that's draining, right? Draining liquid, because the liquid's going to the rocket engines, right? If you have a fuel tank that's draining, you have to replace that matter with something. You have to replace it with something, or else your tanks will implode. Right? You ever see Mythbusters where they implode the tanker railroad car and the thing? You don't want that happening. That would be bad. Don't want that. Can assure you, don't want that. We've been using that phrase a lot today. We don't want to do that. There's a lot of don't want to do that in spaceflight, right? You don't want your tanks to implode. There's no way to vent. So how do they do it? They pump helium gas into the tank to take up the space where that fuel is draining. The helium works to keep what's called delta P static, okay? What does that mean in plain English? That was a little bit, just a smidge of nerd speak. You want to maintain constant pressure inside of the tanks because you want to feed liquid into the rocket engine at a constant, right? You don't want to change that. In order to do that, you need to make sure the pressure inside of the Centaur and the Atlas V CCB first stage stay the same on the way up for the liquid fuel engines. Solid rocket fuel engines don't care. You don't have to worry about this with solids. They really don't give. You turn them on, it explodes. That's it. Right? Solids, you don't have to worry about that. Atlas does have 2 solid rocket boosters down there to give a little extra spiciness on liftoff, right? No, that's needed to lug a capsule up into space. Capsules are a little bit heavy. High mass. Right? So it appears that when they cycled that control mechanism, the helium ullage tank started venting. They lost about 1,000 psi. That's not a small amount. Now, Centaur has automatic check valves in it in case there's automatic valves. That's the reason why the original Starliner mission from about a month ago, for 3 weeks ago, scrubbed. Because the automatic valve was opening and closing too much, right? It was chattering. It was going, right? Those automatic valves just did their job, and we didn't see the helium vent, right? Because helium doesn't have a color, right? Like you can't see it, right? So it looks like the check valves did their job here, but yeah, you vented and you changed the pressure inside of that Centaur. That's not good. That's not a good thing. It's definitely something you got to fix that real quick.
LD concurs. And P&E2, LC?
Go ahead.
Roger, you ready to execute that at this time?
Can you please repeat the steps? I was initiating CEC.
Roger. That's option 350 to reset the stop flow, and then 320.
I'll check it in a second.
Resume.
Copy. I'm prepared.
Roger, proceed.
Roger.
Scorpion, you'll be all right, dude.
So it sounds like that the ULA is still pressing forward, and that allows the pad team to begin hatch closing.
Go ahead.
Without actually closing the hatch, they're just getting ready.
Restart topping at this time?
Affirmative, in topping.
Roger. And everything's nominal?
Affirmative.
At some point, could you give me an estimate when you think you'd be back at flight level?
Affirmative, I will get back to you.
Thank you.
All right, that was a good call
and
out there.
And lock 2 LC.
Go ahead.
Roger, have you initiated topping yet?
That's firm reach was successful, currently at 98.9.
Roger.
Well, it sounds like our elements are taken care of with
Flight
oxygen.
You too, Scorpion.
Starliner,
and
channel
helium.
1.
Here we go.
Flight here.
Starliner, go ahead.
Roger. So at this time, we've completed the transfer from VRIC 3 to VRIC 1, and all our systems are back active topping and returning Centaur helium to flight pressure. So at this time, I think we're on track to continue with the countdown, and in flight, I think we can demerge these nets for the time being.
Good news, LC. Nice work.
Roger. Thanks, Starliner.
Good news, flight copies. We'll deconfigure.
All right, a lot of good call-outs there, a lot of good updates. So why don't we toss it back over to ULA's Dylan Rice.
Approximately 20 minutes.
Roger.
And Megan, yeah, we've had a busy couple of minutes here, but as you did hear, we have recovered from the stop.
Slick on channel 1.
Go ahead.
Wondering if you had an estimated for hatch closure weather brief.
Yeah, getting ready to issue that right now.
Roger.
Slick is the pad closeout crew.
RC on 1.
Conduct weather briefing on channel 8 weather conference net.
RC is the range coordinator. That's basically the air traffic control for the rocket.
LO2 at flight level. Roger.
LC Peony 2.
Go ahead.
Bottles have returned to flight mass and flight pressure.
They top the ullage tanks. The helium COPVs are back up to pressure, and Centaur's in LOX recirculation, which is good. That means everything's back to normal.
A lot of traffic on the net here, but just to kind of recap, we had been tracking the issue with the instrumentation associated with the Centaur topping valves. That issue's been resolved. Centaur is now back in replenish on both tanks. In fact, we just heard that the
and
Centaur...
arm control, LC. Arm control. Power on crew access arm hydraulic heater as required.
Got to top off the hydrogen too, Pandy. That was the LOX tank. Remember, liquid fuel and oxidizer.
Is, back at flight level, and also we did have to we did vent a little bit of helium there as we recovered the systems, and the Centaur helium bottles have now been recharged as well. So, it's a good sign that we did hear the team talk about continuing with the hatch closure preps, and they're moving forward to the next weather briefing, which will get us closer to launch. It sounds like that, although we had a really exciting past hour, hopefully we have all that behind us now. And we get back to nominal operations as we continue to march toward our plan T0 of 12:25 and 40 seconds Eastern Time.
Oh, that got a little touch and go for a second there. So why did that scare the crap out of me? All right, the ULA is they're clearly cool with it, but why did that scare the crap out of me?
To launch. So with that, as you heard.
Okay. Here's the thing. With rockets, think about where the rocket is right now, as opposed to where it's going. Are those environments different? Yeah, the low Earth orbit is not sea level. Those are two different things. Now, why do I bring this up? Okay, rockets go through a lot of transients very quickly. When the rocket launches, a lot of things are changing extremely fast. The outside environment is changing. Fuel tanks are draining. Helium ullage is replacing that and keeping the pressure in the tanks stable, right? There's a lot of things all happening at once. A lot of thermal changes. You're going to get some shock heating on the vehicle. So you get temperature changes, you get pressure changes, you get you get atmospheric changes. Your pressure is on a gradient, right? Down here it's at 1 bar. Up there it's at 0, right? A lot of things are changing all at once, okay? Right? Here's the thing. That's difficult to do, right? That's difficult to do. Going through what's called transients, it's tough. A lot of things are changing all at once. You don't need to make it harder than it is, right? Changing a lot of things down here is already complicating a already complicated ballet act. Okay, that's why that scared me. Venting PSI like that, venting helium that quickly, that fast, 1,000 PSI like instantly. That's that's called a shock transient. That's something that changes very, very fast. You're already dealing with a lot of things that change really, really fast when that clock hits 0. Changing other things that don't need to be changed faster makes this a lot more difficult. But ULA handled it. That's why I was like, because you got to be careful. You got to be careful with that stuff. You don't want to change too much stuff too fast. It's already doing that when you launch. You don't need to make it more complicated. But then again, this stuff happens. Problems are going to happen with spaceflight. It's always been that way. It always will be that way. How you address that problem and how you solve it is what separates, the Kerbal players from the people that are actually doing this. Kerbal players. You know what I mean?
Because it's very similar to flight ops.
Hey, Wasnar, 55 months. Thank you.
Like lining up an aircraft with a refueling tanker.
And Slick LC channel
or
1.
a landing approach with a carrier.
You ideally want the ullage tanks, the pressure in them to go down, Gilars, but you want the pressure inside of the tank to stay the same. Now, how much, what the nominal range is for pressure, I don't know.
Like
ULA probably wouldn't tell us, even if we did ask.
Slick on channel.
Also hovering.
Roger, Slick. You have a go to proceed with hatch closure.
Roger.
Just heard the teams across the country there
it's all good, man.
Go ahead with the
Lars,
with the,
got you,
the hatch
Lars.
closure. So that's good news. Moving forward with the
Okie
countdown.
dokie, I can do that.
Sorry, Jim. Go ahead with what you were saying.
No worries. Talking about the
yes,
manual
Cam, 2 on board.
demo, the crew's going to do while hovering out in front of ISS.
Shouldn't this push the T0? This is why there are planned holds, guys, to take into account.
Proceed with final hatch closure.
To take into account any anomalies that happen in the timeline.
Nice
Stuff's
job,
going to
guys.
happen.
We'll see you in a couple weeks.
Yeah, baby.
Appreciate it. See you when you
Or longer.
This is Slick 41, Space Launch Complex 41 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida.
And with Butch planning on staying up there longer, maybe he'll do a couple extra manual piloting demos for us while he's around there. But when they fly with these manual flight controls, it'll be 6 degree of freedom control using both joysticks. One called the rotational hand controller for changing direction. The other called the translational hand controller, similar to a throttle in an aircraft, but instead of one direction, you can go up, down, left, right, forward, and back.
That's right, but we've got to get into orbit before we get to any of that. So we've got another hour and 13 minutes until today's 10:34 p.m. Eastern launch today. Flight Director Mike Lammers has been keeping a close eye on all these activities as crew got into their seats and went through the suit leak checks. We'll have a few more things to watch as we go through the hatch closures, including the capsule leak checks.
A good point,
and,
Phil. I don't know.
Lammers will be polling for a
These dead scum?
go
Yeah.
or no-go here in Houston, hoping to get a thumbs up across the board for today's launch. He'll be speaking for this team when he gives his final go or no-go to the launch conductor about 7 minutes before launch.
And the International Space Station also has to be go to welcome Starliner tomorrow. So let's go back to Space Station Flight Control Room and NASA's Rob Navius for an update. Rob?
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Flight Director Pooja Jasrani on console at this hour with the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers. They'll be polling their team to get the green light to proceed with the countdown and the launch that hopefully will culminate with a docking by Starliner to the Harmony module of the International Space Station at 1:50 p.m. Eastern Time on Sunday. During the week or so that Wilmore and Williams are aboard the International Space Station, each dock day will see a different variety of activity for the Starliner duo. On Monday, for example, Wilmore and Williams will continue unloading cargo they brought to the station and will transfer some used emergency equipment from station to Starliner for the trip back to Earth. They'll stow their launch and entry suits aboard the vehicle and conduct a debrief with NASA and Boeing officials about the rendezvous and docking phase of the mission. Once Starliner's batteries are charged through station power resources, Starliner will be configured for quiescent operations. So with hatch closure in the offing and the countdown proceeding for a liftoff 1 hour, 11 minutes, and 40 seconds from now, we'll toss it back from the Space Station Flight Control Room to you folks down at the Cape.
If you're just joining us, welcome to the official broadcast of NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test, or CFT. What you are seeing now is a live look from one of our helicopters here along the Space Coast, orbiting the Starliner spacecraft atop a ULA Atlas V rocket. Inside that Starliner spacecraft, 2 NASA astronauts Commander
and
Butch
LOX 1,
Wilmore
LC.
and Sonny Williams, pilot.
LOX 1.
Maybe I just didn't get it formally from you, but you're back at flight level.
Affirmative.
Roger.
At launch, Butch and Sonny will make history as the first people to fly aboard Boeing Starliner capsule. And liftoff is targeted for about an hour and 10 minutes from now at 12:25 and 40 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. And we are happily proceeding, marching towards that T0 after a busy hour. Mike, can you kind of recap for people the last hour of the launch countdown?
Well, in the last hour, we got to see some really great engineering and launch operations and teamwork happen. So the second stage of the Atlas launch vehicle, called Centaur, it is powered, its fuels are liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen. And it's already has all the fuel in it, but since they're liquid, they're very cold and they kind of boil off. So we just add a little bit more on top, so we top it off.
-1 hour, 10 minutes.
The two valves that were used for topping off lost insight for their control algorithms, so they couldn't see the sensors, and it was an upstream bus, so they changed the control algorithm and logic, and got back in business. So we were back on the launch timeline. The crew was informed. Everybody was talked to about it. Never in danger. Just a way to just having to relook at a different control system and sensors. So in the meantime, the pad team was held off from closing the hatch just in case they needed to get the crew out today.
LC, Channel 1.
And they're closing the hatch now.
Verify range ready for FTS open loop test.
Verified.
FTS LC.
This FTS?
Start final open loop FTS test.
Roger.
And FTS stands for Flight Termination System, in case the rocket were to go off course. Of course, by that time, the Starliner, if the FTS were needed, the Starliner would fly out of the way. And but that's just a normal test right now. And you can see they're closing the hatch. We're getting ready to launch in 1 hour and 8 minutes. Very exciting.
Yes.
Okay, a couple of questions that I've seen in chat. How long has Starliner been in production? The program started in 2014, Geo. Production, like physically making the spacecraft, probably happened, I don't know, about 6-7 years ago, something like that. Human space flight's complicated, man. This stuff takes time, and it pays to do your due diligence. Once again, I honestly think we get spoiled by SpaceX because they make this look very easy. It's not. It's not easy. But that speaks to the testament of that, you know, the determination of that company to make it look easy. It's not. It's very difficult. Did they fix the helium issue? Everything seems to be okay. I saw another question, actually. Jahaze, you asked about why they're using a helicopter. Why not use a drone? The Cape's freaking huge. Yeah, the Cape is huge. Yeah. Drones wouldn't be able to cover the ground. You got to remember, there's a roadblock area. There's an area around the rocket, like a huge circle around it. That's the, you know, technically the start of the launch corridor. You don't want people there. You don't want anything there. You don't want people flying drones around there. That's that's a safety issue. So that's why they have the helicopter instead of like a drone. And the Cape is huge. It's gigantic. People don't realize how just far removed these pads are from civilization. Hey, Dr. J, looks like they're looking at the weather. The forecast seems to look okay, but I'm not a meteorologist. That doesn't look cool, but the rocket's going this way, so it's going that way. That looks clear, but let's see.
For a June 1st day, and which is the first meteorological day of summer. Usually we have rain and thunderstorms this time of day. Unfortunately, we don't. There you see the graphic, 90% go. And everything look weather-wise.
Starliner Houston back with you, ready for pre-launch cabin leak check. You can prepare for cabin pressurization per your checklist. Configure the HIU Vox sensitivity knobs to maximum.
Now they're going to pressurize. They're going to pressurize the hatch here. Or they're going to pressurize the capsule to make sure that the hatch seals correctly.
Inside the white room, the blue team getting ready to make their exit.
Yeah, Hydro. It was, wasn't it?
Before they leave, you can see them going through their list of procedures right there on the desk there. Also, that's a great call out. We want to hear that the capsule can be pressurized, and so they're doing that now.
Yeah, Firewolf, me neither.
At this moment, I want to welcome into Hangar AE Deputy Program Manager Dana Hutcherson, who is here now with me. Thanks for taking the time to come over and talk to us. You're on console. You've been listening to the teams, both ULA and Boeing, as they prepare this rocket and spacecraft to go. It's been a little exciting over the last hour or so. I talk a little bit about that, what you observed from ULA team and your team in getting through the ground valve issue where they were able to do a redundant system.
Is removed.
And they were able to get that stabilized, get back into flow.
There's a telemetry loop back there.
Yeah, it's been an exciting last
That's
hour
plumbing.
or so, I guess, on the count. It's really cool to see the teams reacting to any anomaly that's been popping up, and they've been able to work through it. They've ran tests offline to validate the procedures and been able to jump right back into it to be able to get us back into the flow and the process. So it's really neat to see how everyone is ready for this launch and on point and just getting everything together for this launch today.
I was particularly impressed in listening to the ULA team and how quickly they worked through the problem and how fast they were able to bring the flow back in after resolving that redundant data.
Okay, I'm a little bit behind. I'm gonna fast forward us here. How's the valve nightmare? Did we wake up? Rocket Guy, they had problem with the controls loop on Centaur topping valves, hydrogen and oxygen. So what they did was they switched the valve logic and cycled the control loop. And that caused a rapid depress on the helium ullage tanks. They vented about 1,000 psi. The check valves caught it. They didn't overpress the Centaur. But they stopped the valve.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
They stopped the valve and retopped the helium tank and then retopped Centaur and put it back into top-off mode. But I'm not going to lie to you, dude. That's a little bit of a pucker moment, man.
With the valve replacement. So that started our
It's
process
a little bit of a
from
pucker
the time
moment.
we scrubbed
Not going to lie to you.
In early May. So from there, we've moved into the working with the spacecraft and the helium anomaly. The teams have been working night and day to resolve that, to make sure that we've stepped through every procedure, every process, and making sure that we're okay. It's been phenomenal to watch the team and to see the camaraderie across all the boards.
Yeah,
and
I hate me too,
to
Peter. Don't
all
worry.
the experts and making sure that
everything is fine now.
We've had to pull in a lot of extra boards
they're going
and
with,
actually had another flight
capsule
readiness
leak checks
review
right
as
now.
well to make sure that the whole agency at NASA and then Boeing and ULA, everyone is ready to go. Very awesome to see this teamwork and the seamless teamwork across the board.
That Delta FRR just a couple of days ago that was held, and we had a press conference yesterday, and the team reported out that everything is moving forward. You're talking about how hard the team worked. They deserved a little time off.
We are checking, Raja. We are checking.
To kind of recharge a little bit.
Yes, we did. We allowed some the folks to go and take a little bit of a break, have a barbecue if they needed to, and get a little bit of a recharge, as you said, to be able to get back into and have a clear mind and be able to get back into the procedures for this week.
Further proof that you are indeed a human being. These are human people that are working on all this. I just got to flash this really quick. This is Dana Hutcherson on a local community magazine in our city. And here she is with her husband, Jeremy, and her 2 dogs, her 2 labs. I sat down to my dining room table. My wife had this sitting on, and I said, well, look at this. This is the woman I'm interviewing today for the launch broadcast. Learned some interesting things about you, Dana. You like to, obviously travel and do fun water sports all around Florida. And it also says here that you're an introvert.
Yes, I am very much so an introvert, but you wouldn't know it, I guess, some days. Yeah. But yes, that was really a surprise to get to see that and have that opportunity. being featured on Cocoa Beach Living.
Cocoa Beach's own Dana Hutcherson, Deputy Program Manager for CCP. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Continued good luck on the team working towards launch.
Appreciate it.
Yep. All right, we'll send it back to you.
We have teams monitoring today's launch operations here in Florida as well as in Houston. In the room right next to Leroy, you have ULA's Dylan Rice and Boeing's Lauren Brennecke, who have been monitoring operations with the rocket and the spacecraft for the last 3 hours.
Yeah, Dia, we've actually been monitoring them close the hatch and start the pressurization process. As you've seen there on your screen, I want to give you a little bit of perspective on how this works, and it's kind of interesting what the astronauts will experience sitting in there. It's a lot like when you feel a pressure change when you're in an aircraft.
Yep.
So their ears
Quite
will
windy,
pop,
Thomas.
and the whole process, doesn't take very long. It just takes a couple of minutes. But our team is checking about half a dozen valves and more than 60 seals. So things like windows and hatches and vestibules.
Okay, as a newbie to this, how impactful are those 20 to 30 mile an hour winds? 1B, it's not okay. So obviously you're not going to launch in a hurricane, right? Even if you could launch in a hurricane, you're not going to do it on the first test flight. Test flight, you want as close to a perfect range as possible, like nothing. You don't want any weather. You want it to be a nice sunny day, no winds, right? Now, what? Here's the thing. The wind, so okay, once again, got to think about the ascent, what's called the ascent corridor. So the rocket has basically a track. Think like a track for a train. It's an imaginary track, right? It's the Atlas isn't on rails, even though that'd be kind of cool. Take the train into space, and wouldn't be against that. So it has an imaginary track, and the rocket follows this track. The weather, obviously, in Florida, right, it's not going to be the same as the weather over Georgia, right? Because this thing kind of goes northeast. It's not going to be the same as the weather off the coast of Georgia at 30,000 feet, okay? So obviously wind down here, you don't want high winds down here, but the most important thing with rockets is the change in winds along the ascent corridor, okay? You don't want the rocket launching in a condition where winds are like 50 miles an hour and then instantly going into like at 10,000 feet, the winds are 0. You're going from a 50 mile an hour wind to a 0 mile an hour wind. That causes what's called vertical wind shear. That's bad. That once again, I talked a little bit earlier, 1B, about transients and a lot of things changing all at once. You don't want the wind blowing at 50 miles an hour, loading up the rocket with wind shear or compression load, and then the rocket basically going to 0 instantly, like 0 wind speed, and changing the structure of the rocket fast. Don't want to do that. That's called vertical wind shear. That's really bad. That's very, very dangerous. So it's not necessarily how bad the wind is blowing down here or how bad the wind is blowing up there. It's the difference. All right? The rate of change. Obviously, upper level winds are going to be, the winds blow up at 30,000 feet a lot faster than they do down here. Why is that? Upper level winds get really, really high because there's less pressure up there. The air is more free to move around and pick up speed. So upper level winds are really, really high. As long as it gradually gets higher and higher, then you're good to go. That's what it would be. That's what it would be doing under ideal-ish conditions, right? I mean, the best conditions are no winds. That does happen sometime, but our atmosphere, the weather is really dynamic. How often does the weatherman get the damn weather right? Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying these meteorologists that are on the range today are going to get this wrong. Space flight and aerospace meteorology, those guys have to be way more accurate. You don't want a pilot to land in a storm where they can't see a runway, for instance. Aerospace meteorology and spaceflight meteorology is way more hardcore than the weather people that you see on the local news. I'm not trying to say that those folks aren't talented either. But you have to be right. These guys are constantly taking readings, and 2 hours, 3 hours before the launch, they're sending weather balloons up to measure vertical wind shear like that. Because once again, changing things too much change too fast is going to cause what's called a shock. It's going to cause a shock transient. You're going to change something way too quickly. And rockets don't really like when you do that. They're not really engineered to be a off-road vehicle, I guess, right? Just like you wouldn't take a smart car off-roading. It's not really designed for that. The rockets aren't designed to handle that kind of stuff because in the scheme of things, if it's a cloudy day or if the wind is too big, too bad, you just launch it tomorrow. It's Florida. It's called the Sunshine State. You're going to get a day very soon that's going to be nice and sunny, right? So if you think about like the scheme of things, how long it took to put this rocket on the pad, put people on it, et cetera, right? If you wait an extra day, it's not that big of a deal. Just do it tomorrow. It'll be sunny, right? So that's why the rockets really aren't designed to fly in all weather conditions, because you don't have to. You don't really have to. The only real rockets and ascent vehicles that are designed to fly in all weather conditions are the ones that go up and come back down and cause explosions. So ICBMs can fly whatever. They're designed to be able to take that wind shear. But this launch vehicle doesn't need to do that. These ones are going into low Earth orbit, and there's not like an absolute utmost like sense of urgency. They don't have to launch today. You can launch tomorrow. You can launch the day after. It's not a big deal, right? If you're committed, if your weather criteria is no good, just wait another day. You're gonna get a sunny day relatively soon in Florida, right? It'll be sunny. Immediately shows sunny.
Audible noises may be heard.
Gotcha, 1B.
She enjoys hanging out with her dogs, working out, hiking, and camping, as well as working on cars and houses.
What do these
Sunny's cool.
do, Mike?
No, they are some of NASA's finest, and they're
Dude, Barry's just
to fly
sleeping.
on this mission so
Just
that we
taking
can
a nap.
get Starliner certified.
Got some downtime.
And,
Take a nap.
Fly more Starliners to the space station in the future.
How does it feel, seeing your friends who you've trained alongside?
What systems do ICBM have to counter weather conditions? It's more of the overall design of it, Dean. ICBMs are... Okay, so like, once again, we'll attribute it to cars, right? These rockets are... these things are a finely tuned machine because mass is at a premium here, right? You have a rocket that can launch different payloads to different directions. ICBMs have one payload and it goes to one place, right? That's the gist of it, right? Now, it doesn't mean that the ICBM couldn't change its trajectory or something, right? But since it's designed, one payload, one thing to do, most likely one trajectory, right? You can build around that margin. These vehicles have to be a lot more flexible. Like, look at Atlas V. Atlas V is a great vehicle. It's put payloads everywhere in the solar system. From launching people into space, hopefully soon, to launching Perseverance and Ingenuity. It's a very versatile vehicle, right? And if you're building that versatility into the vehicle, you can't overbuild it. It's because you have such a wide variety of payloads. You could launch with a 50,000-pound payload or a 5,000-pound payload, right? Because you have there's all those variables built in, you have to sacrifice the mass somewhere. So you kind of have to, I'm not going to say underbuild some of these, but, mass is at a premium here. The ICBM, you can afford to overbuild one payload, one destination, right? That's why, so they're kind of overbuilt like your car, right? Just a regular car that you drive down the road. You're not going to go drive around off-roading in the Grand Canyon with, right? You need a specially built vehicle for that. But an off-road vehicle has one purpose, to go off-road. Doesn't really do anything else very good, right? Like if you have a lifted TJ Jeep running on 35s, solid axles, right? Limited slip front and back, nice transfer case, big block under the hood or something, right? That's not really good for driving around on the street. Anybody that off-roads knows that. I mean, you can. ICBMs could be used to launch payloads into space. They're not very good at it comparatively to Atlas, right? Yeah, Jeep guys. Some Jeep guys just went, how the hell does he know that? Don't worry. It's good. Yeah, you can EVA, sure. So was Titan II. Titan II was refitted to do something like that, but Titan II, you could kind of brute force things into space. These modern launch vehicles you could, but there's no point in doing that, right? You don't need to build that margin in. Why does Atlas V need to absolutely launch something, like to the second to the day, right? You could just wait another day with the types of payloads that it works around. It's all about what you're moving into space, right? The payload denotes the design.
Like a natural stepping stone to the next thing, Mars, which just calls us. Like, why is that planet there?
Yeah, lockers are what you need. Shut up.
That planet? What is the future of our
Be quiet. You know what
And to be able to take these next steps in exploration, we're going to start answering.
Is it true that astronauts only make $100,000 a year? Their highest government pay grade, dude. Now I know it's in the six figures. I don't know what that pay grade is. I have no idea. I'll bet you it varies depending on how long you've been doing this. But, I mean, let me put it to you like this. $100,000 a year? I'll be an astronaut. Yeah, I'd do that. Yeah, sure. Absolutely. I'd do this for $100,000 a year. Yeah, sure. Sure, absolutely. Right? Like, I'm pretty sure they make more than that, but also I can't sit here and say that I wouldn't do this for $100,000 a year. Six-figure salary, get to launch into space. Yeah, I'd do that. Yeah, that's fine with me.
Why are teams still launching?
Yeah, right. Yeah, a lot of people saying I'd do that for free. Yeah, right. I'd do that for coffee and a donut, my guy. Yeah. As long as it's Dunkin'.
To be able to answer that to ourselves and to Butch and Sonny saying, why is this okay, or how is this okay, or should we take the spacecraft back and replace it? Well, we looked at not just the data that we've seen, but also the what could happen in the worst case, and then what could happen even worse than that. And at every point, and because Starliner.
Oh yeah, they make hazard pay when they're on orbit too. That's a good point, Snowing. So yeah, it ends up being a little bit more than that.
Systems. So even if we were to, if that leak were to get bigger, and it hasn't, but if it were to get bigger, it could get a lot bigger, and we'd still be okay. And even if it leaked out the entire bottle of helium for that manifold, we could still fly back and land safely in the desert in Southwest United States. So NASA looked at what the risks were, and working with the crew, and the crew office said, "Hey, this is not ideal. We don't like this. But this is a test flight, and we were able to manage this risk and accept this risk. And it's a really tiny leak. We will be okay. And if it isn't, here's what we do." And we spent a lot of time in the simulators and writing procedures.
Nah, he's sleeping.
Just in case. Just like we saw a little bit earlier. United Launch Alliance, they had a small anomaly. They said, all right, here's our alternate procedures. Let's run through it. And they went through it methodically. We do the same thing on board. So we have everything ready just in case.
Yeah, and just for more context,
yes,
as you said,
we'll talk about that later.
Leak. Starliner could handle 4 more leaks, or this one leak growing by 100 times its current size before needing to be managed in flight. And actually, other spacecraft...
They're talking about the helium leak on the service module. Guys, honestly, I think Barry's hand is on his forehead because the sun is shining through one of the windows on the capsule. I think it's the sun shining right into his eyes when he's trying to sleep. I'm pretty sure that's what's going on there. He's trying to cover his eyes so he can catch some Z's. Now, I know what people say. Why are they sleeping? Aren't you gonna get launched into space in 45 minutes or 47 minutes and 24 seconds? There's downtime built into the holds on purpose. There's downtime here. You build leeway into your mission countdown all the time. Everyone does this. SpaceX does this. ULA does this. Northrop Grumman does this with Antares. Everybody builds planned holds in. SLS did the same thing. The reason why you do it is to take into account any funnies that might happen during the countdown campaign. That's normal. Everyone does that. So in this downtime, the astronauts don't need to do anything. If everything goes right, the best case scenario is them just taking a quick nap. That's the best case scenario. So right now we kind of have best case scenario from what I've seen. I'm not gonna lie to you, that helium thing, I was like, okay, but everything seems to be all right now.
Crew is roll program, coming from Commander Wilmore, indicating that Starliner is rolling into the right orientation for ascent and orbit operations. Then about 45 seconds into the flight, the crew and Starliner will reach max Q, which is the maximum dynamic pressure that they will experience during ascent, and that happens just before they reach Mach 1.
Then 1 minute and 35 seconds into flight, the solid rocket boosters that give Starliner its first major push into orbit will have used up all of their fuel. Starliner will hold on to them for a little more than a minute after that and then jettison the boosters before second stage takes over and take Starliner away the rest of the way.
Starliner will actually reach orbit around 11 minutes and 58 seconds into flight, at which at that point the Centaur main engine will cut off. Starliner and its crew will hold on to that stage for a couple minutes and then separate from it at around the 14-minute, 58-second mark. From there, Butch and Sonny will be free flying on orbit in Starliner.
During ascent, you'll hear Kucherick mentioning a number of abort-related milestones as Starliner moves past them. Starliner can safely abort all the way up to orbit, including off the east coast, off the coast of Newfoundland, and off the coast of Ireland. Beyond that, it will be able to safely reach abort to orbit, staying in space as an abort. And of course, we're hoping not to need any of those.
Request permission to begin white room closeout.
Hey, Synerd.
Roger, thanks, Slick.
51 months.
Blue team, perform toxic vapor and O2 checks when raising the environmental seal and configure white room for launch.
Roger.
And Slick, if you get a annulus purge disconnect time.
And once Starliner has made it to orbit, the last major milestone before the crew begins what we call orbit ops is called the orbit.
Yeah, we're just a smidge behind.
To an
Linus, we're like 2 to 3 seconds behind.
Slick, we're calling it 1537 Zulu.
Roger.
Going from a circular orbit, which they get off of after separating from Atlas, and do an elliptical orbit. And then from there, Starliner will be on its way to International Space Station.
Yeah, and it sounds like the teams that have been getting Butch and Sonny ready are just about done with their job and ready to move, or getting ready to move away from the white room. But before we go back to Florida, let's check in with Rob Navius and the International Space Station Flight Control Team.
Pad closeout crew is
Thanks, Brandy. Just
safing everything
44
here.
minutes until launch, and back here in the ISS Flight Control Room, flight controllers are keeping tabs on the countdown and monitoring the work on board in the aftermath of the docking of the unpiloted Progress resupply craft earlier today at 7:43 a.m. Eastern Time. Now, NASA astronauts Matt Dominic, Mike Barrett, Jeanette Epps, and Tracy Dyson, along with Station Commander Oleg Kononenko of Roscosmos and fellow cosmonauts Nikolai Chub and Alexander Grabenkin, will form the welcoming committee when Wilmore and Williams arrive on board tomorrow. The dock timeline is elastic. That means that the number of days that Starliner could stay at the station could be pared down or expanded depending on any further launch delays or undocking delays driven by weather conditions at the western U.S. landing sites for Starliner. One critical dock day for the Starliner crew.
Starliner Houston, cabin leak check complete. You can open the vent valve.
All right, great.
Hey, Major Who. Thank you.
One critical dock day for the Starliner crew will come 2 days prior to their scheduled undocking, when they load the last of the cargo items to be returned to Earth in the vehicle, and will conduct onboard manual piloting proficiency that will enable them to stay sharp for their departure from the station and the deorbit and entry events that will follow. So here we are at the intersection of Cape Canaveral, Houston, and space. And aboard the station, 2 of the Expedition 71 crew members, Jeanette Epps and Tracy Dyson, recently took a moment to set the table for the arrival of Wilmore and Williams at their orbital destination.
They're removing the FOD seal between the capsule and the white room here. Before, what they were doing is sniffing for gases, testing for any
Sonny
leaks.
and Butch, we can't wait for you guys to join us here on station. We'll be monitoring your every move on the journey, and we'll be waiting to open the hatch and welcome you to your home away from home.
Butch and Sonny, we know you've waited a while to get your ride aboard Starliner, but we know it will have been worth every minute. So from all of us on the International Space Station, Godspeed, and we'll see you soon.
Wish I could do that.
Prepare in less than an hour to launch 2 astronauts to space during this test flight. Let's check back in with NASA's Antonio Jaramillo, who spoke earlier today
awesome,
with
Rocket.
NASA's top administrator about this mission.
It's always an honor to be joined by NASA leadership, and joining me today is NASA Administrator Bill Nelson. Administrator Nelson, can you tell us why it's so important for the space agency that we have another American space company launching from American soil?
You always want to have a backup position, and in this case, a second spacecraft. For example, when we go to the moon, we will have 2 landers. We will have a SpaceX lander, that's first, and then the Blue Origin lander. But this is a significant launch of a test of a brand new human-rated spacecraft, and it's only 6 in the history of NASA. There was Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, then the Space Shuttle, then Dragon, and now the Boeing Starliner launching for the first time with humans on board.
That's right. It's very historic, very important. And you touched on this. Why is it important in general that we do have multiple spacecraft available to send humans to space?
Because
no crew flight test yet, Dragon.
We are exploring in many different ways with humans as our astronauts. We go back to the moon, not just to go to the moon, but to get ready, to learn, to live, to create in order to go to Mars. But that's just one part of our space program. The science, research, the exploration of the heavens, the commercial program. We're going back to the moon later this year with a commercial lander with a NASA instrument that's going to dig to see if there is water on the South Pole. It's a whole combination of a bunch of things that are going on.
That's right. You briefly touched on that. I mean, there's already been a ton of exciting missions this year. What else can the public look forward to?
Well, in addition to those, remember the first A in NASA is aeronautics. And we're going to fly the needle-nose new supersonic. It goes faster than the speed of sound, and it's designed so that it will not make the sonic boom, so that it can fly faster than the speed of sound over populated areas. That's one. We got another aviation project to improve the fuel efficiency by 30% of a mid-range single-aisle transport aircraft like the Boeing 737.
That is fascinating. Administrator Nelson, thank you so much for joining us here today. We'll send it back over to you.
We interviewed the administrator earlier because he is currently at the ASOP with the launch team as we watch the crew access arm moving away from the Starliner spacecraft. Now, the plan is for Butch and Sunny to be docked to the ISS for at least...
I'll be honest with you. I'm like, we like to make fun of ocean stuff, but seriously, why does that man not have a harness on? You might want to do that. That's kind of a long fall. This is footage from OFT.
There, this is video and sound from inside Starliner during its return to Earth 2 years ago as part of the Orbital Flight Test 2 mission.
Yeah, I got
you. Heat shield reaches 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit during reentry, and parachutes are then deployed, and the heat shield discarded to expose Starliner's airbags.
Okay,
the original test pilot, Rosie the Rocketeer, you see there, collected data of what astronauts might experience during landing. Starliner is the first and only American orbital crew capsule to land on land. This allows for quicker access to crew and cargo. It also makes turning the spacecraft around for future missions quicker. But, Mike, Starliner can also land in water, like we were talking about earlier.
Yes, Starliner is a very capable spacecraft. Of course, we want it to land on land for the reasons you said. I love those airbags. I can't wait to ask Butch and Sunny how good those are. But in case of emergency, we can land on water. And we have a central airbag, another one.
Seconds, excess burn duration, and we'll go north to triage 6 if necessary.
The crew was just calling in. They just got some data.
And those are all good here, Starliner. Good readback. One additional item for you. In the commander's folio, you'll recall you have your 2 tablets. You've got a serial number 12 and a serial number 13. They're both ready to go, but one thing for you, serial number 12, we were looking at footage here. Its time is out of sync, so it's no issue for you till orbit. When you're on orbit, you'll want to get that tablet, serial number 12, back in sync with the time on your DUs. It's only going to influence where you see the red line and bold. So if you did have to use bold before that, go ahead and do it on 13. Otherwise, we'll just resync in flight, and we can help you with that when we get there.
Checklist tablets.
All right, good words. We'll copy that, and if we have any questions when we get there, we'll give you a call. And I have confirmed that I can reach the tablets.
Okay. Houston copies.
That was Josh Kutrick giving some last-minute info to Butch and Sonny about their tablets, as well as in case of emergency where to go left or right at the end of the slide wires. But yeah, Starliner could land on water. We'd rather not, but it has that capability, and it has a different airbag configuration for that.
Yeah, the flexibility is great.
We have just about a half hour left before launch. Let's check back in with NASA's Antonio Jaramillo, who's now with someone who's been a part of Starliner since the beginning. Tony?
Thank you, Dee. For those of us just joining, we are here at OSB 2, one of the viewing locations for this launch. And joining me is Chris Ferguson, former NASA astronaut and Boeing astronaut. Chris, you've been part of Starliner since the beginning. How does it feel to be here and now get to watch it take flight with astronauts on board?
Well, given it's such a darn gorgeous day, I'm really excited. Of course, this is the culmination of probably 12 years of, just watching and working and getting involved with the development. But I was very excited to see it all come together. It's a little breezy out here, but you can't beat the weather.
Absolutely. It is a gorgeous day. Now, Chris, if you could give a piece of advice to Butch and Sonny and to all our astronauts flying on our commercial crew missions, what would it be?
Well, Butch and Sonny are pretty darn experienced. They probably don't need my advice, but what I would say, on a very first ascent of a vehicle and a re-entry, I would say take it all in, experience it. Think about what you're feeling, what you're experiencing, what's staging going to be like, what's it like when the parachutes come out, because these are questions that everyone's going to know when you get back, right? We want to know, did we build a vehicle that's comfortable to fly?
Absolutely. We can't wait to know. I mean, we're all taking it in here too. Chris, it's our understanding that your fingerprints are all over the spacecraft, in particular the launch console and displays. What can Butch and Sonny expect to see and experience aboard Starliner for their flight, and how does that compare to flying the space shuttle?
Best flight to the space station, boy.
I think the idea behind the design is to make sure that the crew always has reasonable awareness of what's going on. I remember with the space shuttle days, sometimes the displays were a little archaic. You had to really almost have a graduate degree to understand exactly what you were looking at. So the idea is to make it a lot more airplane-like, because the crews are very experienced pilots and aviators, and for the next generation of Starliner astronauts to come along, we want to make it very intuitive. So we've reduced the number of switches to the bare minimum. The shuttle had 1,000. We have 25 maybe. I don't know what the right number is, but it's a very streamlined. It's capable of being flown by a single person.
Bad crew.
So there's a lot of
upgrades
that make it safer and a lot more flexible than its predecessor, the space shuttle.
Definitely a very impressive spacecraft. And Butch and Sonny, they're going to also perform a few manual demonstrations aboard. You also were a part of this flight test in the beginning. Can you talk to us a little bit about these manual demonstrations and just kind of the importance of why Boeing decided to have both a blend of autonomous and manual capabilities?
Yeah, there's always a sort of a contentious look, between engineers and pilots on how do I control the spacecraft. The pilots always want the ultimate ability to take over in a situation when they need to. So the Starliner flies very much like the space shuttle and the Apollo and the other capsule vehicles, with 2 different hand controllers where you can control all 6 degrees of freedom. You can maneuver it to an attitude if you needed to, say, charge your solar arrays or pick up a communication satellite, and they'll have the opportunity, of course, to check that out. And then there's also a deeper level of redundancy called backup mode, which is a means that the crew could manually fly the vehicle, even in the unlikely event that all the flight management computers fail. So there's a lot of redundancy, and it really is a true piloting vehicle, which is, I think, why the NASA customers really enjoy it so much.
I'm sure. Well, Chris, thank you so much for joining us. Megan D. Mike, back over to you.
All right, a quick check of the clock. We are 31 minutes.
Now, okay, this is me being an armchair rocket scientist and pilot here. Personally, guys, I'm not. This isn't a slight against Dragon. Dragon is a very, very fine system. But I'd prefer manual switches, to be honest. Manual redundant to a digital switch, which Dragon does have. But it's only they only have manual switches for critical operations. And once again, I think that's fine. The touchscreens make up for it with what you can do with those things on Dragon. But I like manual switches. I think having manual redundancy, backing your digital redundancy is a good idea. For spaceships, at least. Maybe that's... I don't know. Maybe I'm antiquated in that regard. Probably right, but... Yeah, Mutter. Mm-hmm. Honestly, Dragon was the first one to kind of make me question that, because Dragon works very well, but even Dragon has manual switches on board for critical functions like deorbiting, just in case. You should always have some type of manual backup. Now, once again, the question as to how much, I don't know. That really comes down to design criteria and stuff. I think it's fine for something like Starliner to have a manual redundancy built in to all the systems. Starliner does have a lot of switches, but Starliner also has digital MFDs just like an airplane would, or Dragon, for instance, right? So I think that I like the switches personally. It's a little bit old school, but you have way more control of your spacecraft doing this way. But the flip side of that is that it's a much more complicated design, putting in all the wiring that you need for all these different switches. So you're trading complexity for dexterity, I guess, with your spacecraft. It's always a trade-off, one or the other. Now, where that coin falls, right, it really comes down to what your spacecraft, like I said, design criteria. If we have an environment in the future where Starliner is going to different types of space stations, having a manual redundancy allows you to be able to do things with the capsule that an automatic system wouldn't be able to do. But once again, not saying that Dragon can't do the same thing. DM2 showed that Dragon can be taken control of manually. Bob and Doug did that. They did that. They did a free flight test right next to the ISS where they kind of moved it around with the flight controls just to make sure they were working, flipped it back over to autonomous mode, and it docked. That was 4 years ago. It's good to have manual redundancy in the spacecraft. You don't want to. I wouldn't want just sole automatic. I don't think that's a good idea.
29 minutes. Flight control. Start flight control. Final prep.
But then again, I'm just an armchair rocket scientist. What do I know?
Roger.
Now, Sunny will be the first woman to test an orbital spacecraft. Another fun fact, the last time people flew to space in an Atlas-class rocket was 61 years ago with the end of the Mercury program. CFT is the final test to certify a second commercial spacecraft to ferry astronauts to and from the space station, which really is a wonderful resource to us and many countries and also research institutions. All right, again, 28 minutes, 5 seconds to liftoff. Let's head back over to Brandy and Jim inside Mission Control in Houston.
LC, PNE2.
Go ahead.
Since our LH2 SVB cycle tests are complete.
Flight test
Roger.
Flight Director Mike Lammers is just about to pull the flight control team here in Houston for a go or no-go, verifying that all of Starliner systems are ready for launch today. Everything's looking good at the moment, and Lammers will use this poll to determine his own response to the final go-no-go poll.
I agree, Buck,
by the launch conductor just before liftoff.
Once we do get into the terminal countdown time frame, there are...
Go ahead. Roger, do we have the temperature update complete?
Roger, the RP1 temperature update complete.
Roger. Prop 1, initiate fuel fill sequence.
Roger.
And once we're in that terminal countdown time frame,
go ahead.
We've been discussing before the CISA temp. It's a noisy measurement. I'd like to take this to 6, get a recommendation probably to disable.
Roger. Convene the anomaly team and provide a recommendation.
We'll go. Minus 27 minutes.
They're seeing something else that they don't like. I don't know what it was. He said it was staticky, I guess.
And the first
LC arm control.
One of the major activities that
go ahead.
Step 100.
arm hydraulic final preps are...
Did you see the guy? Oh, my God. Did you hear that?
One of the first activities Mike Lammer's team will be doing is transitioning Starliner from ground power to battery power. That'll come about 18 minutes before launch. We leave it about as late as possible so that the team can launch with those batteries as close to full power as possible. A few minutes later, with less than 10 minutes to go before liftoff, Starliner's ordnance will be armed, and that activates the critical systems that are needed to detach all the things from Starliner that will ultimately jettison as it climbs to orbit, and if it were needed to abort. And finally, just 1 minute and 15 seconds before launch, they'll work with the crew to activate the launch abort system, which would rocket the crew to safety in the case of an abort, or on the pad, or early in the ascent.
This is likely the last you'll hear from us until liftoff, so we are going to send you back to the team in Florida to let Megan, Dee, and Mike see us through the rest of the countdown. We'll be back once Starliner is on its way. Go Starliner.
Randy and Jim. Okay, let's take a closer look now at Starliner. The next generation crew capsule measures 16.5 feet tall with a diameter of 15 feet. That's about the size of a mid-size SUV. It was designed to carry up to 7 astronauts or a mix of crew and cargo for missions to the International Space Station. After today's test flight, NASA will fly crews of 4 or 5 with cargo, and Starliner is also reusable up to 10 times.
Yeah, we're looking
LCOSM.
to getting...
Go ahead. Yes, sir. Per step 60, flight hazard area has been cleared. All personnel accounted for.
Roger.
Pad crew has left the flight hazard
area. All right, everybody
area.
is in place for launch. Starliner, we're looking forward to getting it certified so we can continue our missions to the International Space Station with 4 NASA astronauts. And Boeing will have the option to use Starliner to fly to other space stations and to help build the low Earth economy, low Earth orbit economy.
Hey, Mike, let's squeeze.
Lemonhead, how long has everybody been awake? So astronauts and cosmonauts aboard the ISS are on UTC. So they're on Universal Time. So that's GMT 0. So Greenwich Mean Time, basically. So they adjust their sleep schedules accordingly. So whatever time it is in London right now, they would have woken up around 6 o'clock UTC. So that would have been... Actually, it probably would have been a little bit later than that. Yeah, they basically woke up. If you're in the UK, they woke up when you woke up in the morning, like 8 or 9 o'clock. So that would have been super early in the morning here.
Line item 390.
Active.
Again, some nominal call-outs there as we march towards our instantaneous launch opportunity.
Bad sensor, they're disabling it for the ComNet. Got it.
It's really neat that we're hearing all the voice chatter back and forth from our team. I mean, what a nice thing to be able to share with everybody watching today.
Flight control final preps complete and Atlas hydraulics at standby pressure.
Roger.
And with that, let's head back over.
Go ahead.
Line item 390 has been disabled.
Roger.
Let's head back over to ULA's Dylan Rice and Boeing's Lauren Brennecke from the ASOC.
Thank you, Megan. So you may have heard just a few minutes ago the team talking about they're actually telling Butch and Sunny once they get up into space that they will need to sync their tablet. Wanted to give a little bit of a perspective on that. Basically, it's just the system clock in that tablet. You could think of it as it's just like going down to the start menu on Windows and syncing up the clock. It's been, of course, turned off for a little bit, and not connected to internet. So it's just something like you would do at home to re-establish the new time on your microwave. But Dylan, they've also heard about an anomaly on the ULA side. Not a big deal, but let's give them a little bit of perspective on that.
Sure, Lauren. So we had, we did hear a report of a noisy temperature measurement, and this particular measurement is the interstage adapter, but that's the adapter between Atlas and Centaur. And this measurement is something that's automatically disabled when we enter our terminal count at T-minus 4 minutes. But over the past few minutes, we've observed this measurement bouncing around a little bit. So now that the vehicle is fully loaded with propellants and we've been stable for quite a while, this measurement is really not something that we rely heavily on when we're fully tanked and stable. So we're going to go ahead and disable it early. Rather than waiting for the automatic disable as we approach.
Thanks for gifting 5. I appreciate it.
And that just would prevent any any what we'd consider to be a nuisance alarm at this point. So nothing major there. It's kind of a standard operating procedure for a noisy measurement like this.
And we are just a little over 21 minutes out from launch.
Logo suppressor charge is complete.
Roger.
As I was saying, just a little over, right now, about 21 minutes out from launch. And I've been thinking a lot about Butch and Sunny going back to the ISS for a third time for both of them. Sunny told us that really the ISS feels like home for them. If you think about it, they've both spent a good portion of time there. They both spent 6 months in their first trip up and 6 months in their second trip up. So.
You guys mind if I switch to the audio loop stream? I'm really trying to hear what they're saying. I'm having a lot of trouble with it. This is the same stream with no commentary over it.
LCSYS.
Go ahead.
Step 90, all secondary decoms verified on RF link.
Roger.
Thank you. Thanks, Axel. This stream is not in high, it's in 720p.
L minus 20 minutes.
Starliner, there's
Beanie-1, reinitiate AHB charging.
Configure
Roger.
suit flow.
RLM, verify redline monitor and event table are in the correct configuration for terminal count.
Verified.
Good work.
RC, verify solar radiation, acceptable for launch.
Here we
Verified.
go. Yeah, there's no countdown, but it's all right. I think that's just Lance, I think that crack over there is just a piece of lint from that Velcro strap, to be honest with you. The screws and everything are tagged out and torqued. That's what those lines are on the screws. This is just crap from that Velcro right there.
Houston, Starliner, visor config complete.
Okay.
Houston copies, visor config complete.
Okay, helmets on, or zipped up.
All communications switch to channel 1. All personnel and visitors remain in present position until launch. Maintain operational silence in the LCC.
Okay, Launch Control Center is going
This is
silent.
the LC with a terminal count briefing. If a condition exceeds the launch constraint anytime after the terminal count status check, the observer shall announce hold, hold, hold on channel 1, identify their station, and briefly state the reason for the hold.
That's the Atlas Space Operations Control Center right there. No, not yet, weather guy. We'll wait until T-minus 10 minutes.
LC prop 1.
Go ahead.
Fuel fill sequence is complete. Start bottle fill is nominal.
Roger.
L minus 18 minutes.
They're going to do a suit fill check now.
Flight control, perform launch on time verification.
The hum
Roger.
isn't me, FX. Let me just make sure that we're up to speed here. Yeah, we'll see, Chucky. Oh, we were way behind. Okay, good. We're up to speed.
L minus 17 minutes.
OSM, place SRB ignition SNA switch to the enable position.
Priming the igniters for the SRBs.
SRB ignition enabled.
And verify FCO, RCO, and OSM hold fire switches are in the proceed position.
Ready to proceed.
Launch on time verified.
Roger.
Operations Safety Manager and Range Safety Officer.
LC Peony 1.
Go ahead. RSO.
AHB charging reestablish and at flight mass.
Roger.
Batteries are charged. No, Vasya. It's only Twitch right now. Sorry, it's early. T-minus 10 minutes, guys. At T-minus 10 minutes, I'm going to pre-roll ads. I don't like running ads. I hate ads. They're annoying and intrusive and unskippable, and I don't like that. But also, I don't want somebody getting an ad during liftoff, right? So at T-minus 10, we're going to roll.
Roger.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Swag. Thanks for the 18. Simba gifted out 10. Thank you very much, dudes. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I don't like the ads, guys. That pisses me off.
Starliner, we see your CM Essential. That's just to do with the internal power transition. No action.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
15.
Okay,
Jesus.
no action. We got the suit fan DP low. It's back on now.
Looking.
No, Naomi. Yeah, Boeing spacesuits for Starliner is really trick because they have zippers that seal. Really, really cool stuff.
LC flight, channel 1 and air-to-ground 1 are now merged for air-to-ground 1.
Roger.
Roger. Air-to-ground 1, ready for comm check with Starliner and channel 1.
Roger. Roger. Starliner, LC, comm check on channel 1.
So we got you loud and clear. Looks like we got suit fan. All suit fans failed a warning.
Echo,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And I copied your comm check, Starliner. In Capcom, did you catch that message?
And Starliner and LC Capcom A-firm, we see the messages. We're working more to follow. Stand by.
Standing by.
We're inside of 15 minutes, Megasiv, so yeah.
Starliner, visors open, please, while we work the suit fans. Visors open.
Uh-oh.
All right, visors are open.
There's...
I'm sure you saw it in Houston, but suit fan Bravo went down and switched to Alpha. It had a DP low, and then it, of course, went off. We still show power to Alpha is on.
One of the fans
Houston copies
that circulate oxygen into the spacesuit is
minus 13 minutes.
Not working right.
And Starliner, we showed the same for your info. We're swapping suit fans back to Bravo. Continue to stand by for us.
It sounds like they're double redundant.
Standing by.
Guys, it's a new capsule. You're gonna have teething problems, okay? It happens. It's a suit fan, drummer. Stand by, Alex. I didn't hear the magic words, so we'll see. I got you, Megasiv. No problem.
Minus 12 minutes.
12 minutes. Every new system does, Novaraptor, yep.
LC flight channel 1.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the condition we're in an LCT condition with both suit fans down. We're trying to get these reactivated, but we're going to proceed.
Roger. So good to stow the crew access arm.
I'm go.
Roger.
It circulates it out, Lemmy. You're only hotboxing yourself if you rip one right now.
Minus 11 minutes.
Arm control, stow the crew access arm for launch.
Roger.
Electron, thanks for the bits, dude. They're having trouble with the suit fans. 2BE. The suit fans are what provide oxygen into the suits during ascent. The suits are pressurized. The suits themselves are pressurized on ascent in case of cabin depress. Think like in an airplane, you have the oxygen mask that comes down in case of cabin depress. When you're going up into space, going a little further, a little less oxygen around than flying at 30,000.
Starliner, on our end, we brought suit fan Bravo back on. It looked good. We need both. We need to prove that A is also there, so we're commanding Alpha on and then off at this time. More to follow.
They're switching the fans on and off to make sure that they're working.
Yep, we see it.
Crew access arm is
And
retracting.
we're still visors up, so you know.
Hey, Pie Guy.
All right.
Minus 10 minutes.
Okay, 10
Flight
minutes.
verify CST-100 on internal power.
Verified.
All right, guys.
Starliner, configure ordnance for launch.
That's the pyrotechnic separation systems getting configured for launch. Crew access arm is retracting. We're running the ads now. I'll see you on the other side, chat.
LC flight, channel 1.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we reactivated suit fan Bravo. Suit fan Alpha is also working, so we've cleared our LCC condition. And for the crew, you can take visors down.
Visors down and ordnance configured.
Gabla, thank you for the sub.
LC copies both.
All right, guys, I'm shutting the alerter off as well. There's a shot of Playa Linda Beach. That's cool, I guess. Crew access arm is moving into the fully retracted position. You're not going to use the restroom when the capsule's flying into space, Clayton. There's a toilet, but you can't use that during ascent, just like on an airplane. So they have depends just in case. Okay, ad breaks clean, guys. You should be ad-free for the next 30 minutes.
LC arm control.
All the way through.
Go ahead.
Through ascent.
Crew access arm stowed for launch.
Roger.
Access arm is fully retracted.
LC switch to ready position. All steps are complete prior to status check.
Rojan, 70 months, thank you. Goalie, yeah, it's pretty cool, right, man? So we're listening to the straight communications loop here for the CFT-1 Starliner mission. This is the first crewed flight of Boeing's Starliner capsule launching on top of Atlas, an Atlas ULA Atlas 5 rocket. Atlas 5 is in its N22 configuration.
Minus 7 minutes.
Status check to proceed with terminal count, Atlas systems, propulsion,
Go.
No, go
hydraulics,
Go.
pneumatics,
Go.
LO2,
Go.
water,
chat,
Go.
Centaur systems, propulsion,
Go.
pneumatics,
Go.
LO2,
Go.
LH2,
Go.
has gas,
Go.
electrical systems, airborne,
Go.
ground,
Go.
facility,
Go.
RFFTS.
Go.
Flight control.
Go.
GCQ.
Go.
Op support.
Go.
Com.
Go.
Umbilicals.
Go.
Arm control.
Go.
ECS.
Go.
Redline monitor.
Go.
Quality.
Go.
Op safety manager.
Go.
ULA safety officer.
Go.
Vehicle system engineer.
Go.
Anomaly chief.
Go.
Range coordinator.
Clear to proceed.
Flight director.
Houston flight is go.
Starliner.
Starliner, go.
Launch director.
You have permission to launch.
Proceeding with the count. ALC, verify T0 is set for 16:25:40 Zulu.
Verified.
Starliner net is clear.
Thanks for all the subs, guys. I'm clearing the alerter nets.
Thank you, LC. To all of you sitting on console, whether you're in Houston, BMCC, ASOC, Atlas, this is a great day to be proud of your nation. And all of you listening as well, whether you're at Banana Creek or the Causeway or the rooftop of LCC or the ASOC, and other places around our nation, like the Bay Area building and other places where you are viewing what's taking place. Again, for you, it's a great day to be proud of your nation, great day to be proud of Boeing, great day to be proud of ULA and NASA. And we are one nation, under God, indivisible. And when we together use the power of that combination, we can do some pretty amazing things.
Well
So
said,
LC, with that, we are ready to put some fire in this rocket and propel this spacecraft to the International Space Station, where all these fine Americans have designed and have prepared it to be. Calypso, take us to space and back.
Roger, Starliner.
Appreciate those kind words, Butch. Thank you.
LC flight, Starliner configured for terminal count.
Roger. All steps are complete prior to terminal count.
On my mark, the time will be T-minus 4 minutes and counting. 3, 2, 1, mark.
4 minutes.
3:55.
Ground pyros enabled.
Ground pyrotechnic systems are the separation mechanism.
Hold.
Oh.
Flight control C to CCLS, hold it. Approximately T-minus 350.
CFLS, Centaur.
LC switch not ready.
Centaur fill load.
All personnel turn to recycle section. Operation 80. LC switch is not ready. Clock stopped at T-minus 3 minutes 50 seconds. Starliner, you should not hear any vent at this point.
Damn it! Oh.
Starliner standing by.
That was an awesome speech! Damn it!
ALC reset countdown clock to T-minus 4 minutes and holding.
Active.
It's probably... So it's okay. It's okay.
LC Puny 2.
Go ahead.
Centaur tank pressures are stable.
Roger.
Something went weird with Centaur. CFLR.
Atlas tank pressures are stable.
Centaur
Roger.
fill load. Yeah. Something went weird with
OSM,
Centaur.
place SRB ignition SNA switch to disabled position.
They're safing the igniters on the SRBs now?
SRB ignition disabled.
So right now what they're going through is the safing procedures, and they're returning the rocket to the configuration that it was in at T-minus 4 minutes, so basically about 10 minutes ago. That takes a second because you got to go backwards in the checklist, and then you got to go forward. It's a loop, right? What they did was at T-minus 4 minutes, they released the planned hold. That's when they basically, the avionics systems take over for Atlas. Immediately, Atlas threw a flag right back at mission control and said, "Nah, I'm not doing that." It sounds like the anomaly chief and the red line monitor both figured out that something was weird with a CFLR switch, or CFLRS, I think. Centaur fill and load. So something's weird with the Centaur fueling. But I think I heard that. I don't know. We'll wait until we have more.
Avionics system stable.
Yeah.
Roger. And LC can verify no indications of hazards. Flight, LC.
LC, Starliner systems are stable.
Roger.
Centaur
Starliner, last arm switch to off.
Okay, they've reverted Centaur back into a
Last
stable.
arm switch is off.
Back into a stable configuration. Guys, right now it's an important time to mention that you don't force it. Look, if the thing's if Atlas's computers are telling you don't launch me, don't do it. Sometimes you got to trust what you're seeing. And sometimes that means waiting 24 hours. Remember what I said when we were talking about weather. All right? Look, man, just try it again tomorrow. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal in the scheme of things. Getting everybody back here, doing another launch coverage, I'll do that again. Sure, no problem. I don't know if they're going to do a 24-hour scrub. But, yeah, look, there's 100,000 ways. Like, this is parroting what you've heard before. I mean, it's nothing new. There's 100,000 ways that this thing can go catastrophically wrong, and really only one way it can go right. So before you hit that red button, there's no red button to launch. Make sure your odds are in your favor. You know what I mean? You make sure you're prepared as possible. If Atlas's onboard systems are saying don't do it, don't do it.
Completion. And flight, LC.
LC.
CST-100 power to external.
Copy. We'll put it in work.
Connected the rocket back into the grid. They're on external power, not using the battery power on board. That's right, Thor.
Go ahead.
Don't screw around when there's people on board.
LC continuing topping.
Roger.
LC Lux 2.
Go ahead.
Substep Golf, Centaur LA2 continuing topping.
Roger.
LC Fuel 2.
Go ahead.
Centaur LH2 continuing topping.
Roger.
LC Peony 1.
Go ahead, Peony 1.
Atlas Pneumatics, pressure stable.
Roger.
LC Peony 2.
Go ahead.
Substep Echo CEC active.
Roger.
And substep Foxtrot sensor pneumatic system stable.
Roger.
LC Prop 1.
Go ahead.
Substep Charlie and substep Delta, Atlas propulsion and hydraulic system stable.
Topping is the standby mode for Centaur. Topping is putting it back into a safe configuration is giving you the steps to detank it, which we'll probably hear coming up in the checklist, Hellfish. You don't skip around in your checklist. If you're at T-minus 4 minutes and it says to scrub, the first thing that you do is put Atlas back into the configuration that it was right before autosequencer was initiated. And then from there, you go branch out in the checklist and go into scrub procedures, and that's safing. But the first thing you do is get it right back into topping mode, because that's a known stable mode for Centaur, right? It's a safe condition. Crew access arm is moving back into position.
LC, this flight control.
Go ahead.
Substep Kilo, flight control ready.
Stable mode.
Roger.
Bingo. Guys, it looks like I don't think we're flying today. I'm kind of waiting for them to talk about what happened, but right now I bet you that the anomaly chief, the flight director, and the launch director are probably talking on a loop that we can't hear regarding what's going on. They probably haven't figured it out yet. It takes a second. We'll probably have an answer here soon, but yeah, I'm pretty sure we're not flying today. What is the red line? Red line monitor, funny. What a red line monitor does is basically is on a console that has all the main bits of telemetry.
LC arm control.
Go ahead.
Crew access arm is deployed.
Roger.
It has all the telemetry.
310, substep Oscar. Crew access arm is deployed and launched.
Roger.
Okay. Hey, Astro. The The Redline monitor has basically all of the telemetry on a screen in front of them, and if all the sensor readings are designed to work within a nominal range. So, like for instance, if a fuel tank gets too hot,
LC, this is RLM-1.
It'll show up as a red warning indicator.
Step 310, substep, Mike. Redline monitor is ready.
Roger.
RLM is a very important job. That's the guy that basically says, wait, whoa, something's going wrong here. I think the RLM caught that CFLR. It's not CFLR. It's CFLS, I think is what they said. I think the Redline monitor caught that CFLS scrub there. Yeah. CLR, calcium, lime, and rust. Oh, I love that stuff there, Buzz. All right.
LC has gas. Go has gas. Substep hotel has gas. Normal scan pattern including cat. Roger.
Yours. Nice. So Atlas's auto sequencer is initiated at T-minus 4 minutes, Nova, if I'm remembering that correctly. And it seems like the computer caught something immediately. The first thing that the rocket, when you turn the brains on the rocket, the first thing it's going to do is just check that all systems are working correctly and there's nothing like higher pressures, lower pressures, weird temperatures here and there. It's just going to basically do a self-diagnostic. That's what it does. That's what most rockets do when they initiate startup. And then it'll run through its count procedures and launch, right? This was so close to T-minus 4 minutes. This was so close to auto sequencer initiation. I bet you Atlas caught something. It caught something that it didn't like. Now, whether the RLM did that or whether Atlas caught it, I don't know. I'd have to go back and listen. But I heard CFLS, Centaur Fill and Load. So something is weird with Centaur's fueling systems.
LC?
Yes, LC. GC3 is ready.
Roger.
Okay, Cosmic. T-minus 0, Joe, is where that's called the commit. That's called the commit at 0. And, well, launch commit criteria basically happens, final launch commit criteria basically happens right before the time hits 0, right before engine ignition. That's kind of not your point of no return, but separation, which happens like immediately right after that. Once the bird's
launch
flying.
Launch director, LC, channel 1.
Yeah, there's no going back right now.
LDM1.
Yes, sir. So we had a hold call at T-minus 3 minutes and 50 seconds by the CCLS launch sequencer. So at this time, we've completed our recycle back to T-minus 4 and holding configuration and ready to proceed with a scrub crew egress operation.
Yeah, roger that. Standby.
No, FX, roger. I don't think so. Maybe the battery's on board. Yeah. Hey, Red Panda, WD-40, thank you for the raid, dudes. Unfortunately, we're not flying today, I'm pretty sure. CFLS, they said the CFLS auto sequencer, which once again, like I'm talking about, that it wasn't the RLM that caught it. It was
go to proceed.
It was the brains. The brains, the auto sequencer self-diagnostic. So the CFLS auto sequencer.
Okay, all personnel going to Operation 85.
The computer.
OSM, LC.
OSM.
Establish the BDA roadblocks and open the flight hazard area.
Roger.
And all personnel on Channel 1 will be starting an approximate 65-minute hold at this time for flight crew egress. All systems maintain T-minus 4 and holding configuration.
Hey, Neuro. So, yeah, the Centaur the Centaur auto sequencers, so the computers, Atlas's onboard computers caught something it didn't like. CCLS? It sounds like they said CFLS, but if it's CCLS, the computer-controlled launch system, yeah. That's once again, that's the brains. They switched on Atlas's computers and it said, all right, I'm checking that. I'm ready to. No.
Arm control, LC.
That's basically what happened.
Arm control.
Yeah, per step 40, can you give me that call out on the status of the crew access arm?
Yeah, ULA was like, okay, start the launch auto sequencer, Hal. And Atlas goes, I'm sorry, ULA. I'm afraid I can't do that. That's basically what happened, if you want to think about it that way. Hopefully what happens next in that reference doesn't actually happen here. That would be bad.
Report.
Roger. LCFE.
Go ahead.
That would be bad.
Readings nominal.
Roger.
Let's just skip that part. No, pass that part. In fact, never play this part again. Do they take their clothes to the ISS? Yes, Newmark. Yep. That's what all this stuff is. But
LC flight channel 1.
Go ahead, flight.
Yeah, CST 100's on ground power.
Roger.
Yeah. They're switching everything. They're connecting the capsule and the rocket back into the grid here. So fun fact, one of these bags here is a replacement part for the toilet on the ISS. Yeah. Newmark, it's funny that you mentioned that. They actually had to take some of their clothes and throw it out and replace it with a replacement urine pump from the toilet. Now, don't get me wrong, the ISS toilet still works. The problem the problem here is with the pump systems. So the toilet, it has to, the stuff has to go somewhere. And where the urine goes, it goes through these pumps and it goes into a urine recycler that purifies it. It filters out all the urine parts and leaves the water part so you have clean drinking water. One of the pumps to that system is not working correctly. So the toilet still works, but the plumbing part doesn't work. So we basically, on the ISS, instead of having like indoor plumbing, they basically have a porta potty right now. Yeah. The replacement part is in the capsule. Just thought I'd let you know. Oh, well, that's no fun. No, it isn't. As a precaution, I don't know if you guys need this much information to be 100% real, but bags and cans of storage waste. That's what, it usually just does it automatically, but that you. I don't know. I don't know if people want to hear that. You guys let me know. Do you not want to hear that? Sounds pretty crappy. EJ, go away. Just let me know. Yeah. Fun fact, the Apollo capsule had no toilets. They just gave them a bunch of Ziploc bags and said, just figure it out, man. Yeah.
LCR-1111.
It wasn't not in the mass. Bags are a lot lighter than a toilet is. Just saying.
Line report.
Roger. P&E2, LC.
Tell me more.
Go ahead. Secure CEC and activate safety purge.
Roger.
FTS, LC.
This FTS?
Secure RF, FTS, and GPS metric tracking.
Roger.
I don't want to know what that means.
Go ahead, P&E2.
Guys, if we switch back over to the media broadcast, they've probably announced a scrub. All right, just in case anybody's here on the loop, here with us, just listening to the countdown loops, they're gonna scrub. What they're doing is they're safing the vehicle. They're putting it back into a stable, what's called a stable mode or stable configuration. Basically reverting it to where you were right before you tried to launch it. There's a number of reasons why. you don't want to deviate from the checklist. At this point on their checklist, no doubt it says go back to stable configuration in the event of a scrub, right? You don't want to put the vehicle into a scenario that you haven't tested, right? Fortunately, Atlas has a lot of flight experience here. So, and it's kind of ironic in this situation, but long story short, the rule book for this was written a long time ago, right? It's been around for a little while. So what they're doing is they're putting Centaur and Atlas back into a stable fuel topping mode, because once again, if you were here at the beginning of the cast, I basically told you guys, you don't want to change too much too fast. The rocket's already going to do that when they go to launch it, right? Now they're not launching today, but you don't want to change more things that needs to be changed. So they're going to revert this back into a configuration they know won't cause anything to pop, right? Safe, stable config. It's called a mode in rocket science. So this would be a stable mode. Now, once again, they want to put it into a stable mode so they can basically start going backwards down the checklist to detank. They got to do the reverse of what they did to get the vehicle ready, right? And you want to revert it back, and you want to ultimately revert it back to an inert state. But you do not want to do that when there's people nearby. Atlas V is not designed for what's called load and go fueling criteria. So there are other rockets like Falcon 9. Falcon 9 is designed to do that. Falcon 9 was engineered from the ground up to be able to have people nearby when fueled. But that wasn't without its mishaps. If you know, you know. Nobody got hurt, thankfully. So Atlas was not designed to do that. So there is fueling rule criteria here that might be different from other launch providers. Fueling criteria and fueling rules basically state here that you do not change the fuel quantity inside of this vehicle when there are people nearby. The only time you want the fuel quantity to be changing when there's people nearby is when the thing's launching into space. Why? What? All right. Wait. They can't take all the gas out of it when people are getting out of it? Why can't you do that? Well, I thought you'd never ask. No, that's, once again, changing stuff too quickly, right? Fueling takes a long time. For this type of rocket, it's a slow fill system because hydrogen takes a second, first and foremost. Second of all, when you tank and detake a rocket, when you fuel it up, you're changing a lot of stuff really, really fast. The physical composition of the vehicle changes because you're cooling it off. Stuff contracts. Stuff starts to get under pressure, so stuff can expand. Stuff can contract. Bolts. Say you have something bolted together. These temperatures get so cold that bolts can unscrew themselves. Yeah, that happened with SLS. They flowed hydrogen a little too fast through its hydrogen lines, and a bolt and a nut that was holding pipes together actually just unscrewed itself because it got so cold. It detorqued itself. During SLS, they had to send a red team out, 3 dudes with a torque wrench out there to retorque that bolt so they could finish it. So they could finish fueling and then ultimately launch, right? So you're going through a lot of different changes when you tank and detank a rocket. That, once again, so think about it like in terms of changing variables. When you detank, you're changing a lot of variables really, really fast. It's better to not have people nearby when you do that unless the rocket was engineered and designed to do that from the ground up. Now, once again, like we have an Atlas V here with ULA. We have Starliner, the Boeing Starliner. Its counterpart is SpaceX with Dragon and Falcon 9. Falcon 9 and Dragon were engineered with that capability in mind from the start. All right, but like I said, that wasn't without its follies either. Load and go prop loading is not something that anybody ever tried until SpaceX did it, and even they had a little bit of teething problems. Anytime you're pushing the envelope with spaceflight, it's something weird always is going to happen, like now. It happens. That's just the way it is. There's so much, there's so much going on. The vehicle's so ridiculously complicated. There's no way you can take into account every single little nut and bolt like we try to, and we do a pretty damn good job, but sometimes there's unknown unknowns. This happens. Launch scrub due to automatic hold of ground launch sequencer. Yep. Can you please explain why they can't simply reset and wait 90 minutes for the ISS orbital plane to realign? You might have enough, you might not have enough fuel to get to it. So, yeah, this stuff takes time, dudes. No safety lock pins. I don't know what that's in regards to, Chief. What is that? Atlas 5. NASA says the ground launch sequencer did not load the proper configuration files when the countdown resumed. Not clear what that actually means, but if it's a software problem, another launch try tomorrow might be possible. No way to know at this point. Oh, jeez. Why don't they wait? Because the trajectory that they fly on a 24-hour scrub is going to be similar to now. You don't want to change the trajectory in the mission plan willy-nilly like that. That's not smart. Guys,
Arm control, LC.
Arm control.
Verify CAT environment acceptable for personnel entry.
Verified.
Has gas, LC.
Go ahead.
Verify CAT and launch vehicle has gas readings are acceptable for personnel entry.
Safety lock pins, that's probably the
Flight
crew access
LC.
arm. CAA, if I had to guess.
Flight's here.
Verify CST-100 prop system is stable and acceptable for personnel entry.
Verified.
Roger.
He just verified
LCO,
that Centaur's in a stable state. Don't cut the stream. Are you shitting me right now? Excuse me. Sorry. Really?
Roger.
Okay, good. We're back. Just going to give it a quick refresh.
Verified.
Roger.
LCO,
I'll time myself out for that one.
Yet, but we still have time. We've got about 3.5 months to go. But one of the things that we did when we boarded was that, and we had to take our crew photo together. We all got out our crew notebooks, and each crew member signed it. And that way, we know who we flew with when we look back later. Everyone who signs the our crew notebooks, are the people that we've flown with, and that's one of the traditions that I love.
Hi, my name is Damani Gray. What are some of the psychological...
You've got to be kidding me. Oh, wait, it's back. It's back. It came back. It came back. It came back. It came back. It's back. Oh my... What is happening? Okay, Forge, what did Bill Harwood say? Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Okay, so Bill Harwood is CBS Space News. What is he saying? He's saying that Atlas V Starliner, NASA says the ground launch sequencer did not load the proper configuration files when the countdown resumed. Not clear what that actually means, but if it's a software problem, another launch try tomorrow might be possible. Okay. I'm not trying to jump to conclusions, but they changed the configuration on the Centaur topping valves. They changed the logic configuration, and it sounds like they didn't equip the auto sequencer to take into account that change. So if they initiated ground launch sequencer and the Centaur... See, Phil, that's what I mean. It sounded like they said CFLS, Centaur Fill and Load System. It sounded like they had an immediate scrub criteria for the CFLS. Which would explain what Bill Harwood is saying. Could be wrong, though. Basically, they changed the configuration on the Centaur Fill and Load system to get Centaur to go into topping mode, to basically make sure they had enough fuel to get into space. And then they didn't tell the sequencer
Blue team is
that they changed it.
Roger.
Yeah, sorry about cursing, guys. It's my fault. Here's a shot of some clouds. Oh, yep, here we go. Yep. Slick team is moving back to the pad. This is the now, usually they're a pad closeout crew, but now they're a pad egress crew. Nobody's getting fired, goalie. You know, you learn from this, dude. Guys, all right. I'm going to say my piece here. You can think I'm crazy. It's not like if you've watched me cover launches before, I'm usually cool as a cucumber. That thing that happened with Centaur gave me the heebie-jeebies. I'm not going to lie to you. I did not like that. Dude, what do I know about spaceflight? I know dick about spaceflight. I know nothing, all right? I know nothing, right? But also, I know enough about transients, and I'm enough to be dangerous in that regard. I know about changing things very, very quickly. 1,000 PSI vent from your ullage tanks on Centaur when it's still on the ground is dangerous. I do not like that. I would have said, nah, we're not doing that. That's just me. That gives me the heebie-jeebies. That's not. I would have said, frick that. We ain't launching today. Figure out why it did that. That's not cool. But like once again, I don't want to sit here and say that I know better than ULA. It's their rocket. Okay? There's a lot of people that work there, and there's a lot of people in these mission control centers that know way more about this than me. And if they think it's good, I kind of have to take their word for it. I don't ever like concern trolling like that. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I don't know, man. Like, I'm just a Twitch streamer. What the hell do I know? You don't second guess the company that you're covering launch of. That's not in good taste, right? Like I said, now that we've scrubbed, ooh, that gave me the heebie-jeebies once again, because that is not something that would normally happen, right? And when you have anomalies like that, obviously they fixed it and sent it back, you know, they got it back to topping mode, right? And they replenished the helium tanks, which is fine. That's all fine and dandy. But honestly, with that big of a change, 1,000 PSI vent, fortunately the Centaur check valves caught it, right? But with that big of a vent, you're changing a lot of things. You're changing a lot of things, and you have no idea what kind of mode you put the Centaur into. God forbid it's a failure mode, right? Like I said, there's safe modes and there's failure modes. There's known conditions and unknown conditions. Putting the vehicle into unknown conditions is rolling the dice a little bit. Now, it's ULA. They're very conservative with this stuff, which is, you know, that's fair. But I couldn't help but think in the back of my mind, the reason for the first Starliner scrub was changing fueling conditions on your Centaur stage when crew is aboard. So if the topping valves aren't working and then you got them working again and you replenish Centaur to flight level in topping mode, how is that not the same thing? I'm actually very interested. I'd be curious to see if that question is asked during the press conference. That's why it gave me the heebie-jeebies. I've done like, ugh. And once again, I'm not here to concern troll or question ULA's judgment on it. They're a very, very good launch company. I couldn't do this stuff, so I don't think I have any place to judge. However, I'll be honest, I'm breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief that Atlas caught that weird configuration. The ground launch sequencer caught it. The auto sequencer. The computers caught that configuration change and scrubbed it. I'm actually kind of a little bit relieved because that did not feel right. Part of it is, dude, I'm not going to say there's like fate involved here or whatever, but there are signs. Sometimes it's just not a good day to do things. Like, I don't know what it is. Like, I don't know if it's a higher power or something telling you don't do this, but you know, you run into a lot of bumps in the road like that, like the suit heating fans and stuff. Like, I don't know if that's something somebody up there trying to tell you something, or if it's just not a good day. But when it's not a good day, believe me, the universe lets you know. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's aliens. It was the aliens, man. I don't know, maybe. Yeah, exactly, Titchy. Time sync on the tablets. Sometimes there's signs, dude. Like, and it's interesting because, you know, like flight controllers, you have to look at that data. It's the data that drives it. It's not how you feel, right? But with that being said, sometimes it don't feel right. You know what I mean? I've seen launch scrubs happen because of stuff like this. People, you know, they won't say it's ever because you don't feel right, but they're like, yeah, weather conditions aren't good. We're not launching today. You know what I mean? You know, there's juju, man, with this stuff. Yeah, I sent that question to Tori on Twitter, so hopefully he can provide insight. All right, Phil. Yeah, dude, it's weird because it's a weird juxtaposition because, you know, with rocket science, it's all about what's actually going on. You need to know what's going on. You need to understand your vehicle. But I'm not going to sit here and pretend like there's not bad juju with launches. I mean, even NASA thinks so. That's why they play that card game. You know what I mean? Like the astronauts play a card game to get so the commander doesn't have any bad luck. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's clearly some juju involved here, you know? Now, the level of jujuness, I don't know. That's your word of the day, jujuness. Guni gugu. Right? How many times can you do this before a new rocket time? Centaur can be tanked multiple times, Shadowman. I'm not worried about that. It's the batteries on the vehicle. The batteries do have a shelf life. Yeah. Every battery does. Even rechargeable batteries have a shelf life. These batteries on the spacecraft will probably need to be replaced at this point. Not that big of a deal. Batteries can be changed quickly. It's part of the design. NASA said that in the event of a scrub. They said that in the press conference that was yesterday. So yeah, it's she's a Bigfoot, Gus. Your wife's a Bigfoot, isn't she, Gus? So once again, if you're just tuning in, Starliner CFT-1, the first crew flight test, the capsule was scrubbed due to basically the rocket's onboard computers detecting a fault in software configuration. If a fault in software configuration, basically, one of the last things they do before the rocket goes to launch is they switch on the brains of the rocket, the avionics, right? You switch the brains on the vehicle. And when you turn the brains on the vehicle, the first thing that it's going to do, like most computers, is do a self-diagnostic, make sure everything's good to go. When Atlas V's onboard computers did that self-diagnostic, it found something it didn't like. It sounds like it found a bad software configuration. And that bad software configuration, this part is speculation on my part. That bad software configuration, if I had to throw my head into the ring, sounds like it had to do with the Centaur fill and load system, which is their second stage. That's the upper stage for Atlas V. The Centaur the CFLS, Centaur fill and load, or fill drain. I don't know. I didn't hear the exact acronym. Basically, they changed a software configuration because there was a control issue with the fueling umbilicals for Centaur. And my guess is that they didn't tell the autosequencer that they changed that. So when they initiated the autosequencer, it said, "Hey, the fueling configuration is wrong. We're not launching today." That part is a guess. I'm not 100% sure, but that sounds more or less like what's going on. But once again, rockets have tons of moving parts. There's a lot of cogs in this machine. That's just a guess. I don't know for sure. We'll find out more when we get information. I'll Forge. When we get more information, I'll let you know. I don't know, Jeb. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to turn the loops back on. I bet he has to pee real bad in his seat. Hey, Jeb Tricks. 10-month resub. Thank you very much. Not 10-month resub. Dude, I'm sorry. I don't usually stream on Saturdays. My brain is all funky today. Just like Atlas's brain's all funky today. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. I do appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate the support, guys. I just want to teach more people about how this stuff all works. You often hear space is hard, but for the vast majority of people, space is like very abstracted. Like, it's very hard to understand the concepts, right? You know, it's not rocket science, right? But the reality of the situation is that a lot of this stuff is rooted in cold, hard logic and common sense, to be honest with you. Like, I'll take the fill and load valves on Centaur. They weren't working correctly. They shut it off and turn it back on again. That's it. So the Centaur fill and load valves had a problem. So what did they do? What would you do if you were troubleshooting your computer? Turn it back, turn it on, turn it back on. It's the first thing you try. I mean, they had to try something else, right? Because they can't. The first thing that they did was switch the data streams to verify that the valves weren't working. So they made sure that the telemetry that they were seeing was right. Verify that the error is actually happening, right? And then shut it off and turn it back on. Dude, that's what they did. That's what I mean. It happens with rockets, dude. Like we think that it's just some crazy, ridiculous, abstract thing. No. These are just normal people. Like this happens, man. It happens all the time. You'd be surprised. Dude, I've seen them turn off the entire power systems to rockets before and turn them right back on during a count and then launch the thing into space and it works. All right, so we got an update from Commercial Crew here. The Commercial Crew Twitter account here. It's NASA, Boeing, and ULA launch scrubbed today's launch attempt due to the computer ground launch sequencer not loading into the correct operational configuration after proceeding into terminal count. Yoast! The ULA team is working to understand the cause. Yep.
Discovery.
Hey, Astro. Astro Karani.
LC, this is Blue Team Lead.
Yost, thank you guys. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. The white room is configured for Starliner access. The Boeing Blue Team can...
Hey, Hokie.
Proceed.
Roger. Copy. Slick, LC.
That's these guys. Slick is these guys.
Proceed with CST-100 hatch operations and crew egress.
Yep. Okay. So basically they're doing egress operations here. This is something that they've trained for just in case. You know how to put the astronauts in. It probably would be prudent just in case to figure this out a long time ago, how to get them out. It should be just the reverse, but once again, they have all these procedures and checklists figured out and it's done through a lot of training and a lot of testing over time. So these guys know what to do. It's just going through the motions at this point. Have you tried turning it on and turning it off again? Dude, that happens. I'm telling you. I know it sounds ridiculous. It sounds completely nuts. One time there was an Air Force launch, right? Or a Space Force launch now. And that was Artemis 1, wasn't it? Yeah. Dude, there was a range control system. So basically, the range control in space flight, range control to rocket launches is what air traffic, or like a tower is at an airport to an airplane, right? They're the kind of guys that's, give you the okay to proceed. Like it's the traffic control, right? I remember one time during the Artemis 1 mission that the range control had a network switch break, and they had to replace a network switch on one of their server racks to get the proper range information coordinated to NASA so they could launch. It's always something stupid like that every time. It's always something weird. I've seen crazy stuff. Like one time ULA shut Delta 4 off. They had a Delta 4 on the pad. I think it was WGS-10. They shut the whole thing off and turned it right back on and then launched it, and it worked. Like, sometimes it's simple. This is what I mean. Everybody thinks that spaceflight is some crazy thing. And don't get me wrong, it is pretty nuts, but sometimes you see really common sense stuff going on, which I think is super cool. That's my favorite part. Like, that happens. This happens a lot more than you think. We just don't hear about it. Right? Yeah, dump the cache and rebooting. Dude, it happens, man. How do you become a Boeing ninja? I don't know, but I'd do that. Look at that mysterious plumbing box that they're using right now. So, extra visual, what you're looking at there is the HVAC systems for the capsule. The white room is a clean room environment, so it's a sterile environment. That is the reason why these guys have hairnets and masks on. And that's also the reason why they have numbers on their back like football players, because with net and with the masks and everything, it's really hard to tell who's who. Same deal as like a football player wearing a football helmet, right? Same idea. So number 4 has a certain job, and that's why they have numbers and stuff. And what these two guys' job is right now is getting the HVAC systems working for the capsule. So what is that mysterious box? It's an air conditioner. Yeah, it's an air conditioner. Why? Why is it an air conditioner? Well, when they open the hatch and power down the capsule, they're shutting off the life support systems on board. Why? Because, well, you don't need the life support systems because, once again, here's the common sense part. You don't need the life support systems on because you're on Earth. You don't need those right now, right? Like that's the common sense part. But you still need to, the capsule still needs to be a sterile environment. So how do you do that? Well, you want to create what's called positive pressure. Positive pressure is how an air conditioner will move. Like if you have an air conditioner in your house, like central air conditioner, you have the vents and stuff. Positive pressure is how the cold air gets moved around, or an air conditioner in a car. It's how cold air gets moved through the vents, right? You make pressure and it vents out the vents, the dish, to give you the cold air. Now, because the capsule isn't doing that anymore, right? Because you don't need your life support systems down here. When the hatch opens, they're going to take the air conditioner and they're going to put the air conditioner exhaust inside of here. And that will create positive pressure inside of the capsule. That makes it so, for instance, I don't know, they're in Florida. There's all kinds of bugs down there and stuff. That'll make it so a bug doesn't like fly into the capsule and get stuck in there. For instance, you want to minimize what's called FOD, F-O-D. Foreign object debris. Is the capsule designed to have a bug in it? No. Then you shouldn't have a bug in it. Okay. How do we not get a bug in it? Well, create wind inside of the capsule. Create a draft. Pressurize the capsule. Create positive pressure in there relative to the pressure outside. And a bug will have trouble flying in there because the wind's blowing the bug away. You ever notice when it's windy, you don't get bitten by mosquitoes? More you know. Common sense stuff, dude. It's all over the place. With that being said, there have been spacecraft that have launched with bugs inside of them, but it was for scientific experiments, not because a bug, like a fly, flew into the thing and the astronauts were like, no! That would suck. That would really suck. Can you imagine trying to swat a fly in space? You'd swat it and you'd do backflips. And you'd probably miss, let's be real. Don't common sense me. I will common sense you and you will like it. The shuttle flew with ant farms inside of it and actually a honeybee colony. Yeah. In the 80s, the shuttle flew with that. It was a student experiment, right? As part of the shuttle's Getaway Special program. And they actually figured out, and this is wild, like this is actually super cool, that honeybees can fly around in space. Not obviously not outside. In a pressurized environment in microgravity, honeybees figured out, they just adapted to flying around without gravity. They use their wings to kind of flap around in space. It's actually wild. And they actually made a 0G beehive. They made a honeycomb that kind of just went out in all directions. Instead of like kind of down like you'd see from a beehive. It's wild. That experiment was actually super cool. Yeah, wild stuff. Fun fact, this is more recent. That was in the 80s. This is more recent. NASA, I think 5-6 years ago, brought a bunch of moustronauts up. They brought mouses up in cages, and mouses actually figured out how to move around in microgravity. Like, there's footage floating around on the internet of mouses like crawling around on a cage inside the ISS and then pushing off and moving to the other side of the cage. It's wild stuff, dude. That's weird. Like, you wouldn't think. It's like it's a mouse. It's stupid. What the heck's it gonna do, right? No, these mouses learn to move around in microgravity just like we do. Yeah, they adapted, which is weird. That's weird stuff, right? Mises, mouses, mooses? No, not mooses. Jebtrix with 10 subs. Thank you very much. Yeah, they adapted. Isn't that cool? Thank you for the 10, Jeb. I appreciate it. The Mouses Mises Mooses were on NG-11. Oh, sweet, Joe. I watched them get launched into space. Yeah, can you believe that? You wouldn't think that animals would be able to understand the concept of adapting to microgravity, but they do. Yeah, that absolutely happens. With that being said, you definitely don't want bugs and stuff flying in there, or a gator or something. That's probably not going to happen, but unless the alligator figures out how to use an elevator, which, I don't know. Life finds a way. Mooses. I'm calling them mouses from now on just to piss everybody off. Yeah, pretty damn adaptive, Jeb. It's pretty cool, man. We are animals too, really. Yeah, you're not wrong. Absolutely. We have our own order in the hierarchy of species, but I don't see alligators building skyscrapers and bridges, do you? I'd say we're a little different in that regard. Spiders on a plane? Well, what about snakes on a plane? You did that on purpose, didn't you? Has anybody ever let them try? You know what, Messi? That's a good point. Let's be scientific about it and make it happen. Let's do it, man. Okay, that's fair. It's a new movie. Oh yeah, all right. So this is the second time they've scrubbed? Yes, Hoffa. And I know what people are going to say, like, it's Boeing. Guys, it's a test flight, dude. We get spoiled by SpaceX. I'm telling you. This is, yeah, normal. Trust me, there's only one way that this thing can go right, and that's with getting Butch and Sonny up to this ISS and back down. There needs to be a lot of variables in place that need to be perfect for that to happen. If something isn't right, don't push your luck. Don't do that. They tried that once. They tried that once in 1967 by using pure O2 environments in a capsule. They tried pushing their luck, even though they said you probably shouldn't do that with an inward opening hatch. Didn't end well. Don't push your luck with this stuff. You have to be careful and you have to be deliberate. That's very important. You don't do that, people get hurt. That's not smart. NASA, yeah, this is more NASA-like than SpaceX-like. Yeah, exactly, Hokie. NASA's very deliberate in how they do things. They move very slow, but very methodically. And that is needed to have a gauge on, to see how fast someone like SpaceX is going, right? Like, but guys, this takes time. But we shouldn't be, what you shouldn't do is say, oh my gosh, this sucks, get rid of it. No. This is albeit a little bit slower, but this is a way to have competition in low Earth orbit, which is what we really want. Commercial competition in low Earth orbit and commercialization of low Earth orbit is a big deal. That's how we get, taking a trip to space for a week. In the future, we want this kind of stuff. I know it's slow, but they're opening the hatch now. I know it's slow, and this takes time, but that's the future we got to be in. There's going to be teething problems. The other thing is every new spacecraft has this problem. Jebtrix, holy crap, dude. That's 20 subs. Man, you're feeling extra Jenny today, dude. Is it because it's the weekend? Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate that 20-pack right there. Thank you very much. Oh, Hokie, you too? Oh, jeez.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I'm helping. I'm learning the thing. It's also how we get Vault-Tec. That was in a different universe.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
That was in a different universe. Fem, I don't think... See, here's the thing, dudes. I don't think picking and choosing... I don't think us as spaceflight fans have the luxury of being able to choose brand loyalty at this moment in time. It ain't Ford versus Chevy, you know what I mean? Ford's infinitely better, but that market is strong enough to where we can pick sides. The commercial market for low Earth orbit in the applications of human spaceflight is really, really new, and it's in its infancy. Picking sides right now is a good way to consolidate that industry. That is not what Commercial Crew is trying to do. You know, say NASA said, nah, we're not doing this no more. That's stupid. We'll just use one. That's consolidation of industry, not expansion. We want expansion. That's important to understand. You want to take you want to take a vacation to the moon by the time you and I retire? Yeah, I do. This is the avenue to do it. This is the, believe it or not, with all this is the most successful avenue. Every other time NASA's tried to do something like this, space shuttle, it didn't work very well. This is the way to do it. Fim, that's fair. That's fair. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Don't put all your eggs in one basket, Eon. You ain't kidding, pal. Yeah, there you go, Mutter. Oh, now they put their name tags on. It's because a tradition, Gujar, is for the astronauts going up into space to take the name tags from the pad closeout team up into space. It's a reminder to the astronauts and the pad closeout team that this is a team sport. Yeah, it's not just the astronauts. It's not just the slick team here. It's everybody. Everybody needs to pull their weight. That's why they do that. So if you see them passing around name tags and then putting their name tags back on, it's because their name tags were in the capsule before they sealed the hatch. Yep, that's a tradition that goes back a long way in the American space program. Think of space flight. You know, we're on Twitch. Games, right? How do you do, kids? Do you like video games? Now, think of space flight as team PvE. It is a PvE, all right? It's not PvP. Spacecraft don't fight other spacecraft. That would be bad. We don't want that. It's PvE. Team versus environment, like Helldivers. Same idea. Spaceflight is non-negotiable. Service guarantees citizenship. No, it's like that. It's a team sport versus the environment. Because space, let's be real. Space is trying to kill you at every waking moment. It does not forgive. It does not forget. It's always trying to kill you. Just like the bugs. Humans are really good in that capacity of fighting something like that. We're pretty good at it. I mean, also Helldivers is pretty cool, right? Right? So, it's a team sport. Team versus environment, which is important to understand. It's co-op PvE. There you go. I'd do it, Obi-Wan, sure. With enough training. I wouldn't just go cold turkey on a vehicle I know nothing about. That's a good way to get killed. That's why you have to, like, if you want to, for instance, fly an airplane, you have to train for a lot of time before you even fly by yourself. Right? Because understanding the airplane or spacecraft is really, really important to not dying when you're flying it. Yeah. Any pilot can attest to this. I'm just putting it out there. Just put it out there. I'm not going cold turkey on a spacecraft I don't know. That's a really stupid thing to do. There you go, Neuro. Nah, we just send it. Or you could just send it Airbus, sure. Wait, is your name Airbus 737? Oh, come on now. You knew exactly what you were doing when you picked that name. You knew exactly what you were doing. Jebtrix, is this a real-time feed? Yep. Yes, it is. Yes, sir, I knew exactly. I see what you did there. Oh, that's pretty funny, dude. So, with with this postpones, isn't it delaying other Atlas missions? I don't think so. If anything, that's going to throw a little bit of a monkey wrench in the flexibility of ISS operations, T-Man. But, yeah. What's the profile? The profile pic is the cherry on top McNewbie. That's awesome. That's pretty funny, dude. All right. Gotta be back to being professional here for a second. Why do they have jersey numbers like sports teams? Super good question. Everybody has masks and hairnets on. You can't tell who's who. So they paint numbers on their back so they can figure out who's who. Just like a football team. You don't know who's who. Can you tell that dude apart from that dude? Hell no. It all looks the same to me. Maybe that dude with the awesome haircut over there. I don't know. I think one of these guys had a mullet, but it is Florida, so, I mean, that reads. Hey, Copper Knight, 22-month resub. Thank you very much. So what you're looking at here, guys, is a pad closeout crew. If you hear the comm loops, their call sign is Slick for Space Launch Complex. This is the pad closeout team. These are, in ideal launch conditions, these are the people that basically strap the astronauts in and seal up the hatch and make sure that everything is copacetic on the pad with the astronauts in the capsule right before launch. The pad closeout teams. In this particular case, they're now a pad egress.
LC, Slick on Channel 1.
See, there you go.
Go ahead.
So hatch is open. We're going to have the crew go ahead and kind of self-egress so we don't have to put all the floors back in before they get out. So requesting the CTV and convoy to return to the pad gate.
Roger. Put that in work.
Interesting.
OSM, LC.
OSM.
Notify crew transport convoy to return to pad. Permit entry into VDA.
Roger.
Yep, Sonny's getting out. that face though. Hold on a second. Oh, okay. Basically what they said is we're gonna let the astronauts let themselves out of the capsule. Hold on.
Channel 1.
Okay, back to live.
Go ahead.
Butch is getting out of the capsule. What shoes did they put on the shelves there? Pie Guy, so this dude right here, number 5, is a guy that's going inside of the capsule. You don't wear your shoes inside of the capsule. He's just like, look, okay, so number 5 has no shoes on. He's wearing socks because he's the guy that goes, he's in charge of egress in this particular aspect. You don't want to go and scuff up something inside of the capsule with your shoes, nor do you want to scuff your shoes. You don't want to scuff the kicks, man. All right. That's why his shoes are over there. You don't want to, why not? FOD, foreign object debris. Is Starliner expected to fly with a scuff mark on one of the panels? Or what if he kicks a switch? What if he kicks a belt loose and something comes loose during launch? Look, it's all about preventing an Apollo 13 scenario. You don't want to introduce deviants like that. It's not that much for that dude to just take his shoes off to minimize the risk of that happening. Just take his shoes off. It takes 2 seconds. FOD is foreign object debris, guys, by the way. Yeah, you don't want, like, say that guy has a rock stuck in his shoe, right? And he tracks that rock into the capsule, and that rock starts floating around when they're up in space and jams up a life support filter. Yeah, that can happen. Fun fact. All right, here's the thing. You want to know how sensitive some of these systems are? So everybody's heard about how the Russians, for instance, use pencils in space, right? And how NASA developed a pen, right, that's designed to write in space, and they spent a lot of money doing it. Everybody's like, NASA developed a pen for 10 grand when the Russians just used pencils. Do you know why? Pencils make graphite dust. Graphite dust. Anybody here know a little bit about physics? Do you want graphite dust floating around inside your spaceship? I don't. Not smart. That can jam up filters, and graphite's also extremely flammable. I don't think I need to tell you why fire inside of a spacecraft is not a good idea. See what I'm talking about? There's a lot of methods have been developed to minimize this kind of stuff, because anytime you're doing that, you're wearing shoes inside of the capsule, you're writing with a pencil, you're increasing odds of something going very wrong.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Crew transport convoys cleared the roadblock. 16 personnel entering BDA at this time.
Roger.
You could use a grease pencil too, yeah. Dan, that has something to do with it, sure. I'm pretty sure, yeah. But also, it's important to understand that. You want to minimize foreign object debris. And yeah, that starts, a good way to do that, to minimize the risk there, is take your shoes off.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, Green Dragon, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was an excellent speech by Butch right there, Lemonhead. I'll tell you what. Probably should have waited another couple minutes, though. IFT-3 is scheduled for the 6th. Oh, boy. There's only 2 people on board, Charles.
Discovery.
Hokey gifted a sub. Wait, Hokey, did you just give 12 months of sub to Tannerin? Okay, yeah, all right, it's like that, huh? Okay. And then you gifted SWK 1 month. Jeez. Oh, my goodness. No, 900, it's never happened. Not to our knowledge. Or not to my knowledge, at least. It's also very respectful to take your shoes off before entering the capsule. Nodders. Okie gifted a sub to Firework. Chad, he's doing it again. Chad, he's doing it again.
LCO, Sam.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Per step 140, crew transport convoy standing by at pad gate.
Roger.
I'm not stopping him. Okie gifted another one to Forlorn. There you go. Oh, Jebtrix ain't gonna take that. He ain't gonna take that. He just did 20. Holy crap. Dude. Jeff's just like, hell nah, I ain't doing that. Gator don't play that. Forlorn, thanks for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. Playing the bongo.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okie just gifted Jebtrix a sub. Oh, damn. SWK paying that gifted sub forward to Silly Viking. Thank you. Why are they standing down? Bard, they went to turn on Atlas V's brains for launching. It's called a launch sequencer. They went to turn on the launch sequencer.
And Slick Elsie.
And the launch sequencer said no. Like, immediately.
Slick.
No.
Yes, so we got the convoy at the pad gate just waiting for you to tell us when we're ready to pull up to the cat.
That's that guy talking right
Yep,
now.
we're just doing the last bit of inventory of Sonny's bag, and then we'll get them to do audio checks, and we can call in the CTV.
Roger.
That's the launch coordinator telling them that their ride is there to leave the pad. That's what he's saying. Yeah, the Atlas V launch sequencer said no, Svard. Yeah, the computer. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't do that. Okay, you have to sub to Svard. There you go. No, they're not the M113s, Edmana. They don't use M113s anymore. NASA uses MRAPs. ULA has it's just the bus that they drove there. Binkelberg. Fun racing yesterday. Break check. Yeah, it was a good time, man. 85 months. Thank you very much. NASA TV is saying a 24-hour scrub. Okay. We're assuming there will be a post-scrub news conference. It's probably going to happen a little bit later in the day, Eric. They turned on Atlas 5. Atlas 5 said, I'm a toaster. No, not quite. It said, hey, you didn't configure me correctly. I'm not launching. Bye. Click.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Lemprod, you read Tom Jones's biography that before one of the shuttle launches, a mosquito flew into the middeck. He noticed it sometime after hatch closure. Don't know if survived launch. Yeah, probably not. Maybe. Like I said, that we know about, dude. It's probably happened, if I had to guess. Hokey gifted a sub to Hibbit. There you go. So how are you holding up? Because I'm a potato! We do what we must because we can, Kralani. Yep. When the launch sequencer says no, you better listen to it. Yeah, it's probably better not to force the issue. If the brains of the rocket are saying, no, I don't think I will. All right, Atlas 5, we need you to launch now. No. Why don't you ask me later, Crabsy? Don't you get it, you crustaceous cheapskate? Anyway. Guys, it was most likely due to a software configuration with the Centaur fill and drain lines. ULA had a couple of funnies with that in the countdown to, launch. And they said that they changed its software configuration because they had a controls issue with the fill and drain lines. My guess is that, they changed the software configuration on the Centaur fill and drain lines, and they forgot to tell Atlas that. Now, don't get me wrong, that's not like, oh, how could you forget to tell Atlas that? Well, it's not gonna tell you that you forgot until you turn it on. This, stuff happens, but it caught it, which is good.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Pokey gifted a sub to NASA spaceflight. Oh, geez. Chris is gonna come in here and be like, you what, mate? I love your references. You'll always get movie references from me mixed in with knowledge. I'm kind of a movie pop culture junkie. Is that the actual NSF or is that not owned by NSF? No, that's Chris's account, dude. That's him.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
If I found Space Y, you'd be the CEO of Getting Stuff Done. Thank you.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hokey gifted a sub to Snowing Fire. And Hokey gifted another sub to Green Dragon. Jeez. Hence why that man is playing Galaga. He thought we wouldn't notice, but we did. Where does all your knowledge come from? Viper, I'm self-taught. I spend a great deal of time covering news for spaceflight, and I'm a big nerd. I don't go outside very much anymore, and I spend a lot of my days reading about spaceflight. Yeah, still to this day, I still do it. Yeah. Did I just freeze? Yeah, whatever. All right, anyway. What is outside? Flowers and stuff? You're cool, though. Yeah, I try to make it fun. This stuff's super cool to me. This ain't something you see every day. I mean, well, it kind of is nowadays, but it's still cool. It's awesome, dude. It's the cutting edge of tech, man. It's very, very cool stuff.
Discovery.
Yeah, it's got racing stripes on it. Guys, that adds 10 horsepower. I don't know if you knew that. Hokey gifted another sub to Mind Drive. So, yeah, see all that green stuff? I don't know, man. I don't stay inside by choice. I stay inside because I have to stay on top of my game. Rocket science is really difficult. And the second you think you have a good grasp on stuff, yeah. You know that, you guys ever watch Men in Black? You know the ending of the first Men in Black where he's like, you're still a rookie. And where Will Smith is like, yeah, I got a good handle on things. And Tommy Lee Jones kicks open a locker and it leads to another dimension. And he's like, yeah, that is learning about space flight and rocket engineering in a nutshell. The The second you think you got a good grasp about it, you're like, oh, yeah, I understand what this is. Hey, what's full flow stage combustion? Oh, another rabbit hole. Oh, okay. You know, like that is space flight in a nutshell. That is what happens. You got to stay on top of your game because, yeah. If you don't, you'll, you know, you could have a bug, right? Like, oh, you idiots! Give me water with sugar. You don't want that, right? Like, emergency egress helipad right there, by the way. I pointed it out when they were driving over it before. Knowledge follows a finite rule. The more you know, the more you don't. Pretty much. Yep. No Edgar suit. Give me water. With sugar. More.
Discovery.
Why don't they drive in the middle of the road? Because we have rules here, KTR. Why would they drive in the middle of the road? Oki gifted another sub to Vaultec. I try, Hammer. I try. How's things going? Oh, really bad. Yeah. Geek, they, Let me, how can I explain this?
Discovery.
Jebtrix gifted out 20 subs. Atlas scrubbed. And maybe shrugged, too. If you get it, good for you. That rhymed. You stay out of my way. Discovery. You listen to what I say. Lay by the bay and make things out of clay. You just may. What do you say? Anyway, Jebtrix with 20 subs. Geek, Starliner scrubbed. They went to initiate autosequencer, and the Atlas's onboard diagnostics basically said, nah. Yeah, nah. If I had to guess, this is speculation on my part. ULA is still working the issue, trying to figure out exactly what went wrong. I mean, or what caught the issue. It sounds like the software configuration on the Centaur fill and load lines were not in line with what Atlas thought they were. They are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook. No, ULA changed the configuration, the software configuration for the control mechanism for Centaur fill and load at about T-minus 45 minutes. And then they initiated GLS, and GLS said, wait, the Centaur fill and load is not how you said it was. No, I'm not launching. That's speculation on my part. I don't know if that's actually what happened, but if I would throw my hat into the ring, that's what I would guess. Yep, they're driving by 39A right here. Now they're on Causeway. That's the NASA Causeway right there. It goes next to the Crawlerway and goes back towards the VAB. What did you say how that vehicle is called? Which one? Did that MRAP have a 50 sticking out of it? Yeah. Yeah, Titchy, I love seeing all this stuff. It's great. It's fantastic. Bird. Is it chasing the news? This is the astronaut convoy, Hunbab. They're heading back to astronauts' quarters down the Cape because the rocket launch didn't go. It didn't go today. New question. Why does the MRAP have a turret on it? It's KSC's SWAT team. That is Kennedy Space Center SWAT. I know what the next question is. Why does NASA have a SWAT team? The answer is have it, not need it, not have it. Yeah. You never know. You never know in this day and age, right? It's kind of stupid that it's that way, but you never know. Remember, Kennedy Space Center is right next to Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, a very big military base. Don't frick around. Yeah, don't do that. Now I gotta see a Kerbal SWAT team. Blood for the blood god. Snacks for the snack god. Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that one. That's actually a Bearcat. Yeah, I think you might be right, Shadowman. It's not an MRAP. It's too small, to be honest with you. MRAPs are very big vehicles. Yeah, Alex. If they find the aliens, you're going to need somebody to fight them. Or something like that. Yeah, you wouldn't get that on the NASA stream, would you? Yeah, all right. We can run, yeah. They can't stop us all. Yeah, Tedgeton, didn't they try that once and nobody actually did it? Let's just bum rush it. They can't stop us all. Yeah, I've heard this story before. It doesn't work. I don't need to bum rush people with machine guns. I really like machine guns, not just machine gun being the term for any type of firearm. That thing has a machine gun on it. You don't want to be on the business end of that. I don't want to do that. Yeah, that doesn't sound fun. I don't know if it's a 50. I don't think they have the turret mounted on it. I have to go look at it again. It only has so many rounds. All right. I'm nixing this conversation. They're about to drive by the VAB, so that's kind of cool. Yeah. Nope. Yep. This camera is looking at the convoy coming in. They're going westbound on Causeway. Here, this camera is on top of Operations Support Building 2. This is OSB 2. And the VAB should be just off to the left here. There's the Launch Control Center. That's the VAB in the background. Of course, they switched to a camera where you can't see the VAB. Yeah, and they switched to another one. Zoom out. Zoom out. Zoom out. Zoom out. There's the VAB right there. That's Operations Support Building 1, OSB 1, right here. It's the building with the stripes. And now they should take a left on Kennedy Parkway. There's a KSC tour bus. No freaking way. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? KSC tour bus. And on our left, we see astronauts. Okay. You know, dude. Oh, that's pretty funny. Man, those people got their money, got their bang for their buck today, huh? Don't tell me they're getting stuck in traffic behind the tour bus. Oh, no, okay, the tour bus stopped. I was going to say, there's no way. They're getting stuck in traffic. What a kick in the nuts to the end of the day. Yeah, you got to keep the convoy moving. Yeah, exactly. Join late, catch up, what happened? Centaur, Atlas had some problems when they went to initiate the launch sequencer. We scrubbed at T-minus 3 minutes and 50 seconds. There's another KSC bus. Scrubbed at T-minus 3 minutes, 50 seconds. Basically, when they turned the brains on the rocket, we know the rocket did a self-diagnostic and said, nope, don't like what I see. I'll leave now. And ULA said, but all right. Okay, fine. Basically, the onboard computer saw a software configuration that it didn't like and immediately scrubbed the vehicle. What we're seeing right now is the astronauts going back to their astronauts' quarters, the local astronaut quarters at KSC. It's the part of the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building, or just O&C for short. Yeah, the tour bus is hot and heavy today, Green. I mean, KSCVC got to make that money, dude. You might as well. If the launch scrub, the hazard area is clean, start sending the tours. They're probably sending the tours all at once. I'll bet you another one drives by.
Tranquility Base here.
Thank you for your update and streams. No problem. We know. Thank you very much for the tip. I appreciate it. And over there, you just see somebody commuting to work. Yep. Yeah, that's most likely what that is. Yeah. Probably a technician just trying to get to work. Do the astronaut quarters run on the ISS time zone? Yes. Yep, there's more people just trying to get to work. And there's another tour bus. KSCVC sent all the tour buses. The second they figured out there was a scrub, they sent all of them on. That's definitely on purpose. They probably announced, like, you can see the astronauts coming back to the pad if you take the tour right now. Like, I'll bet you they said that. EJ is the scrub trauma counselor. Astro, tell me how that makes you feel. How does that make you feel? It's scrubbed. How does that make you feel? People commute on the causeway? How are they going to get to the VAB? Or Operation Support Building 1 and 2? Of course people commute. My mother was a second stage. Oh, damn it, Bobby.
Go ahead.
Oh. Shut up, Tuckman. Don't put that evil on me. Guess not. So, did they miss the launch window for the ISS? 24-hour scrub, BB. So, I'm gonna be back here tomorrow. So, you're gonna get more of me. You can't get rid of me that easy. Why is there an armored vehicle? That's Kennedy Space Center SWAT, Budman. I've been asked that question a lot today. That's KSC SWAT. Why is there a KSC SWAT team? It's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. You don't know what kind of wackos are out there. Just also, we're in super close proximity to a military base, Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. I'll take the SWAT team, just in case. 04, thank you for the bits. Appreciate it. Thanks for always doing this, Resin. It's my pleasure. I deeply, deeply enjoy this. So this shot is from the KSC headquarters right here. Yep, they're going to cross the old train tracks there that they don't use anymore. Yeah, Okie, that's right. It's the fanciest version of a bodyguard. Why not? Like, Breen, it's just one of those things. Like, you probably should, just to be sure. Like, what harm is it, right? And the SWAT team is there in case some shenanigans goes down on KSC. You don't need people, like, going up near rockets. That's not a good idea. It's probably, like, in this day and age, you know, probably for the better. Is tomorrow's launch stream at the same time? I'm not 100% sure. Freeways, nothing more American. Yeah, right. It's a long ride back. Like I said, guys, KSC is a big place. It's big. It's a lot bigger than you think. All right, so they should be taking a left here. Hey, that guy didn't signal. You didn't signal. 7/16 of an inch. That's all it takes. Use your blinker. No ticket. The heck's wrong with you, man? Any announcement for Oppressor? I haven't heard much. Yeah, 10. He's got to be from around here. Yeah, use your blinker. What make is that van? A BMW? I think it's a Mercedes. Yep, ONC should just be here. They should be coming up to it right now. Jab tricks again, man. Holy crap, dude. Thank you for all the support. Thank you so much, man. I'm really happy this makes you happy, because it makes me happy. the covering the stream. The subs are good, too. Yep, pulling into ONC here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And we're back. And Butch and Sonny will egress from the bus and head back into ONC. Right back into quarantine. Yep, Foxtrot, 3-month resub. Time for me to go to your pre-birthday lunch. All right, Junie, happy birthday, buddy. Last stop, everybody off. So when does CST 101 come out? Monkas. They scrubbed it, Pizza, yeah. Ground launch sequencer said no. Basically, they went to switch on Atlas's computers, the computers that fly it into space, and the computer said, nah, I'm not doing that. So in rocket terms, it's called a ground launch sequencer or an auto sequencer. It's basically the software that governs the ascent and flight of the launch vehicle, right? And the first thing that it usually does, no matter what the rocket, or any piece of software for that matter, is does a self-diagnostic. It checks to make sure everything is in the right configuration, and it found something that wasn't. So, yeah, it basically said no. And, yeah, they had to scrub after that, which kind of sucks. But should be a 24-hour scrub from what I've been hearing, so... People don't seem as exciting seeing the van show back up than when it's leaving. Yeah, you're not wrong. Why don't they just fly the crew of only 2 back by helicopter? It would be faster. Charles, you want to kick up dust next to the rocket? Yeah, I don't want to do that. Nope. I don't want to do that. I don't think that's smart. There will be a post-scrub briefing at 3. So we got about an hour. What about hovercraft? Oh, now, dude, now we're talking. Nah, Green, no. Even the dust outside can cause the rocket harm? It's not that it can cause the rocket harm, it's that it could. Was the rocket designed to have a helicopter land right next to it? No. Why? Because it's a rocket. Why would you even think of that? Right? Think about it. Now, with that being said, could you land one? Could you land a helicopter right at the pad to take the astronauts home? Sure. You probably could, probably be fine. But probably would be fine doesn't really work very well with spaceflight, does it? It'd probably be okay. But, yeah, when it comes to people putting their lives on the line like that, probably is not good enough for me. I don't know about you guys. Where is Endeavour right now? Endeavour? The space shuttle? It's in California. It's at the California Science Center. Right, Smoke? That's the kind of thinking you have to be. You have to think a couple moves ahead. It's chess, man. Did we have 3 or 2 scrubs for DM2? 2, I think. No, there was 1 scrub for DM2. DM2... I don't remember, Joe. I know there was 1 scrub when Bob and Doug were in the capsule. And that was because of that rainstorm. They couldn't get it. The weather wasn't cooperating because spring showers. There we go. There it is. Nobody remembers the scrubs. Yeah, we just remember the mission. You'll definitely remember if something goes wrong, though. So, that's right, a tornado warning. Yeah, that's correct. Jeff with another 10. Sub-trolling is a thing? Oh, I don't consider it trolling. If you want to keep doing it, please keep doing it. I have this thing about earning subs, though. I don't ask for subs. I earn them. I earn them through my work and entertainment. So, just make sure that all these subs you're giving out are earned. You know what I'm saying? That's my rule. He's extra entertained. Nice. All right, guys. So I am probably going to take a little bit of a break here. Thanks, Ewok. Anyway, you earn them through knowledge. Yep. So we do have a post-flight presser at 3. I might be back for that. I don't know. I do have a lot of stuff to do. I have a lot of stuff to mess with and put together this weekend because next weekend, that next weekend, after hopefully we see Starliner and Starship go, I'm live streaming a cross-country road trip from San Diego to Boston. And what I'm working on today is putting together the live streaming rig to get a dash cam and everything going. So I'm going to live stream the entire road trip, which is actually I think that's going to be super fun. Yep. It's not Route 154 because Brimo is not driving with me, Green Dragon. Ernok is with me this time, and we're towing his 92 Camaro to my house so I can work on it. You know this rear end that's been sitting in my garage over there for a long time? Yeah, that's what that's to. So we're gonna haul Ernok's 92 Camaro here and then stream working on it. We're calling it EJ and Ernok's Excellent Adventure. In my truck? No, not in my truck. Ernok bought one this time. It's an 87 F350 crew cab long box dually. That's what we're going to be tooling around in. Got a little more space this time around, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Gas guzzler, I prefer towing vehicle, all systems. Yeah, so believe me, the live streaming setup this time around is a little bit more comprehensive than what you guys saw from the single camera from Route 154. Oh yeah. I have DOS helping me with the setup, so that should tell you everything you need to know, how crazy this one's going to get. And I have to test all that equipment today because there was a freaking fly in here and I got him. That's right. That's right, you dead now. Now you're going to die in that little funny hat. Anyway, sorry. I have to test all this stuff to make sure that it works, to make sure that, we don't have problems when we actually go to do this next week. Chat commanded PTZ. Maybe not chat commanded. What about mod commanded PTZ? Would that do anything for you? What if we were going to offer you some stock option equity sharing program? Would that do anything for you? Are you an ex-NASA scientist? No, Kent, I'm not. I've worked with NASA before, here on Twitch. Like, NASA had a panel at TwitchCon that I was a part of. NASA has endorsed the stream. NASA's Twitch channel came in here and was like, yo, keep doing what you're doing. So I've worked with NASA before, but I'm not an engineer by trade. Everything that I've learned about rockets and how this all works comes from a lot of self-teaching. Basically taking the time every day to learn something new about spaceflight for the last 10 years. That's how long I've been doing this. That's really old in streamer years, man. But yeah, that's how I know what I know. But so I have worked with NASA in some capacity, but I never worked for them, no. No commitments. All right, fine. Jeez. What would you say you do here? I deal with the chatters so the engineers don't have to. I have people skills. I'm good at dealing with people. What the hell is wrong with you people? It's a mat with different conclusions that you can jump to. Yeah, I'm going to need you to come in tomorrow. Ditchy, are you actually telling me? Because it was a 24-hour scrub. I actually had to come in on Saturday and also Sunday because we had a scrub and we got to play catch up. And it'd be great. Okay. And now there's this EJ. Ooh, yeah. I'm going to have to go ahead and sort of disagree with you there. Why should I change my name? He's the one who sucks. One of my favorite movies, man. All right. Yeah, that's the other thing. If you're newer to the stream, you're going to get a lot of pop culture movie references. I just kind of weasel them into my explanations because it's amusing to me. Sorry, I think. Yeah, did you get that memo? Will the trip include a 360 VR camera? No. But I do got something. And I have to go test it, speaking of that. So, yeah, real pop culture. Yeah, Jeb, I like you. You're all right. So, anyway, we had a scrub. That sucks. But everybody forgets, in this grand scheme of things, everybody forgets that stuff's scrubbed. Everybody remembers if it blows up, though. So, 24 hours in the scheme of things is not that big of a deal, like I said. So, I guess I'll see you guys all tomorrow. We'll pick up the coverage 4 hours before and watch them get suited up again. Third time's a charm, am I right? Am I right? All right, so I'll see you guys then. Let's raid somebody. Let's see who we can raid. Let's go give a raid to Reno. Yep, no happy little accidents here. That's, I don't know what that is. Okay, that's somebody playing music. What's that? What else do we got? What else? Who is around? Ooh, my buddy Shenrir is playing Stellaris. Let's go see what he's up to, guys. So I'll pay it forward over to Shen, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching. Let's go raid Shenrir. Stellaris is always a good time. Set up the raid, go raid through, go tell them what's up. And I'll see you guys, well, in about 18 hours. Thank you very much for watching. Have a good rest of your day. See you tomorrow.